you for coming. We are officially going to call ourselves to order here today. Before we have our invocation, I just want to make sure that we remind ourselves, yesterday was Memorial Day. You know, I heard it said by somebody that I respect, you know, it's not a holiday. It's a day to reflect and to remember all the men and women that fought and died, lost their lives so that we can be free. And so today is a day that we get to exercise this freedom. It's truly a privilege to get to come in here and to get to sit with people of an opposing view on a subject and to get to go through a business meeting here today. So it's a privilege to get to sit here before you today. It's a privilege to be here until, I heard 8 o'clock. I don't know if I'm that optimistic. 10:30, 11, wherever it is. We're going to put in the work here today with you to get as far on this topic as well as others as we can. But I just can't tell you enough how much I respect and esteem the people that I live around, because we've done this right so far. We've come together, we've been civil, we've been kind, we've been disagreeable, we've been passionate, but at the same time we've been honorable and respectful of each other. And so that's what we expect here today. And I'm confident that we can walk this one out here today. So thank you for allowing us the privilege to serve you here today, and thank you for being who you are, the citizens of Amarillo and the Panhandle. We are going to go ahead and open with an invocation. If you guys wouldn't mind standing, we have Ashton Mitchell coming forth to offer the prayer.
We just say, come and have your way today in this meeting. I pray that grace would abound. I pray that love would abound. I pray that mercy would abound. I pray that there would be unity, and we just bind anything that is not that right now and say that it must go. Father, I thank you that there will be peace in this room. I thank you that there will be comfort in this room. I thank you for your covering, Father. I thank you that you're a God who covers, that you're a God who loves, that you're a God who shows love. And so we just give you everything that's in front of us today and say, let your kingdom come, let your will be done. You are Lord, you are King. And so we submit everything to you. And once again, we just ask for peace, peace that surpasses all understanding. I pray that you would guard our hearts. I pray that you would help us to forgive those who trespass against us, as you say in your own Lord's Prayer. And so we give you this afternoon, we give you this entire gathering and say that it is all yours, and have your way. So we thank you for who you are. Your presence is welcome here. In your name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. If you guys remain standing while we do the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas flag as well. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please be seated. Okay, we have just a couple of announcements that we're going to go over here. Before we jump into that, let me go ahead and tell everybody we do have our overflow room. So right across the hall, there's a room set up. It's televised. You can hear everything that's going on in there. It's a little more comfortable. So you're welcome to stand around the walls if you want to be in here. If you need to sit down, we would ask you to go to the overflow room. Previously, we've had some people that had sat along the walls and had some an older lady that almost tripped and fell. So we ask you not to sit back there in those areas. Members of the media are all welcome off to my right-hand side over here, and I believe we even have a few chairs for you guys if you need to. I think that takes care of most everything here. Mr. Hartman's coming up here to give us a few things on our business list.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Once today to introduce the new Director of Utilities. Michael, are you here?
Push the microphone button.
Hey, Floyd, bring it to you there a little ways if you would.
Wasn't on.
There we go.
Okay. So Mayor and Council, I'll start again. Honored to bring to you today the introduction of Michael Price as the Director of Utilities. He's been serving as Interim Director of Utilities. Michael's right here. Been an honor to work with Michael. Michael's an experienced water and wastewater engineer with over 24 years experience in the industry. He's worked with multiple jurisdictions and countries. He brings a wide range of experience from maintenance planning to the delivery of complex infrastructure assets for private government and semi-state clients. Michael is a dual citizen of Canada and Ireland. On a personal note, he's an avid supporter of the Saskatchewan Roughriders in their quest for Canadian football title. He is a growing ice hockey fan. He is a proud father of 4, with his eldest studying electrical engineering in Ottawa. Michael joined the city in 2023 to assist in the rehabilitation and restoration of the city's aging water and wastewater systems. He played a key role in stabilizing Hollywood Road wastewater plant, working with stakeholders to maximize water production from the wells and create a more effective long-term planning strategy for utilities. He is has been working with his team to introduce asset management principles and in steering the utility toward a data-driven decision process in the replacement. For the past year, it's been my pleasure to work with Michael. His experience is invaluable to what we're trying to accomplish now. But Michael Price is your new Director of Utilities.
Well, we thank you for that and welcome you, Mr. Price. Would you mind just letting us know if you've been working on that Texan accent? You know, can you say y'all?
I still can't say it properly.
Hey, Michael is a fantastic asset to our group here, and we appreciate you. I may have taken an email or two, but not many. So Good job over there. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Michael.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We appreciate you. Only other announcement. Do you have anything else, Mr. Hartman? No. Only other announcement that I would have. So on June 3rd, from 6 to 8, we do have our city manager finalist worked down to the final 2. And so from 6 to 8 o'clock, June 3rd, which is Monday, we will have our 2 final candidates for you to come and meet and interview them, ask questions. They'll both be expected to give a short talk, and so we would love for the public to come out and meet them. We have taken a few questions of, well, how come we went from 77 applicants all the way to 2, and we haven't been consulted? We didn't know that it went from 77 to 10, and then from 10 to 6, and then from 6 to 2, and so we broadcast a few of those things, and I just want to make sure you guys hear us say from this pulpit, so to speak, there's a privacy issue there. It's confidential when you hire the consultant, and we're concerned with other people's jobs. And so we don't have the luxury of bringing you along and listing everybody. Plus, we had internal candidates. And so some of our internal candidates need to maintain good working relationships for your behalf and mine. And so it can cause problems by divulging information that we're not supposed to. So we have done our job that you elected us to do very well to get you to 2 excellent finalists. And we hope you love them both. I hope you have a tough decision like we do of which one would be awarded this contract. And then our expectation is to move quickly. So I think you'll see in June the contract awarded, and hopefully July, 1st of August, we would be moving with somebody in that new position. So council, anybody have anything else to add to that one before we move along?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you for letting me do that. It's just good to try to communicate the best of our ability as to what we're doing and why. That concludes our announcements. I do have a question, so if you would, on your own honor and kind of recognizance, raise your hand if you are here to speak on, for, or against the petition and the sanctuary city ordinance. Okay, so I see several hands. So if you put your hands down, please. We have scheduled this. We've done this before, so you're pretty familiar with what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to run a professional business meeting first. And so it's very respectful for us that want to have our time, and we want to take our time. to go through public comment, to go through discussion, to bring our petition committee forward, let them tell us where they're at, what their desires are, and then also we have an alternate item that we want to discuss as well. So we're asking everybody that wants to speak on that to wait until that item comes up, G and H, on non-consent. That allows for public comment to be on animal management, roads, potholes, trash, services that we need to get to. So if you wouldn't mind doing that for me, I know you've done it for us in the past, we greatly appreciate that. Ms. City Secretary, if I can hand it to you for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we are glad that you're here to share them today. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items or topics related to city policy. Every speaker today will have 3 minutes to address the council. At the end of 2.5 minutes, a warning beep will sound to alert you that you have 30 seconds left to wrap up your thoughts. We do ask you stay within the 3 minutes allotted to be respectful of everybody's time today. We have multiple public hearings today. If you're here to speak on a public hearing, we would ask that you do so either during public comment or during the public hearing, but not both, in order to help us keep accurate records of the minutes. So it's your decision at which time you want to speak. When you come to the microphone today, please state your name, whether or not you live in the city limits, and then you may begin your comments to council. We have a list of 37 individuals, and as the mayor stated, we are requesting, if you're here to speak on the item 9G or 9H, that you'll speak at that time. If you're unable to stay long enough and you want to speak during this public comment, you can. So what I'll do is I'll go through this list. I invite you to stand up if you want to come forward and talk now, or just raise your hand so I can see that you'll talk later if you would like to wait until that item. We'll start with Kenneth Ferguson. And on deck after Mr. Ferguson will be Isaiah Flores.
My name is Kenneth Ferguson. I work and I do live in Amarillo, and I work out at Comanche Trails Golf Course, and I'm here to talk about a lot of bad things that are going on out there that's getting away with, like the health inspection, stuff like that that's going on out there, people sleeping on the job, drinking on the job, and stuff like that. I'd like to be able to speak later about it. I did this way it'll be on record, because I have been threatened with my job, and so under the whistleblower law, this way I'm covered. And that's from James Stoll on down on the list, have actually, told me, you can be fired. And then my service dog, here we have a paper they want you to fill out. When I was hired, they knew I had a service dog. And it says here, I understand that a misstatement or material omission may cause for dismissal. In other words, is what they're doing. They're threatening you with your job if you don't fill it out just right. And so that's all I got to say. And I have talked to DOJ, and they asked me to come up here and inform you all of that one sentence. Because now I have not filed. DOJ said to wait and see what happens. And I'd appreciate y'all. Y'all know I work for the city of Amarillo, so you can contact me. Just leave a message, because get so many spam numbers. I'll look at it and say, spam, I don't know it. So leave a message, and I'll answer it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Isaiah Flores. Do you want to speak later?
I'm speaking on the ordinance, so I speak now or later?
If you can speak later, if you're going to stay. Okay, great. Renee Sells.
I'm short, so.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Is that good? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm here to speak about the animal welfare management. So first off, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of animal management and welfare. I have had several failed dealings with them in the past, but today I want to tell a story. This is about a dog named Hope, one of many here in our city. Hope was tied with a 2 to 3 foot rope to a pole. No adequate shelter, water, food. Her ribs were showing, hair standing on end dying from her bad health. She was drinking water from a puddle in a dirt hole next to her. I called animal control numerous times during a 6-month period. First attempt, they viewed another dog living inside the home. Second attempt, they did nothing. No response, would not return my calls either. Third attempt, the girl from Animal Control Management never left the front porch. I watched from the corner and waited. I persisted, and Victoria from Animal Management called me. She advised me that she had a supervisor go out to assess the situation, and she stated that the dog had adequate shelter and water. I advised Victoria that I had photos, that the dog had been living tied to a rope, to a pole, no more than 2 to 3 feet in length. Shelter was a dog carrier with open slats all the way around. Her ribs were showing, no food, no proper water source. She stated she would send him back. I requested that she get in her vehicle and go assess the situation herself. She stated she would. However, I never heard back from her, and the situation did not change. Thankfully, as concerned citizens, we were able to get the dog surrendered. She was placed in medical care. She was suffering from malnutrition, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and failing health. After antibiotics, tick treatment, and basic food and water, Hope is now home. She has a pet sibling, food, water, a soft bed, and love. The employees at Animal Welfare that were sent out had no understanding of the Safe Dog Act of Texas. Laws only work if they are taught, understood, and abided by. This was all discussed with Victoria, but she failed to address the issues. In the several years I have been in Amarillo, responses from Amarillo management have been inadequate at best. I've seen on the news many times. There have been, extreme hoarding cases, animal abuse such as that, and they've always turned them over to the rescues. But here in the city, the rescues are not acknowledged. There's no money going toward them, and there's no management. Seated here today, you guys have the opportunity to right the wrongs, to look into the proper management of this department. Please make animal management and welfare about love, compassion, care, and understanding. There is always hope.
Keep going, Ms. Renee.
Okay. Please say the words animal management and welfare to yourself a few times. What do the words mean? Thank you for listening. And I do have photos, but 3 minutes really isn't enough time to discuss all the issues that I've seen and dealt with. So I am wanting to schedule an appointment or have, some kind of correspondence with somebody so I can talk further about that.
Ms. Renee, I know Councilman Simpson sits on that board as our counsel. I'd be happy to sit down with you along with him. And then I would say that we are either just online or coming online with our cameras. So there'll be a body cam on our animal management welfare employees and staff. And so this way, it's going to be different moving forward. I'm hopeful that we can get some traction with this, and then that way we'd be able to see what was the response. Did they go in the backyard? Did they not? What were the conditions?
She stood on the porch. I watched her from the corner. She never left the porch.
So let me invite you to contact us. Email would be great, if you don't mind emailing Les and myself.
Sure. Can I give these?
Yes. Yeah, I'll take them. Thank you.
There's writing on the back.
Okay.
I see them.
Thank you. We'll work on it with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Bree Cagle. Jeff McGonigal. Blanca Schaefer. Brady Wilson. Parker Kirshen. John Barrett.
I'll wait.
Okay. Robin Gantz.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to the council. Thank you, Mayor Stanley. My name is Robin Gantz. I'm a resident of Amarillo, spent much of my life in the Texas Panhandle. I'm a retired Presbyterian minister, and I have served or preached in many of our Panhandle churches. As a pastor, I believe in the sanctity of life. I've also directed multiple camps for youth of all backgrounds. For many years, I was a chaplain at Scottish Rite Children's Hospital, and I cherish, love, and spent much of my life ministering to children and their families. Now, I share this with you not to suggest that I have any expert advice to offer on this situation, but that you might understand a background that has shaped my thoughts about the complicated issues surrounding abortion and how we handle it. I also want you to know that what I say today is just my personal opinion. It does not reflect any organization or faith community. The two concerns that I want to bring about the petition regarding the ordinance of creating Amarillo as a sanctuary for the unborn. My first concern is under definitions, section 861, page 5. There are two things there that I would think that we might want to reconsider the wording on that or the implications. 7A states that providing transportation to or from an abortion provider is conduct that aids and abets elective abortion. And 7B states that giving instructions over the telephone, internet, or other medium of communication regarding abortion aids and abets elective abortion. Either or both of these actions is described as unlawful. My concern regarding the prohibition of anyone to transport a woman involved in having an abortion is that it could deprive her husband or her parents or a close family friend the chance to be with a loved one at a crucially significant time in life. It prevents someone close to the woman to offer basic human kindness, comfort, aid at a terrible time in her life, regardless or not whether you think she is making an immoral choice. But most importantly, it interferes with the freedom of family to be with one another when needed. Then there is the prohibition to engage in any other medium of communication regarding abortion. I have questions about that. Does it mean that anyone, friend, family member, trusted friend, doctor, counselor, is breaking the law if they are trying to go through the process not of giving directions, but of listening to and counseling a human being who is struggling with such a decision? Is that breaking the law for those people? And I ask, if are we totally isolating someone from? Okay. All right. I will just jump down to say that I have concerns about the legal right of people to sue somebody for engaging in this behavior. I think it suggests a vigilante mentality, and it could harm society. It might allow lawsuits for the purpose of financial gain. So I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your hard work on this and the petitioners that worked hard to make it.
Thank you, Ms. Gantz.
Okay, next I've got Steve Austin, who is waiting. Carmen Seberg. James Allen.
Afternoon, James.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for your service. You have a difficult job. Mayor, City Council, I'm bringing to your attention the continual neglect of maintenance of the water infrastructure in the North Heights community. Interim City Manager Hartman recently spoke to an organization in Southeast Amarillo, acknowledging that the city has not performed the necessary maintenance on the infrastructure of the taxpayers in the North Heights community for over 60 years. He was very honest and said that the infrastructure was not in compliance with the EPA standards currently. This has been known. What are you going to do about it? Mr. Hartman has a 10-year infrastructure plan that has existed for at least 20 years because I personally discussed it with him when I was the community development administrator. Previous mayors, councils, and city managers have ignored North Heights citizens and done nothing. Mr. Hartman has a 10-year plan that would address many of these issues. However, he chose not to present it to you in his budget for you to consider for review and possible approval because there is no money for it. Instead, he does set aside $15 million for urgent needs, one of which is a project at Hollywood and the Canyon E-Way. That area was pasture land when the city should have been doing maintenance in North Heights at, by the way, a much reduced price. Mr. Hartman has a strategic plan to wait 2 more years to let the infrastructure deteriorate more in hopes to being forced by the EPA to remediate the infrastructure in hopes to qualify for funding from the federal government. I don't know about you, but I don't think that's a very good strategic plan. Are you prepared to have another Flint, Michigan here in Amarillo, Texas? Why have taxpayers in North Heights and other low to moderate income areas been paying taxes for decades to fund development in other areas in Amarillo but receive no service from the city? I recommend that you deny Mr. Hartman's budget request for funding unless it includes a reasonable allocation for the year 1 10-year plan. If not, I would invite you to council and Mr. Hartman to come to the community meeting in North Heights and explain to the taxpayers why you collect funds for them to subsidize other parts of the city of Amarillo. Thank you very much.
Next on our list is Mandy Moonland. Ryan M. Brooks. Harper Metcalf. Emily Naney. Jack Thurmond. Jana May. Kim Schrader. Claudia Stravato. Jennifer Roberts. Nathan Smith. Jay Hobson. Robin Ross. John Roberts. Martha Sell. Irene Hughes. Tiffany Martin. Lonnie Brooks. Carol Ann Stewart. Kathy Grant. Cassie Mendoza. Mildred Darton. And last on deck after Mildred is Jesse Frimmer. Did you want to wait, Jesse? Okay.
Mildred Darton, Potter County, North Heights resident. Council, Mayor, Amarillo in general. I am saddened by the fact that money has been used to search for what we already have. It's like standing in a bakery with a loaf of bread under each arm, crying for bread. We have someone that knows the city, knows the people, knows the problems, and I'm sure he knows the solution. We're backing up. We're doing the same thing that a previous council did. We have the person we need for the job, but we're spending tax dollars that could easily be used in North Heights to address at least one problem. But we use money to go looking for what is in our hands. I agree wholeheartedly with James Allen. My parents moved to North Heights in 1959. The needle has not moved since I've lived there. I was gone 30 years. I'm back. Surprise, surprise. Needle still has not moved. I've paid taxes in this city longer than some of you all are old. I like paying taxes because it improved the community, but not North Heights. There is a problem. You jumped out of your truck, oh, let's get to work. You got to work, but you're not working on what needs to be worked on. I'm very disappointed. Very. I heard each and every one of you at the forum. You wanted to hear from the people. Well, you're hearing from me. And I think that we could do better. I know that we could. But we've got to get out of what we are in. It's not in money. It's not in your head. It's in your heart. It's in your heart. And all I'm asking is do the right thing, because the right thing is only the right thing to do. I'll be back. That's not a thing.
Brandon Martinez, did you want to speak now or wait? Okay. In that case, Michael Ford.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mayor, Council, I'll be brief today. I'm not going to speak on what these folks, that wouldn't be fair for me to speak on the issues that they're willing to speak on, but I do want to speak about something regarding the charter. I think we're putting the cart before the horse. Mr. City Attorney, I think I'm just short of James Skank in terms of frequent flyers up here on the podium. And starting in 2017, was having conversations with you almost every meeting about following the Open Meetings Act and the public comment period. And lo and behold, we have a new administration, and there it is, exactly as I've been requesting it for the last 7 years, except for the fact that it is the government body. The government shall allow each member of the public to address it's not a grant of the public. It's a right of the public to address their elected officials. So that's the last change I would ask for you to make. In regard to that, the city charter requires that the city attorney render an opinion on every single ordinance that is given to this body for consideration. It says all ordinance, resolutions, and contract documents shall be submitted to the city attorney for his approval prior to the presentation of the city council. City attorney shall either approve or give his written legal objection to the passage of any ordinance submitted to the city council. It's my understanding that's not happened in a very, very long time. This is particularly important. This does not, having a legal opinion from your city attorney does not prevent you from either approving the ordinance as it's presented, from rejecting the ordinance, or passing along to the petition committee for them to conduct an election if they so desire. It only informs you of what the city attorney and what a law enforcement official would see as what's legal, what's not legal. Like, for instance, is it legal for the petition to say in its findings here that the city council finds that, and then the statements that follow, when these are not the city council's findings? Is that legal? Okay. There are other things in here that a city attorney should opine on that he has not done so, and in my mind, the requirements of the charter have not been met. And I think you have every right to issue a point of order and wait until those requirements have been met. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Mayor, that concludes everyone that signed up today.
So that's everyone that went ahead and signed. Do I have anyone?
I didn't get your form, Peggy. Would you like to speak now or later? Okay, I'll make sure you're
Okay.
on the list.
Do I have anyone else here that would like to give public comment before we move on with the meeting? Dr. Habersong, please come forward.
Mayor, City Council members, I have talked to you about informed consent here about 4 months ago, 5 months, in November 23, when there was also a long line of citizens trying to talk. Since then, more and more reports showed up with regard to COVID genetic vaccine shots all over the world causing problems. More so in the United States, as we are one of the most vaccinated countries on the planet. I'm now asking you to request data from the city, county, by-county health department regarding the number of doses given and any side effects since 2021. It is clear now, via the VAERS data collection, that there are more troubles than with any prior vaccine. I recommend that the city fathers halt the COVID vaccine, which is not a vaccine but a genetic vaccine, for at least children below 12 years of age, as these vaccines are still not FDA approved, but emergency use authorized, though the CDC and most medical professionals are still recommending and requiring them, even on the childhood CDC vaccine schedule. The COVID emergency ended politically in April 2024. If the EUA products are used, informed consent is absolutely required. The parent needs to know that this is a non-approved emergency use authorized substance. The Nuremberg Code, created 1947-1948 after the discovery of Nazi atrocities, states specifically about informed consent. Florida has stopped COVID vaccinations. Would you please consider that until we have data that is actually safe for our children? Thank you.
Sir, can you let me know, are you a resident of Amarillo?
For many years.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Roth Habersong, Mr. Hartman, can you get a meeting scheduled with myself and Mrs. Stoughton from Public Health with Dr. Habersong to discuss that? We'll be glad to get you that data, sir. Do I have anyone else here? I saw a hand. Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Alan Feingold, 2601 North Grand Street. I had not planned to address you today, but upon hearing Mr. Allen's eloquent address concerning the deterioration of water and sewer systems in various low-income neighborhoods in Amarillo, and particularly the lack of attention to North Heights, I feel obliged to ask you to have a public hearing on the water and sewer systems in Amarillo that is extensive and is not connected to a business meeting, so that you may have adequate time to consider what will be said at that meeting, including the lack of accountability on your previous 5-year infrastructure plan. There was approximately $8.75 million that was appropriated for the replacement of 2-inch diameter water pipes, and somehow that never got done. I would like to know where that $8.75 million went. There are other more extensive questions and issues involved in the wastewater treatment plants
and in the water distribution system, generally speaking, it would require at least 2 to 2.5 hours to have an adequate hearing on this. I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feingold. Okay, we have another one coming here, Mr. Skank. I understand it's your birthday, sir. Every day your birthday, sir?
Yes. Say it's your birthday.
Where's your guitar?
Mm-hmm. James Skank, City. I appreciate your comment, man. You were spot on. I'm not really wanting to talk about that as much as the AEDCs involved with this infrastructure arrangement out by Kids Inc. Kids Inc. may be I feel like it's a fully supported thing, but when our AEDC is stepping away from their own rules, which involving themselves with a Type B project, that requires them to come back to the citizens and simply get a vote on whether we want to attach all those roads and stuff to that. Something we didn't do with the ballpark. And it was earlier things with the ballpark. We've all been down that road, and we're on the same road again. It's only about $7.5 million less, but it needs to be done right. You need to put it toward a citizen vote. On today's agenda, something I've watched over the years is the continuing change orders that go in on projects that I know I've talked with Jerry and Floyd. When you're actually bidding these projects, you're 10, 15, 20% above what you're going to need. But yet we run into $1.5 million change order at the airport. Okay, somebody needs to pull those off and sort of explain those, why that happened. Why'd you miss it that far? And give us an idea. So, and one other final comment would be in reference to the proposed ordinance that may go to a vote, may not. Other options are available. I could understand. You can't put in things that are unenforceable on citizens. And you might try to think they are. They sound good. I've heard several times, well, it'll at least be a deterrent. No, we don't make that kind of thing, even though, okay, we have a 70-mile-an-hour speed limit. That deters some people. But, I just I'm pro-life, but I'm also pro-freedom. And we can't interfere with individual liberty and freedom, no matter what the issue is, as long as it's not breaking something. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're moving along pretty good. Do I have anyone else here who'd like to speak before we move into the rest of our agenda? Okay, I appreciate you guys waiting until we get into non-consent to go over those other items in that topic. Council, do we have anything that we need to review before we move into our discussion? All good? Okay. Item 7B, we have Michael Kitten here, if you don't mind coming forward. We're going to take a quick update on the AEDC and upcoming projects. Afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about a couple of projects that we hope to bring to you at a later date for consideration. So just real quick, I'll start with Brushwood Acres. We've talked about this before. Briefly, they are occupying the old U.S. hydroponics facility on the corner of Farmers and Tradewind, be east of, I guess, South Washington on Farmers. They're currently growing jalapeno peppers and lettuce and they're looking to expand to strawberries and other kind of peppers in the future. This is a vertical, non-soil farming operation. They are a supplier to Affiliated Foods. Their CapEx for this project is a little over $6 million, with over half of that budget going toward the hoop greenhouses on the east side. I know we had a short discussion about that some time ago, and Paul and I actually went and drove out there last week, and they're already starting on the first set of houses, cleaning all that up, which they've cleaned up a lot of that area already. We will ask at a later date for you to consider a location incentive agreement that is job creation only. No land conveyance, no abatement, just a job creation incentive. The incentive will be $10,000 per job, up to 25 jobs, according to the approved incentive guidelines paid out over 10 years. The payments are only made in arrears and only made on performance, so no performance, no incentive. The Amarillo EDC Board approved this agreement on May the 21st, and just a couple other items I thought I would bring up. They're kind of already making a difference in our community and the surrounding area. They donated lettuce to the wildfire relief efforts that was used in meals for those in need. And they partnered with Amarillo College in an engineering design contest for improved vertical towers. So they're actually going to use some of what comes out of the engineering department of AC to do better at what they do by changing the way their plant holders operate. So.
Any questions on that item, guys?
Okay. The last thing is the high demand job training. Historically, several years we've had success in receiving these funds, and we've helped the 5 area school districts with equipment purchase for teaching trades and industry that falls in the high demand job training definition. We have the opportunity to garner more dollars. Those dollars weren't available in the past, and last time we were in Austin, they were almost pleading with us to continue to apply. There's dollars that go unused, and those dollars could be used up here. It's matching dollars, and they come in $150,000 increments. So historically, we've done 1, and those dollars have gone to the 5 school districts, area school districts. We have the opportunity to go for 3. So the matching part being 450, 150 times 3 would be our matching part, with the rest of the money, the matching dollars, coming from the Workforce Commission. So at a future date, we would come to you to probably ask for the expenditure of up to $450, so we wouldn't come back 3 times asking for the same ask. And so that's the update that we have now for that. But I think June they will let us know when the second pot of money is available. We have all the confidence that we've got the first one, and we will get more information in June when they come out with the monies that are available for the next round.
Questions on that, Council?
No, sir.
Michael, I know that I appreciate you guys doing work on that, and it is nice to have another arm that's down there pulling from the state and some of those other funds. So thank you for resourcing our entire community. That grant would help workforce development that'll help the entire Panhandle. So it's not just here within the city limits. So.
And we'll also bring, with this round, because we didn't have the opportunity before, WT will be a part of this round to help with equipment that they'll use for the high demand job training also.
Really good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the update.
Very much.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay. Next up on the discussion, we have Donnie Hooper here for our bulk waste pilot program update.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good to be here with you today to talk about this program that we've had going on since back in March. Purpose of today's presentation to provide an update for you on the bulk waste pilot program, also provide the data that we have collected in that program, and provide some recommendations as well at the end of this presentation. So if you remember back, our pilot program goals when we initiated it at Council's request was to receive some feedback from our participants and staff, incorporate that feedback to make continual changes in that pilot program as it was ongoing. Also to collect a lot of data, and we wanted to do that in real time as we were going on not only a daily basis, but then in our weekly meetings that we had to make sure that we had the latest data as far as staff time and resources that we've allocated to it, be able to track our program-related costs, track our illegal dumping cases that are in the 3 areas that we piloted as well. And then also sustainment planning for long-term success of the program, so based on that data that we collected to be able to determine what operational status we could have moving forward and the support that we would need later in the budget process to have a successful completion of the program or move forward with that program past the pilot. So with that said, just a little history on it. We launched back on March the 11th. We selected 3 different phases of our pilot program. Phase 1 was the San Jacinto neighborhood. Phase 2 was East Ridge. Phase 3 was North Heights neighborhood area. And the reason that we chose those 3 is because we have neighborhood associations in those groups that are already established. Our communication with them is very good, and generally we can let them know what we're doing and why we're there to avoid any kind of problems moving forward with some citizen groups that they're not used to seeing in those areas cleaning. We had 4 contractors participate in the pilot, a total of about 8 people that we were aware of. Now, they may have had a couple of other people that helped them in the process, but we're aware of the total of 8 there. As far as the internal support for the program, we had our Office of Engagement and Innovation, Public Works, of course, our Solid Waste Department, the Accounting Department, and the City Marshal's Office all played a part in it weekly with the things that we were doing. So I want to show you just some work order examples. These are just some of the things that we saw and our contractors brought back to us in the field. We had weekly communication with them about what they were seeing that was out there. It could be something as simple as the top left corner, which is a mattress and a couch. And you also notice, and we talked about this last meeting, Mr. Tips, about tires, and you noticed in some of these pictures, and a lot of them, there are tires in those, tires and more tires. In fact, we had a gentleman in our office today that was talking about a load of tires that was dumped in his alley. But then you look all the way down to the extreme in the bottom right corner, and don't mean to be this disrespectful to the crowd that's looking on, but it is what we ran into when we were out there. And that is, you see on the bottom right picture, and that is human feces. There's blood. There's things that these people had to deal with that they brought back to us and said, hey, these are hazardous situations that we're involved in here. We had to push through that. There were several other examples of things that we ran into when we were out there. There was a swimming pool that was in an alley that had a bunch of animal feces in it, and they didn't realize that. And as they were pulling that out, it, of course, got all over them. And these are the things that we deal with when we're working in these alleys where people are illegally dumping. So I wanted to show you that just as an example of some of the things that we're running into out there. Here's just a few other examples as well, just some typical alleys and the things that we see out there. Keep in mind that every bit of this is 100% illegal where they're putting these items out in the alleys. So this is our overall pilot map. We targeted these 3 areas. 52.3 miles. We did a total of 632 alleys. It's quite a bit. And when I say an alley, that's a segment between, the 100 block and the 200 block is an alley segment. 1,109 trash piles total, and a cost of about $80,000 is what we spent with those contractors that were out there. That averaged out, and we wanted to take a look at what we were charging per pile on the average, $72.84 per pile. About $127 an alley and $1,544 per mile. And so if you take that, this is 3 small areas of our community, and you multiply that out, that 52 miles, we have over 500 miles worth of alleys. You can see what this would cost us to do this citywide. Now, you're not going to have the same load that you have in some of these areas, but it does have quite a cost associated with that. So just looking at Phase 1 and breaking it down, there was 21 miles in Phase 1. This was in the San Jacinto plan boundary, 322 alleys. We did 448 trash piles. That'll be an important number to remember in a moment, and I'll show you that 448 and what we've regenerated in that alley in those alleys so far. Total cost of $32,000 on that, and that was pretty much in line with the average per mile, $76.40, or per pile rather, and it was a little bit above that in the per mile bulk that was in Phase 1 in San Jacinto. You look at East Ridge in Phase 2, it was a lot less as far as the miles were concerned, just a little over 12 miles, just under 13 miles. There were 90 alleys. Those alleys are twice the length in that neighborhood. So if you look over at the per alley cost of $258, that's why. They're generally about double the size in the East Ridge neighborhood. But again, if you look at the per pile, we're at $74.52, $11.30 per mile there. North Heights in Phase 3, there were 18.4 miles that we cleaned there, 220 alleys, 349 trash piles, and it was the least amount of bulk that we've seen. North Heights has done a really good job. They also have some people that are in those neighborhoods that really are helping us police them, looking out for what's going on there, reporting stuff to us, and we have some partners that we work with in that neighborhood as well that do a pretty good job, and you can see that in the cost per pile and the average per alley. So if you look at the overall numbers of the miles alleys cleaned, you can kind of just see on a graph how many miles each of those neighborhoods had, and then the cost breakdown below. With that East Ridge number being very high, again, that's because of the alley length of those segments that are in that neighborhood. But all in all, if you look across on the orange on the bottom, that's the average per trash pile. Pretty consistent with what we were paying. Now, there's some that were a lot more than that, and there were some that were a lot less than that. This is the average across the whole neighborhood. Indirect costs that we experienced in this, we tracked our office staff time, our field staff time, our equipment costs for our boom trucks. Our boom trucks had to empty out the roll-off containers much more than they were doing before, so there was a cost with that. And also overtime for boom truck operators. They were working all weekend throughout the entire 10 weeks that we were part of this program, even on Sundays, to make sure they were keeping up with that. Also, we had to purchase some signs, as we told council before, that we placed in the alley that said this was illegal dumping site was cleaned up by this pilot program. So that was a cost as well. And then processing the illegally dumped tires, not reflected in that total. We don't really know the total number of that because we have so many coming into the transfer station, it's really hard to put a specific number to that. So the 10-week analysis, the pilot program, contractors we paid out $80,000. The indirect cost was $73,000 for a total of $152,775. If you took that program and you operated that via a city program where we had the same type of program and we would have cleaned the same 3 neighborhoods, the cost of that would have been around $77,000. And that's basically just taking the average cost of what it would take us with our crews to clean those areas. It might remind you, though, that we do not have an alley cleaning program in place right now. We replaced that back in 2018 with the front yard bulk collection program. But that's what it would cost if we had the additional equipment and the personnel in place to maintain it as a citywide program. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment as well. Some of the challenges that we ran into in the pilot program, and this is what it was for. It was to reveal to us what the challenges were so that we could look at the program moving forward. Staff time to create work orders and the field work was just, it took a lot of time to go out and take individual pictures, price each and every pile that was in every one of those alleys, the over 1,000 of those that we did, distribute those, have our review with our contractors every Monday, review the ones that they've already cleaned, and then also give them payment for the ones that payments for the ones they've already cleaned, and then also give them new work orders for what's coming up for the following week. Our roll-off cleanouts of our roll-offs increased by 67%. Other programs such as curbside collection suffered. And one of the things we've been really proud of is we just don't get a lot of complaints about our curbside collection. In the past, probably last 3 weeks this pilot program, those complaints started elevating because we knew that we were lacking in our service there because we were jockeying back and forth with the knuckle boom trucks taking stuff out of the roll-offs versus doing our front yard collections. So we know we got a little bit behind on that. It's also encouraged commercial dumping. We've seen a lot of commercial companies that have started dumping in those roll-offs and filling them up. And we had some of our contractors that were working for us going out there and saying, hey, there are people out here and they're dumping concrete and bricks and everything else and construction materials. What do we tell them? By the time we get out there to try to talk to them, they're already gone. We had one that was actually unloading a trailer full of broken up concrete, which we would have to manually remove from each of those roll-offs. So there's been a lot of abuse of our roll-off program. Unfortunately, because a lot of the citizens that utilize those, it's going to hurt them as it's happening. Consistent pricing, every pile is totally different. There's not a single pile out there that's the same. I mean, you may run into one that has tree limbs and another one that has tree limbs, but it's a different amount or larger diameter or it's harder to clean up, et cetera, et cetera. So getting consistent pricing on every one of those areas is really difficult to do. Safety and security as well. This is something we never even thought of, but we had confrontations that took place. We had groups of people confront the contractors while they were there, tell them they wanted to leave, tell them to leave their stuff alone. This is mine. We had a group of homeless people that actually threatened some of them, ran them off of a site. So, you know, there were little things like that happened that we just were not expecting. Glad it revealed that for us. Also hazardous items that we ran into. There were a lot of those that we ran into while we were out there. The biggest challenge, though, is the fast regeneration. So we knew that we were having regeneration. The pilot has been great for this because we've cleaned areas before, and then we go back 6 months later and we say, okay, well, we got to start thinking of what we're going to do again. We were actually, by tracking every single place and geocoded where we had these trash piles at, we could go back and look at them again and say, okay, what's happened since we cleaned this? Previous cleanup efforts had the same issues, but we just couldn't track it, illegal dumping occurring at the same locations. This pilot program indicated to us that it would be a 100% regeneration within 2 months, and I'll show you the numbers for that in just a second. This is an example. Now, this is a small example. We sent Kristen out last week, so just go find one that you have some photos of and go take some photos of it now. So even though these are small items you see on the left, that's what was there. The middle picture is what we cleaned. There's the sign that's sitting there. The third picture shows a sign that's broken underneath the new things that are laid on top of it. And this is what's happening over and over. Same thing on the bottom. We had some mattresses. We cleaned it up. We had a couch out there as well. Now there's carpet there, and the sign is crushed underneath the carpet. So here's the most revealing part of the pilot to me. This is just in San Jacinto. 98% regeneration in 1 month. We had previously cleaned 448 locations. There's 438, and that was as of 3 weeks ago. When we went and recounted the entire neighborhood. So you can see 98% in less than a month is the reason why we continue to have this problem. It just regenerates over and over again. We also did a count in East Ridge, 68% there. We previously cleaned 312, and there's currently 189. That was a couple of weeks ago. We also know that in East Ridge, the amount of homeowners is very high. We also know that in San Jacinto, the amount of rental properties is very high. So I don't know if that has anything to do with the stats, but we always had figured that there was a piece of this that's tied to rental properties in those neighborhoods. This may kind of solidify that thought. There is an existing ordinance on the books. I know that you probably already read this, but basically it's illegal to deposit, throw, or dispose of any garbage, trash upon any street or alley or any public right-of-way unless you have some kind of approval or approval from the superintendent of solid waste. And that's basically what that ordinance says. It's been in place for many, many years. It's very hard to enforce. We realize that. But I think in part of our plan we're going to come up with, we'll be bringing you some solutions to that. So I want to show you this as well. Our contractor waste and our roll-offs is about 60%. We get concrete, brick, sheetrock, chemicals, now commercial food waste, building materials, complaints from citizens for the unattractiveness of the roll-offs, and the odor issues that are associated with that. So these were taken about 3 weeks ago, where there was an entire load of raw meat. There was ribs and sausage and all kinds of stuff in there. That was the 3 people that worked this incident, we had to send them home. Because they were just not feeling very well when they got done with this. That is not from a residence. It's not what these were for. They're paid for. These roll-offs are paid for by residential customers, and so we know that there's commercial use that's going on and abuse that's going on. So the immediate proposed changes for us, one of those things that we're going to do, we're evaluating right now moving the problematic roll-offs to our brush sites. One of the reasons we want to do that is that we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, if you will. Our brush sites are open on a limited basis right now. We want to create 2 citizens convenience centers, move the roll-offs. There's one at Eastern and there's one at Hastings, and explore the possibility of 2 additional locations during budget time as well, for a total of 4. And this is not a new idea. This is something that we had proposed a couple of years ago as well, but we decided to go with the roll-off containers at the libraries. It worked pretty well for a while, but there's just no policing there. We would also want to create 2 gate attendant positions from unfilled utility worker positions in solid waste. I think we can pull that off. It pays a little bit more than utility worker, which is really hard to fill, where we could have gate attendants at those brush sites and open those sites up 5 days a week for the citizens, not only for them to take brush, but also for them to take their items that they would want to put in the roll-offs as well. Create more opportunity for citizens to utilize the brush sites is a big deal, and that's a complaint that we've heard about the limited hours that we have at those brush locations. And we'd also plan to propose a new citizen requested roll-off program during budget discussions as well. And this would be the original idea that I had a couple of years ago also, was to have enough roll-offs, enough roll-off trucks that citizens could actually request one for 24 hours. You'd bring it to their location in front of their house, and then in 24 hours we'd remove it. We'll bring that to you as well. It's got a cost associated with it, just like everything else does. During the budget discussions that are coming up, we're going to discuss that along with the costs associated with continuing with this same type of program, what it would cost us to not only build this program out citywide, but also the associated technology costs and automation options that would have to go with that. We also will bring an option for costs associated with creating an internal program where we could run that internally like Amarillo used to have in the past. Currently, we don't have an alley cleanup program. This would require additional staff, equipment, and supplies. We also want to bring you an option of costs associated with contracting cleanup services with large solid waste disposal companies as well, and then bring a discussion as well about a program focused on ordinance enforcement, creating revenue for cost recovery on that. And we know that in our pilot group that we had that took place a couple of years ago when we were studying all this, we had about 100 participants participate in a survey. 100% of them said that they were in favor of enforcement. And I think that we've done a really good job. I think I mentioned this to you a couple of meetings ago. We've done a really good job of cleaning up when we need to go clean up, but we've not done a very good job of preventing it from happening again. And we just continue to go through this cycle over and over and over again. So I think it's time to at least have that discussion and see where that lands. But that's really an overview of our pilot program and where we have ended up today. I think the contractors did a great job. I think our staff did a great job, and it did exactly what it was supposed to do, and that's reveal information to us so we can pass it on to you so you can be informed and make good decisions. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Questions, council?
Yeah, I've got one. Donnie, thank you for all the information, sir. Looking back at this, was there any, during the pilot program, as far as any increase in enforcement of our current laws on the books for all this recurring dumping or anything like that?
There were two incidents where we found that there was someone that was actually just throwing bags of garbage over their fence into the alley, and there was quite a large pile of it. In fact, we have photos of that. I probably should have added that to the presentation. We did send the marshal's office out to talk to those people who were suspected of that, and of course the same answer that we normally get is, well, it's not ours. And that's typically what we get. But there was two incidents like that where we actually sent them out to investigate where there was illegal dumping. I mean, in order for us to do it during this pilot, it would have been really counterproductive, I think, for 1,100 and something work orders to go out and try to do something about that with 3 or 4 people.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Donnie, did we get any feedback from residents? Did they appreciate it? Did we get any positive feedback?
We did. We got a lot of positive feedback, not only from the contractors themselves, but we did get some feedback from citizens. And Kristen Wallbach was actually going to be here to present that piece of it. She had a family emergency and was unable to be here today. But she's the one that received all that feedback from the public, and there was a lot of positive, usually it started with a question. Who are these people? Why are they here? We appreciate them, but who are they? Even though we had placards identifying who they were. And then they said, yeah, thank you so much for coming and taking care of this. We also did, I thought the contractors did a great job of making contact with the citizens that came out and asked them questions, told them what they were trying to accomplish, and it was very much appreciated.
Most of the debris that they hauled off, I mean, was that eligible for the curbside haul off? I mean, is that the majority of what they found?
The majority of it is, yes, sir.
And some building material stuff. I mean, I know that we've got some criteria that wouldn't, but is the majority of it, it would be eligible for
I would say 85% of it, yeah.
Okay, so we think maybe there's a lack of education on, I mean, the public just doesn't know that's, just leave it out front instead of out back and make a phone call.
I think that's a big piece of it. We've been pushing that for years, and some people have really caught on, and we can look at the data that we have from our front yard collections. They have continued to elevate over the years, so we have more and more requests coming in each and every year. That means the program is being successful, but getting that message out to the entire community, and especially in areas where we have language barriers, that's proven to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like even signs that says just leave it on the curb. I mean, I know the stickers that you put on the dumpsters are pretty good if people will read them. Like you said, language barrier, but maybe figure out what's dominant in that area.
Yeah, so the signs that we placed in the alley, we would have them remove that, and they would place a sign down that basically explained what the program was and that there is front yard collection available, and I don't know that generated much of a response.
Okay. Well, as far as efficiency goes, and I know I talked about this earlier, can we get the dumpster guys involved? I mean, I know we're looking at safety, but, I mean, I watch those guys. They take a while, to operate the dumpster, which is fine. I mean, there is a matter of time that it takes. But I feel like them taking a picture would, add to the efficiency of this, of not sending a supervisor or anybody else driving down alleys taking pictures. And then, insurance-wise, that's what everybody does now, right? If your truck needs to be fixed, he can send me a picture, and we estimate it. I feel like we could take pictures of the debris and have a pretty good estimate of, especially since we have this data of about the average cost. I know there's different things, and then that way, if there's some feedback from the contractor to come back and say, hey, man, y'all bid this at $75. This is not a $75 job. All right, take a picture and send it to us.
Right.
I just feel like we could utilize the people that are already there. This seems like a redundancy issue of having people up and down that alley that don't need to be there.
Yeah, I agree with you, and as I've mentioned before, we really try to get them to focus on doing their jobs, and that's not hitting the fence, not hitting the gas meter, make sure they don't hit a power line with the dumpsters, so we're really trying to focus on that. But here's what I will answer that with. We are exploring some technologies that we can put on a pickup truck that we can run down an alley, and we can take multiple not only photos, but it's also in a 3D kind of setting where it can also evaluate what those trash piles are based on the amount of yardage that it would have, if you will, or the amount of size of the bulk pile and the density of it. So we're not there yet, but that's a technology that I think that would be very helpful for us. But it's very difficult for me to be comfortable with having the trash truck drivers themselves doing that while they have so much going on. Secondly, their day is already long. Most of the time there's overtime associated with that. And if you look at how many they collect a day, we collect 77,000 accounts. I forget, there's 18,000 dumpsters that we collect twice a week, so 36,000 times of stopping. And I know you're not going to have that many at every dumpster, but you're still going to be stopping a lot. It's going to create a lot of overtime.
Okay. And then one other thing, since we started the pilot program with the neighborhoods that had neighborhood associations, can we not communicate to those guys about what we offer as far as the curbside? I mean,
yes.
That would help. I would think that would help, since they do have the neighborhood associations. Communicate to those guys to say, hey, get this out to everybody. I mean,
That's a great idea. And we have communicated with them, but maybe we should explore that a little further. And we do have a great relationship with them. I know that Emily and her team communicate with them regularly. And again, I already said this, but a language barrier is a little bit difficult in a couple of those neighborhoods. But yeah, it's a great idea, and we'll certainly consider that.
If they just knew that we had it, I feel like this would end. Maybe they just don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions?
Thank you, Donnie. Appreciate the update you gave us. On the dump sites, the roll-off sites, could we not put up cameras and maybe get license tag of people that are doing illegal dumping?
So we've had some success with that, and we've had a lot of non-success with that. And the reason why is because if we there's several reasons, but if we put the camera low enough that we can get tags, we usually see vandalism occur to the camera usually within 48 hours, and it happens a lot. When we get them high enough that is prevented, we've actually had some civil fines that we've issued at places where we could put a camera. Where the roll-offs are concerned, would be a lot easier to do that than it would be in any of the alleys. And that's something we could certainly entertain. It's just getting it at the right angle where you can get those tags. And they'll tell you at municipal court, when we work with them very closely on these, that if you can't for sure 100% read that tag, without a doubt, they won't take the case. And I understand why. It's going to be a civil penalty against the owner of that vehicle, and we do have an ordinance in place for that. The success of that has been, the success of that program was very good at the onset. As the program and people knew about it, they just started moving to where they were going through illegal dumping. So if they knew they were going to get caught there, they just go somewhere there's not a camera and dump it. And we did see that as well, too. We put some in some neighborhoods that were, we had repetitive illegal dumping, and we knew where it was coming from. We just needed to catch them. And as soon as the camera went up the day of, we never saw another illegal dumping happen at that location, but we saw them increase down the street about 4 blocks. So we decided at one point in time that chasing them around with cameras is pretty difficult. But I think, it's worthy of putting in our proposal that we're going to bring to you at budget what that option would be like.
Thank you.
You bet.
Councilman?
A couple of questions. So can you tell, is this more commercial type dumping, do you think, more residential, or can you really tell where the source of most of this is coming from?
We know that we know that in the rental property, high rental property areas, we see a lot of things that are coming. There's a lot of people moving in and out of those houses, and we see household items coming in and out of there. We see the couches and the recliners and things like that that are, and they seem like they reappear in those same locations. There are some commercial areas that we know where we see 300 tires at one location. We pretty much know that that's not residential waste. So now in our roll-offs themselves, we know there's commercial dumping taking place there. But in the alleys, it's really just hard to tell. Someone could be remodeling their home, and doing it themselves, and there's sheetrock and things like that. So, but I would say that the majority of the problems that we see are probably commercially if you include rental properties as commercial, which we do.
And then I think what I hear you saying is based on this pilot program, that if we don't figure out the enforcement mechanism, we have choices of either leaving the trash in the alleys or spending what could literally be millions and millions of dollars a year to be able to do that with no side of it going away if we don't figure out how to come up with some type of enforcement mechanism.
Absolutely. And it would be in the millions if we did that on a yearly basis based on the repeat numbers that we're seeing of this. The problem with it also, if we don't go the enforcement route or at least entertain that, look at this somehow that we could do this, is that you have people that keep their alleys pristine and they keep them clean and they don't ever do that, and they're having to pay for this cleanup. And I don't think that's fair for every citizen in Amarillo, and that's certainly what we're going to be looking after. So, there are some cities now that have gone back to that. I think back in the 70s there was an enforcement model, and then they relaxed that probably in the 90s, and everybody, we can't really pin it on somebody, and we don't want to do that. And this is not just here. This is everywhere. And now there are major cities such as San Antonio and others that are going to an enforcement model that has it's working. So we're looking at those. We've got 3 different cities that I'll be bringing to you during budget, as well as examples of successful cities that have some kind of enforcement mechanism. And I really think, in general, the public wants that. It's just hard if it's behind your house and you didn't put it there for you to either get a fine for that or to be charged for a cleanup as well. It's tough.
Yeah, we appreciate the questions. Do you mind to remind us who owns the alleys?
The citizens are actually responsible for maintaining the alleys to the center line of the alley.
So in the way of the ownership, it goes to your property line, and then you have a maintenance issue to the center of the alleyway.
Correct.
And then you've probably gotten a lot of these same questions. Well, I don't fix the pothole in the alley. Y'all come and do that. So why would you not take care of the weeds, take care of the trash? Because, we're getting into the springtime, summer here, so you're going to have the weed issue next. So as citizens, we don't currently pay anything for weed control in all the alleys and trash cleanup in all the alleys for illegal dumping and maintenance.
There's not a program for that, correct.
Okay. So what we're piloting here is what does it look like if we clean it once and then we try to enforce it? And so I think the big rub could be, well, I didn't put that there and I didn't know. And I think that the I didn't know part comes pretty quick.
Yep.
If we did the pilot program, we noticed the owner, tenant, landlord, whatever, do you think that would change in the enforcement? So if it's behind my house, chain link fence, I can see everything that's going on. Looks like my couch and my mattress, but I said it's not. You hauled it, and then you noticed me that I'm responsible, if illegal dumping goes on in my space still. Do you think that would get you any closer to some citizen accountability where they see us working with them, not against them, and that would help in that enforcement mechanism?
I would think so. I would. One of the models that we were looking at and talking about the other day in one of our meetings is that you almost have to give. It's powerful to give a message when you're going out and give someone a warning about something that they've done. And so maybe there's a model we can look at that says, hey, the first time we're going to come out and we're going to educate you because now we have a specific location to talk about. This is illegal. You can't do this. We're going to go ahead and clean it up this time, but the next time it's on you. If you have someone that's dumping behind your property, give us a call. Let's get law enforcement to look at that. Something that is not just going out and just iron fisting the program, but working with them as well on it to educate them so that we can somehow put an end to it. But I think at some point in time, you've got to do something along those lines.
How many miles of alleys did you say we have again?
Oh, gosh, you're 500 plus.
And so that include the entire city?
I'd have to go back and look at that. I know we have over 1,000 miles of streets. Alan, you behind me? Is 500 right?
No, I think you're pretty close to 500.
Yeah.
You said a number earlier.
Okay.
Let's mark that on the record that he said I was right about something, because that's very rare. Very rare.
I think these are all recorded minutes, so we'll
Okay,
make sure
good.
you get a copy
I
of
will
those.
go replay that later. Yeah. It's a little over 500, including all of them.
So if we average $1,500 a mile, what is that? Is that $750,000? And you wouldn't necessarily have to clean all the alleys. I know there's
That's right.
different parts of town stay pretty clean. So if we cut that in half, in the way in which, if we as a council were willing to make the initial investment to also try to get us over to the enforcement mechanism, what would staff's opinion of that be?
I think our opinion right now, as staff is concerned, is whatever solution is going to work is what we're willing to look for. Like I said, we're willing to bring back, I think we've got about 3 to 4 different options we'd like to build out and actually have some numbers associated with them. Now that we've been able to digest all this data, we should be able to go put some pretty accurate numbers together and also get a snapshot of what else is out there, because we're focused on 3 neighborhoods. It's real easy to concentrate those numbers and multiply them out. But like you said, there's not going to be the same amount in every neighborhood. So we really need to have a better idea, bring you those options, lay those out, and then give you a recommendation as what we think would be the best on that during budget time.
We look forward to those recommendations, and I think you have an interested council. I know I've seen the North Heights area change over the last couple of years, and I think we would love to be able to look at this, like with Mr. Allen's issue on the water lines. Don't have an answer right now, but we want to work on it. We want to work towards that. But then on this trash issue, you know, if we can at least clean it the one time and then put in the enforcement mechanisms, I think that might be the best look moving forward. And then I agree with you on the roll-offs. I don't like hearing that we're going to add 2 positions, but you're transferring those from a different utility.
Yeah,
right?
These would be positions that we already have.
Okay. Well, thank you for the update. I know it's a little disheartening to hear, but I think you got to hear it.
Yeah.
You know, and we all want to live in a nice, clean, well-ran city, and that means we all have to do our own part, and some of that comes along with enforcement. So we appreciate that, Donnie. Thank you for the update today.
Absolutely.
Sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Donnie.
Let the record also show that's the only time Donnie's ever been applauded for giving a meeting. That had nothing to do with Mr. Harder, by the way, Mr. Hooper. So, next item is 7D. We'll hear some updates from some council members. So we're going to start off with CVB and Tom, Councilman Sherlin. If you've got, are you giving that one?
I got Cash in here.
Okay.
So she's the expert.
Welcome, Ms. Cashin.
I had a feeling. I'm going to keep it really short and sweet today because I know y'all have got a lot going on today. This is for our April meeting. We did a pretty thorough financial update. 2 takeaways from that is that our projections, of course, are not coming in as we had thought, yet our staff did budget flat with last year. So we're actually on pace and look like we'll actually come in under budget for the year as far as what we budgeted for. So we're in good shape there. Route 66 sponsorship dollars came in lower than the goal, and this is for the festival, overall festival. And we know some of the things that we do at the finale cannot be covered by hot tax, but what we did get in sponsorships is covering those items, and did a great job with trade services that have made up for quite a few things as well. So we should be on par with budget still with the festival coming up. And then the Film Commission, the Greater Amarillo Film Commission, did a presentation. I won't go into the details there. I will say that Sherman is a very busy man. We've had lots of great projects coming through, and he will either physically be at or have sponsorship and promotion space at 11 film festivals coming up, including South by Southwest and Austin Film Festival. So those come with sales missions a lot of times that he'll be participating in. And then just that we are having a board retreat in July. So we did not have a May meeting. June we'll have our audit, and then we'll be doing a board retreat in July with a lot of good activities that you'll hear about moving forward. Any questions on anything?
Thank you, Cash.
No questions for yourself, Councilman Sherlin? Okay.
Good job.
Great job. Thank you, Cashin. Moving right along, we'll go to item number 2 there, or II, Councilman Kraft.
Yes, sir. Parks and Rec Board summary for our last meeting. Aquatics discussed seasonal hiring, pool management, and engagement strategies. Orford Activity Center had successful events like Go in the Dark Pickleball. Don, I figured you'd like that one. And upcoming events like the Summer Break Camp. Recreation and special events highlighted an overnight camping adventure at Southeast Park. Senior Services reported the well-received day trip to Amarillo Botanical Gardens and upcoming events such as the Older American Celebration featuring Repair Cafe. Athletics Division provided updates on seasonal transitions, reviewing and updating bylaws, and addressing high field usage demand. And golf operations focused on maintenance and the upcoming U.S. Open qualifier at Ross Rogers in June. Tennis operations included updates on tournaments and play camps hosted at the Tennis Center for Kids. Capital projects discussed installation of gates, trail access management, and completed work at Medi Park North Lake and Sam Houston Park. Updates on upcoming projects at John Stiff Memorial Dog Park and Hazel Ridge shelters were provided. Concerns about vandalism in parks are raised with prevention steps like cameras and lighting improvements. Updates from the Amarillo Zoo included the passing of Boots, the 22-year-old male longhorn, and the addition of new calves, as well as staff changes. 24 and 25 budgeting process was shared, highlighted, and we talked about the budget structure and control. Had a July 5th update that outlined music performances, sponsor commitments, and a strongman competition managed by CrossFit 806. Summer Park Guide was reintroduced for the year with physical copies available at various locations. And the East Ridge Master Plan approval was discussed, focused on community involvement for preferred amenities. So that's Park Board.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily directed at you, but the board itself. Was there discussion as to why the pools open the day after Memorial Day and they close on August 3rd?
So
Discuss those?
No, we did not discuss that, but I am working with the citizen on that issue currently with staff. So.
Okay.
All right. Beautification Board, Yellow City Green Thumbs program was successful. We had 61 participants, leading to the upcoming creation of a community garden at the Warford Activity Center, where different types of pumpkins they were planted on May 18th. During Earth Day, Thompson Park cleanup, over 60 individuals participated with assistance from the CERT team in cleaning up the creek. Arbor Day was another success with the planting of 5 bur oak trees at Elwood Park, 2 of which were donated by Emerald Arbological Incorporated, and children from St. Mary's School assisted in planting the trees. Welding art partnership with Amtech has been unsuccessful, and new collaborations for the upcoming fall semester are being explored with schools such as Randall High, Caprock, and Powder High School. Cactus Cove mural was submitted, revisions that have been approved by the Mural Art Subcommittee, and citizens have been speaking up with suggestions to better parks. Involving residents was highlighted as important for fostering community ownership of improvement projects. Coca-Cola Southwest partnered with Keep Texas Beautiful, coordinating a park cleanup event on June 8th. Coca-Cola Southwest has promised $100 will be given to the local affiliate for each employee volunteer. And the board discussed and considered the reimbursement for Rhonda Kimbrough State Farm mural with a unanimous motion to pass. So that's all I've got on those 2 updates.
Any other questions for Councilman Kraft on either one of those? No? Okay. Last item there on the update is LGC. And so I wasn't able to make the last meeting. I had a exec meeting for city manager search, but I know Mr. Freeman was there. He can correct me if I get either of these wrong. But mainly in that meeting, we finalized or executed the lease agreement for the additional parking spaces. Had no issues on any of that discussion-wise. And then we're expecting to close, what date? June, was it 21st?
I believe June 25th at the latest,
June
but hopefully
25th.
sooner.
So we're trying to close that retail space over there, roughly 25,000 square feet that we are selling to the Lano Group, and they will close on that. Then they will they have a condominium regime where they can sell or lease any of those spaces. And so LGC agreed, council agreed. We don't make the best real estate developers as a city. We'd like to see us focusing on other things, and to be able to sell that to private should be a step in the right direction, and let them do what they can with it. So LGC's making pretty good movement on that. That's been a long work in progress. And so I'm interested to report back to you guys July, August, and tell you how good a job they did. So questions for myself, council?
No, sir.
How many parking spaces are they going to get?
How many total? Mr. Freeman can correct me again, was it 90 total?
Yes, sir, 90.
Okay, so 90 total parking spaces, that would be their employee and then also customer spaces. And there would be, how many spaces did we have in that original design? Was there 10 or 12 condominium-style spaces?
Yes, that was the original proposal, but they left it basically in the 3 blocks. They can split it up based on the demand. So
okay.
It'll be determined later.
They seemed like a lot of parking places were.
We negotiated down from about 120.
They originally asked for 120, right? Negotiated it down to 90 spaces.
Yes, sir.
Parking is the biggest issue down there, which this council has helped in relieving some of that paid parking, which has been really good and a step in the right direction again. But then if you don't have adequate parking over there, you're going to have a seller's issue. And then also, how many total spaces? 550?
Yes, sir.
So we have 550, and then I couldn't tell you how many we have committed, but you know, if I was guessing, maybe a couple hundred spaces that, unless there's a Hodgetown game going, we felt comfortable as a council that we were okay to authorize that 90.
Good enough, I just wonder.
Perfect. Any other questions? Okay. Well, do I have any item 7E? Do I have any other future agenda requests from the council? All right, it's 4:30. I'm going to ask you guys to hang in there with me just a little longer. We're going to go ahead and do our consent. We have several items we're going to need to pull off. And so to start, I'm going to ask that we pull off 8J. It's not ready. I received a text message from staff that they still had an issue on the negotiation on the contract. So item 8J we're going to remove. We're going to push that 2 weeks, staff, so that we can bring that back when it is ready. We won't take any action on 8J. But then I do know there's a few other items, so I'll ask council to tell me which other items you'd like to pull.
I'd like to pull Q, R, and U just for further discussion.
Q, R, and U will pull off to discuss. And I believe I had another councilman with another item.
Yes, sir. Item 8P.
So we're going to pull P, Q, R, and U. Do we want to discuss those and then vote for the consent as one? Do we feel the need to vote individually on those items?
My opinion on 8P, I don't think that the correct material is in there I don't feel comfortable voting on that.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and let us direct that we vote the consent. So I'm asking for a motion less those items, and then we'll bring back those items individually. Bring staff up, make sure council is comfortable before we move forward. So I'd ask for a motion to accept the consent as presented, less P, Q, R, and U.
I'll make a motion.
Yes, sir. And J, sorry, item 8J. So I would ask if you would repeat the motion, that way it's clear.
I will make a motion that we accept consent agenda as stated, less J, P, Q, R, and U.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the consent agenda as motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. Let's go ahead and take up item P. Mr. Interim City Manager, if you don't mind taking that one for us.
Yes, on this item, we've had some questions about the supporting documents, and we do recommend that we just put this off for 2 weeks, and we'll bring back the appropriate documentation for that.
So can you tell us, just to make sure the public understands what we're doing there, was this an issue just in the way in which it was evaluated?
No, this was the evaluation sheet that's attached is one individual's, and there's a summary of all the individuals that evaluated that. So we would prefer that you have that to make your decision with rather than the one individual.
So
there were 3 individuals that evaluated it, and you only got one sheet.
Okay, item P did not have all of the supporting documentation in the agenda as given to the public.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
So we recommended to put it off 2 weeks or till the next meeting.
Okay. Hey, Councilman Kraft,
Yes, sir.
Are you good with that, or did you have something else you would want to ask on discussion for this one?
No, sir, that's all. I appreciate it, Floyd.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd ask for a,
Table.
yeah, do you want to, what would you like to see there, Mr. Hartman? You want to
Typically, no action would be what we do on P and just leave it for
just
the
bring
next
it back? Okay, we'll take no action on item 8P unless council has an issue with that. Okay, we will move forward to item Q. Let me see who we may have ready for this one.
Is Jerry in here?
He's in the back.
Okay.
He's
Okay.
making his
Coming up.
way up.
So, yes, Jerry Danforth will update you on that.
Mr. Danforth, thank you for the additional information on item Q.
Sure, be happy to. What we're looking at here, this is funded both from the Capital Project Reserve Fund and from the team as well. So it's a 50-50 split. We have to have an agreement between the team and the city with regards to use of that Capital Reserve Fund, which is actually for improvements on the ballpark. What we're looking at is some additional scope. It's items that needed to be done or would need to be done next year. Because we had the contractor in place and because we had the ability to control pricing, we wanted to take advantage of that currently rather than deal with the inflation of dealing with it in the future year. So the majority of those items fall under that category.
I have a problem.
Yes, sir.
And my problem is how we put a change order on an agenda for $4.9 million. How do you do that? How do you come up at the end of a job and actually say, I need $4.9 million?
Sir, that's not what we're asking for.
Well, what are you asking for?
We're asking for a little over 100,000.
Why does it say 4.9?
That's the next item.
Oh, I'm confused. Well, I'll start on this one, will you? So I'm ready for you on that one, too. So now you got a sneak preview of what's coming. Okay, here we go on this item.
On this one, yes.
What I have a problem on this one is we have a ranking system that we put quotes out on.
Correct.
And let me make sure I'm talking the right
You're
one.
correct, 118,000.
118,000.
Current change order number 2.
Correct.
And why do we have this change order?
It's some additional scope that was identified during construction of some items that we were going to need in the future and items that were additional items that were requested by the team. The original contract is fulfilled per what was originally asked for. This is some additional scope that was asked for by the team after they identified, for instance, I'll give you an example, the padding that is referenced in this change order. That padding is performed by the company that does the netting. Well, the netting was part of the original contract, but we could get the padding changed and updated because that padding is 7 years old. The typical life for that padding is 5 years. Well, we were able to go ahead and get that basically at cost for now instead of looking at the inflated cost for next year and then paying travel time for that contractor to come back out.
I'm having a big problem with change orders.
I agree.
To me, change order is a way for corruption to enter in.
Right.
And to me, when we make a deal, and I built plenty of warehouses, I knew what a warehouse was going to cost when it started. I knew what it was going to end up unless I changed something.
Correct.
How do we miss these things like this? I mean, I understand you're in the process, you see a problem, but I think we're not doing a good enough job in identifying what the job is. And then we just happen to use the same contractor because, quote unquote, he's already there. Now, that doesn't make sense to me. Now, it may to you, or it may to the staff, I don't know. But I think we need to start watching these change orders and not just saying, giving you a green light every time something comes up. I mean, it's just like giving out candy every week, got a change order. And I think we need to stop that. And I guess I'm putting word out to staff that change orders just aren't going to go through anymore. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Do I have anyone else that has a question on this one?
Yeah, I do have one. On the Hodgetown MPEV Capital Improvement Fund, how much funds are left in that account? Do you know?
I believe it's a little over $400,000 is currently left over in there. And if I can address Mr. Sherlin, typically we don't have change orders on our construction projects. They do come in budget. I wished I could use a different term like change of scope, to where somebody asked for something other than what was part of the original design. That's truly what you're looking at in this instance. Because we had the contractor there and we could realize savings, that's the reason we had to do it as a change order, in order to take advantage of those cost savings.
Anything else, Councilman Kraft?
Yeah, and then on this change order, is this to meet MILB standards, or is this just extra on top of extra?
Some of it is part of the MILB standards, but when the additional space was constructed, one of the concrete projects, actually we relocated like the trash compactor that's at Hodgetown. Instead of it being in front of the future City Hall, having a trash compactor there, we moved it over to the other side of the building. Okay. The team agreed to pick up part of that cost. In this scenario is a little bit different because the team's actually putting money into this as well. It's not just the capital reserve project.
Okay. That's all I've got, Mayor.
I got a few for you there, Mr. Danforth.
Yes,
yeah, so give me the list. How many things does this cover other than just the padding?
Excuse me?
What's the scope of the $118,000?
I can open that up and show you. It should have been attached in your packet, but what it entailed was 2 additional concrete pads. It entailed.
And while you're getting there,
Sure.
I'm accustomed to change orders.
Yes, sir.
I understand them. Don't have a problem with paying for a change order that we request.
Correct.
For our benefit. I think the 50-50 split is probably the issue for me. If I have a customer that requests a change order, I usually don't offer to pay for some of it.
Correct.
This is a unique arrangement. And so if you can help me rightly identify the 59,000 of the 118 based on scope.
Okay. We're looking at additional metal for the paneling that's up on the top deck. We took away some of the stucco because we felt that the stucco wouldn't perform as well as the metal paneling would. So we actually received a credit there in that scenario. On the second one would be an additional 3,000 square foot of 6-inch paving for the compactor driveway that I referenced earlier for that relocation. Install some new style light fixtures. The design changed slightly at the leaser's request, where we had pendant fixtures. They weren't going to work in that scenario with the open air design. So that was a deduct and an increase at the same time. We had the add of installing 3 stainless steel single compartment sinks instead of dual compartment sinks. So that additional cost was there. The additional 3,360 square feet of concrete paving on the north side of the storage area, that's for them to stage their equipment and stuff that they were losing. So that was an addition. MLB required a secured area for them to store their products in. We decided that we could do that with a chain link fence instead of building them another area. So that cost was an additional $10,000 versus spending another $30,000 on building onto the structure. We have a credit also for removing deck sealer because the team wants to at a later date come and put a different kind of flooring in there. That will come at their cost. The pads that we talked about earlier, that was included in this change order. It covers the labor and the materials installed. The additional change order would have been for MLB requires that the team has a humidifier. So we had the humidifier that came out of the basement, had to come upstairs. It was originally going to be installed in the team's grounds department, but we were able to put it in the existing structure that we just built, so it was an additional plumbing price there. So that's what you're looking at on that change order. Some additional synthetic stucco to cover up some of the conduits and stuff in between the two new structures, and then the rest of it would have just been the bonds and insurance on the increased costs.
Okay, so thank you for doing that. Just going down through this real quick, metal panels in lieu of stucco resulted in a credit.
A credit of around, I think, $2,000, that's correct.
$2K. Flat work, 3,000 square feet, and 3,600 square feet additional flat work.
Correct.
That'd be their request, right? Not a Major League Baseball request?
That was both their request and ours. Like I said, we asked them to relocate that dumpster that currently faces Johnson Street and move it over to the side of the building so we wouldn't have a dumpster location right in front of City Hall.
Oh, okay. All right. Lights, their request or ours?
That's more of a design issue because they went to a more open air and didn't do a drop ceiling there. Then that light became like I said, we couldn't hang the pendant lights that were originally designed.
So did we net monies with not doing the acoustic ceiling?
No. That was part of that metal panel price that we didn't do.
Okay. Couple stainless steel sinks, and then the storage fence you spent $10K on, but you saved some money and you
right.
accommodated. I think what I would request, not to get into the weeds any more than we have on this $118,000, but I have a council member who's saying no more change orders.
Correct.
I live in a world where, man, I don't get to say that on my job site. I don't know that it's fair for me to say that to you. I think what I would like, instead of no more change orders, I think what I would like is to be able to see tell us the oversight of the project management, show us the areas where, hey, they asked for this, they asked for this. We went back to the architect, we went back to the engineer, we held the contractor responsible for this one, we did this for this one. I think on this side of the dais, it just feels like the checkbook's open and the contracts are just running pretty fast. And so that may not be the way it is in the field. And we don't want to project that on you.
Correct.
Because you may be doing a phenomenal job in controlling the project. We don't get to see that. And so the more you show us that on our side, I think the more comfortable we'll get. My council member to my other right over here, he understands the relational aspect of business and getting along with your contractor. And we want to. We want to be a good customer. We're a little blind in what's going on, and we do have change orders that keep coming. So I understand where we're at here. I don't know how the vote will go, but I think I'm asking for a little bit more of the education as you're bringing a change order that would show, hey, this is where we've gone back, and subcontractor missed it, and that's the way it is in commercial construction.
Well, and I do want to reiterate, and like I said to Councilman Sherlin, really his attitude is the same attitude I have as we go through these jobs. And I think over the last year, you've seen very few change orders come from the construction side on these projects. Generally, when we're looking at it, we're looking at a change of scope, something that was unforeseen, that we didn't expect it to be there during. You know, if we're building downtown, that's, for lack of a better phrase, it's a terrible place to build, because once you put a shovel in the ground, you never know what you're going to find, because typically people just put it in a ditch and bury it. Then we have to deal with it. Those are the kinds of change orders that we expect to see, but I'm with you, Mr. Sherlin. I hate to see change orders too, and generally a contractor will get the same reaction from me that you just gave to me. So when we come forward with something like this, you can expect to see a breakdown, and if you'll look through your package, you'll see the breakdown and the cost for each of those items so that you understand fully what we're bringing in front of you.
Yeah, I don't know if we have that.
We don't have that. That's what we're going to ask. If you could provide that, it's not any extra effort. On the future change orders, that would be super helpful.
I'm not here asking you questions I already know the answer to just to get it out in public.
Right.
Like I don't know.
Right.
And so I think that the one thing, and then I'll let Councilman Sherlin speak. The one thing that I definitely agree with you I do see a larger amount of change orders in the volume, but then also in the dollar cost on design. And I think that's the bigger issue is why didn't we know we were going to need to do that?
Right.
You know, why did we scope it to half and end up doing, you know, the full? So please don't misinterpret the pushback you're getting here today from one contractor to the next. I think you appreciate some of this is just the way this business gets done. But we do need this data, and it'll help us as we move forward.
Yeah, and I apologize. I assumed it was in the packet, but I'll work with purchasing to make sure you guys see that before my stuff comes in front
Well,
of you.
that's the biggest thing is when I just see an ask, but no explanation, I'm going to ask.
Well, and I expect that.
So thank you.
All right.
Appreciate that.
You got it.
But this work has already been done, correct?
The majority of it has been completed. We brought it in because of the timeline that we had on that project.
Okay. But it said here on the budget summary, or on the item, that this was budgeted. But this was not in the original budget, correct?
No, it's the way that we look at it, it is budgeted because of our lease agreement with the team, we do have to work with them to make those improvements that are required. In the budget, the capital project budget that we have with the team, part of the lease payment that they make goes into capital improvements. So it is budgeted in there. We do know that it is coming. We just expedited it at this time. Does that make sense?
It does. So it wasn't originally in the budget that we thought when the council approved the 4.6, correct?
Correct. That is correct. That's a very correct statement. When we looked at it.
I think, to me, I just didn't see it said it's in the budget, but I'm like, well, I don't remember talking about it, and we're adding it to this. So, I mean, maybe it was going to be in the budget for next year, but it wasn't in the budget for this year.
Yeah, and that's why I would like to use the frame additional scope when we have this, because this is something that the leasee has the right to ask for, and we would have to do or work with them on that. So in this scenario, this is a very unique scenario in this case, where when the team comes to us, they have the right to ask us for that. They do know that we have, as Councilman Kraft asked, how much money do we have in that capital project? It can only be used for the ball field. So that money is allocated for this use. It's the only place we can use it. When we're working with the team on a project like this, and like I'm saying on the pads and the netting, a lot of that, they knew it had to happen. MLB docked them for it. They knew it was going to have to happen within the next 2 years. The advantage was we had the contractor on site. Granted, it was a subcontractor, but we could utilize them, get that cost savings, not pay for inflation, or pay for travel time for them to come back out and do the job again next year.
And just to clarify, so the funding source is 50% from Elmore and 50% from the MPEV Capital Improvement Fund, and the money on the Hodgetown Capital Improvement Fund comes from
that set aside money.
It's what they are paying.
That's right.
The Elmore Group pays us annually to rent that, and we set that aside of money for
Yes.
improvement. And I guess, as I remember, to do those, we had to issue debt against that money to pay for these. But it is money, like you say, that would be it can't be used for anything else. It's got to be used for these projects.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further for Mr. Danforth? Okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
Almost hate to ask.
Is there?
Do I have anyone that would? Do I have any further discussion on this from council?
I would just like to. I think I've got my questions answered, but I wouldn't mind seeing the detail of it. Apparently, it's already been spent at this point, but
May not be under a
some
time
clarity,
constraint.
so I can say, okay, I'm knowing what I'm voting for because we didn't have the detail of this. If we could get a copy of it and maybe advance this 2 more weeks.
You good to push this?
There's not a problem with that. Anything the council needs information-wise, we can bring that forward, and that timing is fine.
Mr. Hartman, we'd ask we take no action on item 8Q, and you bring that back in the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Moving along, let's go on to item 8R. Do we have, would this be Kyle, maybe Mr. Sneederjohn? No? This is drainage?
This is a capital project, but I'm going to let Donnie give the details, but
Okay.
I'd be glad to step to the podium and answer Mr. Sherlin's question after Donnie gives the details.
Okay. Mr. Hooper?
And he's bringing me up here by surprise to give the details because Jerry's actually going to be the one to come back up here and talk about this project. I will tell you the initial, what started out. This is a project that was already funded over in drainage utility that we were working on through CP&DE. We saw an advantage of taking advantage of the CMR project that was already in place. The contract is already in place for City Hall to save money on this project. So, and I can let him and Alan explain the details of that. I do want to add one little piece of detail since I've got a microphone in front of me. The things that you see as change orders, sometimes you don't, it's the stuff that you don't see that are change orders, that are proposed change orders that are big. I watched Jerry just about 3 weeks ago. Someone had a proposed change order for about $77,000, and I watched him vigorously argue that down to almost nothing in about a 3-week time period. So he is very conscious of our dollars and how we're spending them. So, Jerry, Alan, y'all coming back up?
Before they get here, do you mind to educate the council and the community on, was this funded in 21, and is this money that was sitting, somewhat in reserve that's being waited or has been, we're waiting to spend? So I think the issue that council may have is, are we paying for this now, or was this already awarded? We just haven't implemented.
No, and that's not the case, and I'll let you go ahead with your explanation of that.
Okay, Mr. Sherlin, I'm ready for you. What this is, the City Hall project was going on, and we have the ability to up to 25% of a contract to do a change order and bring it before you. With what Mr. Hartman brought to me about a year ago, he said, I've got this CP&D, this bond project, to deal with the drainage between 3rd and 10th Street. As you know, we flood those streets. And he said, with your City Hall project, have you got room within that? The City Hall project is on budget. It's on time. You haven't seen a change order on it, and I don't anticipate you seeing a change order on that one. But we have the ability under a CMAR contract, construction manager at risk, to work with that contractor and get negotiated pricing on the front side. Instead of just putting this project out to bid, this allows me to get multiple bids on this and then control that pricing and negotiate that pricing before we come to you with this and it's called, because of Texas law, a change order. But it's not a change order, it's a change of scope. Our contractor has the ability to go in there and do that drainage project and get us all the way down to 3rd Street, increase the reservoir capacity underneath the street, change the drainage from 4th Street drains all the way back to 10th Street. If we implement this, it would go from 7th Street to 10th Street and from 7th Street to 3rd Street, mitigating some of that flooding that's taken place. That's why that bond project was put out. Because of the current workload and what we're capable of, I can do the project a little quicker this way and get this bond dealt with. And I can give you more details on that, but that's basically what it's amounting to. Is we're dealing with the drainage and the flooding issue as best we can off that $5 million bond and attaching it to the City Hall contract.
So,
yes.
Does this actually have to do with the City Hall project?
No, sir, it does not.
So this is completely separate and independent?
Correct.
Yes, sir. What I wanted, if you don't mind, what I wanted to mention, the alternative to the way that it's being proposed now, and we've discussed doing it, where it's being added to the scope for the City Hall contract, would have been that CP&DE works with their engineer to complete the design. They bid that publicly. That would be going on right now. That would be advertised for bid instead of being here in front of you to consider it for award. What that would mean, construction likely not starting until end of this year, maybe even early next year. So effectively you'd have a City Hall project, which I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would potentially be ribbon cutting later this year. And then within a few months, contractors coming through and tearing out the road right next to that to go in and install storm sewer and start running that north. So we saw a way to get it done faster, as he mentioned with the CMAR process, control the pricing a little better, and then also just make the timing work out right, where both projects are happening together at the same time. It's not finish one, yay, it's open, oh, but now the street's closed and access to this nice new facility is blocked off.
Okay.
So they did get your wording right. Additional scope.
There we go.
Doesn't say change order.
We fought for that one on this one.
So if we're identifying this as additional scope, can you confirm once again that this is being paid for out of the drainage utility fund, and that was worked into the rate 3 years ago when you proposed it?
I cannot confirm when it was worked into the rate, but I can confirm that it's not associated with the City Hall project. It is a drainage project paid for by drainage utility funds.
Alan,
Do you know?
I can weigh in on that. We issued debt in 2023, so just this past year, so it would have gone into the rates effective October 1st, 2022. So yes, it's already currently being paid for.
I do have a
Thank
question,
you.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So what current budgeted project that we have slated is going to get pushed due to if we approve this?
So when we initially proposed this to you, it was a two-phase project. Phase one was going to go from 7th Street all the way to the north side of 3rd, and then phase two would go from 3rd to around 2nd and Lincoln. We were proposing to do that with existing CIP funds, that second phase. What we realized when we started getting questions back and in talking with Mr. Hartman, Mr. Hooper, phase two is not necessary to complete this project to a point where we see the reduction of stormwater at 10th Avenue, at 3rd Avenue, to get out from directly in front of City Hall. And so we're proposing to only award phase one right now, and so no existing funded project is going to get pushed or reprioritized as a result of what we're proposing today.
Okay, but we're using bond proceeds that we approved in the budget, correct?
Yes, for this project.
But they were prior year bond proceeds.
Previous bond proceeds.
Yes, that's correct. And there's about $5.3 million sitting available in that bond, so more than enough funds to cover this.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman
So
Sherman?
we're already charging the citizens for this project, I guess? Is
Yes,
that where we're coming
yes,
up
that
to?
is correct.
And
Because
they've been paying for this for how long?
so it started October 1st of 2022 because we issued the debt a little bit later that year.
Okay, so the citizens have been paying for this since 2022, and we're just now getting around to it. These are some of the things that I think when we get into budgetary time, and I'll throw this your way as well, that as we get into budget, I think when we're doing a project, I think the citizens have a right to know when the project's going to start, when it's going to end. I mean, what we're doing, I mean, it's like this 2016 street thing. We're still trying to spend money today, 7 years after the fact. And it really bothers me that when we go to the citizens to vote on a bond issue, they don't get anything, they don't see any difference because the response time is too slow. So I don't know how we fix it, but I think we need to fix it that the citizens know, okay, I'm going to start charging a tax in 2022, and we're going to start this thing 3 months from the day we start charging a tax. I just don't like charging somebody 2 years down the road and then coming in and say, well, we're going to start this project, and you're asking us to approve it, which has already actually been approved because we're paying for it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm through with my rant.
Okay, so, well, before I make one remark, any other questions, council?
Are y'all going to propose phase two to us at some point?
We'll reevaluate phase two. I think there is a longer project that will to fully improve downtown drainage that will require phase two, and beyond that as well. I think we're going to evaluate that with other requests that we have for drainage utility projects this year as to when that will come to you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, my last remark would just be that I hear exactly what Councilman Sherlin is saying. I totally agree with him in the streets and the issues there. This one is not necessarily the same, but it could have progressed. And so I appreciate that staff is going to put those controllers and those processes in place so that we can watch that job progress and that we'll start putting that up in the public and the public will start seeing that. And so you can't always give a let time of, hey, construction will start in July, but you're going to see it sitting up on the board. And so as those things roll down the ticket, the citizens will be able to hold us accountable. And I think that that's the best way forward. So, staff, thank you for hearing us and moving in that direction. Yes. Thank you. Anything further before Mr. Danforth gets out in front of the firing squad? Okay. Thank you, sir. This one I would ask for a motion on.
I'll make a motion that we accept it as stated, 8R on the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Last one here, and then we will move for a recess. Item U, let me get there. This is Mr. Sneeder-John.
Yes, sir. Kyle Sneeder-John, Director of Engineering, and I appreciate the conversation there. A lot of that gets directed at me, and so I'm thankful for teammates who might have to stand guard for a little bit, but thankful for them and heard loud and clear. Understand. Thank you. So this item is a professional services agreement that we're moving forward with both revenue from the department, both cash revenue from the department, as well as the recent bond issuances. The most recent bond issuance, revenue bond issuances for the drainage utility. This particular project is a drainage channel on the east side of town, southeast side of town, 34th and Grand area. Ms. Sherlin may remember we pointed at this channel pretty extensively through our PDP process over a few years ago, where we talked about creating ourselves our own problems sometimes with our development rules and regulations. And so this is one of those projects that's been hanging out there as an example of what not to do for quite some time. And we're getting it addressed now with this project. This would be an award for professional services design through KSA Engineering, approximately $89,000 contract. Their contract does stop short of full design and construction phase services, so maybe not a change order, but what we will be bringing you is an amendment to their contract. What we've tasked them to do here with these dollars is to provide us options, to provide us design options, construction options that can address the adjacent neighborhood, the stakeholders who are involved, possibly even identifying land acquisition, and Andrew, like that PDP presentation would be great too if you were pulling it up on. Okay, good, that's fine. That's the channel we're talking about there on the corner of 34th and Grand that we're going to be addressing. Any questions?
My biggest concern on this, I agree with the project.
Yes, sir.
Wholeheartedly. But we have a metrics here of choosing bids, and the company y'all chose came in number 2. And I wondered why staff went with number 2 instead of number 1.
Mr. Sherlin, you got me at a loss. And that number 2 item was included in your packet, your agenda packet, your scoring criteria? That was RFQ 23.
If you look at those numbers.
Yeah.
Let us confirm.
Yeah. Kyle, they're number 1.
Typically, that's not the case. We go through what we normally do is we have a pre-qualified list of engineers.
87 points.
Well, I'm going to let y'all.
KSA? Yeah, KSA, 87 points.
287.
287. How many points are you showing on yours? Or are we looking at the same document?
I'm showing they had 285 and the other company had 287.
KSA is the 287. I don't think we have an issue, Kyle.
No problem.
Are you looking at KSA 287?
KSA is one company we chose, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. All right.
Yep. Yep. No problem.
See,
No
I
problem at all.
cause heartache for no problem.
That's okay.
I'd
That's
rather
okay.
ask than not
That's right.
be told no.
Loud and clear. If you don't understand anything, we want to provide you those answers. Yes, sir.
I'm just keeping the mayor on his toes, so we're good. Any other questions for Mr. Sneederjohn on this item?
No, sir.
Anything further? Would ask for a motion on this one. Thank you.
I move to award a contract in the amount of $89,000 to KSA Engineering Incorporated.
Now, second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. It is 5:10 or so. Let's take a 15-minute recess. When we come back, we have just a little bit of city business. and your willingness to keep us moving efficiently. We still have a lot of work ahead of us here, so give everyone just a few more seconds to find your seat, please. All right, 5:32, we're going to go ahead and call ourselves back to order here, back in session. We are going to move forward now to our non-consent items. Item 9A is a public hearing. We have Mr. Balzan coming forward to read this one to us. Afternoon, Cody.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. This item is a public hearing and first reading of an ordinance 8135. There it goes. This is for a rezoning of Lot 6, Block 135, Plymouth Addition in Potter County, Texas, to change from Multifamily District 2 to Central Business District. And this is in the vicinity of South Jackson Street at Southwest 11th Avenue. And the applicant is First Presbyterian Church of Amarillo. The purpose of this is the applicant wishes to develop the property with a facility for its custodial staff to store lawnmowers, vans and equipment, and also provide the staff an office and training rooms. That's not typically allowed in multifamily 2, hence the request for zoning change. So the adjacent zoning consists of multifamily 2, consists of Central Business District to the east there. And as you will notice as well, very close there to the north is our light commercial district. This is a map of the vicinity there. We have office-related uses to the north and the east. We have an apartment complex to the south and a church to the west. All right, doing the analysis on this, the request actually will conform with the future land use map of urban, which is identified for this lot. It is noted that this is not a typical development of a neighborhood unit concept, but it is noted that this area really hasn't developed in that manner. Planning and Zoning Commission was of the opinion that the request would conform with the area zoning and development patterns. Multiple sites in the vicinity here actually are observing development standards that would be consistent with Central Business District, such as increased lot coverage and reduced setbacks. The property is within the downtown Amarillo urban design standards boundary, which promotes more of an urban-oriented feel. That's where we get our sidewalk standards and our tree standards downtown. The remainder of the block that the applicant's tract is on is developed with 3 offices and vacant land. The only other portion of multifamily 2 tract on the block is actually developed with an office establishment, which is likely grandfathered there. Notices were sent as required. We have not received any comments either way in favor or opposition to this. And Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this with a 7-0 vote.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Balzan?
No, sir.
Nothing? Okay, with that, we are going to open a public hearing. Do I have anyone here today that would like to speak for or against this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and request a motion.
Mr. Mayor, before we do the motion, I'd like to let you know I'm a member of First Presbyterian Church, so I'll be abstaining from the vote.
Okay. So I appreciate that on potential conflict.
I'll make a motion. We accept ordinance 8135 as stated.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. With no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes with a 4-0 vote, Ms. City Secretary. Item 9B, is that you as well, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Item 9B is a public hearing and first reading of an ordinance 8136, which is amending the City of Amarillo zoning code, Chapter 410, pursuant to 41084, 410-211-4, to change the land use category, art, gallery, or museums, and the schedule of uses and definitions of 410-82 and 83, and to change the parking space schedule under vehicle parking regulations for inn, library, and museum under 410-211-2. Now, that was kind of a mouthful there, but I'll explain a little bit more on what this is. So, The purpose of this, staff was requested to determine the standards for an outdoor art installation use that wasn't associated with the facility. Whenever we get these, we try to identify what kind of classification we already have, definition that they fit into. Whenever we were doing the analysis on this, it was found that it didn't actually fit into any one of our definitions. And so when this occurs, 410.84 and 410.211.4 gives us a process in determining the land use definition, the appropriate zoning districts for which the use would be allowed, and the associated parking requirements for such a use. Now, the project that was brought to us that brought this up was the Bug Ranch. This is an image of the Bug Ranch. This is just kind of a reference for y'all. This isn't approval of that project or anything. This is just an instance what project came forward that we weren't able to classify and what we had. So staff trying to address this in the least intrusive kind of changes to the code and trying to be developer friendly as well. Our recommendation is to split art gallery and museum into an indoor and an outdoor category. Outdoor definition to include sculpture gardens and plazas open to the general public. The parking requirements would be to modify the museum parking, which is typically 10 spaces plus 1 space for every 300 square foot, to be reduced to taking away the 10 plus and just doing a 1 space for every 350 square foot of pedestrian circulation and display areas. We did post this public hearing as required. All the comments that we received at the Planning and Zoning Commission were in favor. And Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this ordinance with a 6-1 vote. I will note that the one expressed opposition to this was because they believed that reducing the parking, that the parking actually should have stayed up higher at a 1 to 300 ratio instead of 1 to 350.
Was that individual comfortable with the on-street parking and then all the additional overflow parking that's around that area?
Yes, sir. The individual just stated that he thinks that most of the time what he sees is a lack of parking instead of excess parking in certain instances like this.
Okay. Council questions for Mr. Balzan? No? Okay. I would like to go ahead and open a public hearing at this time. Do I have anyone that would like to speak for or against this item? I see somebody standing up. Were you coming forward?
I signed up for public comment online for this item.
For this item? Come on down, sir, if you give us your name and address, please.
Good evening, Council. Brady Wilson. I'm not a resident of Potter County. I'm a WT college student, and I moved to Amarillo from Huntsville, Texas, about 9 hours away from here. I love the Texas Panhandle values and all it offers, and I plan to stay here as long as I can. So I'm currently the treasurer of the newly found Bug Ranch Association. I rise today along with association board members, colleagues, and friends from towns along historic Route 66 to discuss the cherished landmark, the Bug Ranch. The Bug Ranch was formerly located in Conway, Texas, just outside on the east side of Amarillo, off Interstate I-40. The Crutchfield family opened it in 2000 as a parody of Cadillac Ranch with 5 Volkswagen Beetles buried nose down. And for 2 decades, the Bug Ranch was an icon for Texas Route 66 and I-40. In 2023, the owner was misled about the condition of the Bug Ranch, leading to the removal and near destruction of the Volkswagens. Seeking to save this beloved attraction, the owner turned to the old Route 66 Association of Texas for help. We took action. We formed a tremendous partnership with Mr. Bobby Lee, owner of the Big Texan Steak Ranch, and the Convention and Visitors Bureau here in Amarillo, and we've worked tirelessly to rescue the Bug Ranch. We are rehoming it right here in our great city at 1415 Sunrise Drive, next to Starlight Ranch Event Center. We rescued the 5 original VW Bugs that were at the original location, and we're enhancing the attraction by adding 10 more Volkswagen Bugs, some limos in the ground, and agricultural landscape around the attraction. We're also going to be having paved sidewalks and lights at night for nighttime visitors. Best of all, this attraction will be ADA compliant, and so we can ensure it will be enjoyed by everyone that attends. This rescued landmark will offer more than just a photo opportunity. The Bug Ranch embodies the creative spirit for all of our community to showcase. Amarillo's importance is one with the art style. There's a lot of art creativity in this city. The new Bug Ranch will play a vital role in our tourism industry, attracting visitors internationally who will spend their money at local businesses, hotels, restaurants, and gas stations. We are committed to improving tourism here in this great city, and we encourage more visitors to come, stop, and stay longer than just an hour's visit in our town. So I ask you today, please join us in making history here in our city by approving agenda items 9B as well as 9E later on down the agenda line, and help us preserve a beloved landmark, also improving the economic development in Amarillo. Thank you for your time. I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you did a fantastic job on your presentation. That's not the easiest thing to do. I would say that Mr. Bobby Lee himself could not have given a better presentation. So, do I have anyone else here that would like to speak? Yes, please come forward.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor Stanley. My name is Blanca Schaefer, and I'm a resident here in Amarillo, East Side mostly, all my life, which is 52 years old. Today, I am speaking on behalf of my husband, Blair Schaefer, Potter County Commissioner, Precinct 2. He sent me a letter to share with y'all. Blair Schaefer, Potter County Commissioner, Precinct 2, Tiers 2 voting member. Good afternoon. I am Blair Schaefer, Potter County Commissioner for Precinct 2 and a voting member of the Tiers 2 Board. Though I am unable to attend the meeting in person, I wanted to express my full support for the East Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 2 developer agreement with Big Texan Steak Ranch, Galaxy Catering, Inc. for the Route 66 Bug Ranch project. This outdoor art exhibit at its proposed location will attract tourists from around the world, significantly boosting tourism funds for Amarillo. Currently, tourism brings in over $1 billion annually to our city, and this project will undoubtedly add to this revenue stream. It will offer visitors yet another compelling reason to spend more time in our wonderful city. This project will not only enhance the aesthetic appeal of Potter County Precinct 2, but will also feature nice sidewalks that are handicap accessible, ensuring that all is welcome, that it is all welcoming to all. With the 100th anniversary of Route 66 approaching in 2026, this is the perfect time for the Bug Ranch exhibit to be established. It is poised to become a notable destination for Route 66 enthusiasts, further solidifying Amarillo's place on the map of the historic route. As a voting member of the Tiers 2 Board, I am particularly excited about the revenue potential this project brings to our area. The Tiers 2 Board members unanimously voted to approve the $90,000 grant, and I believe this investment will yield substantial returns to our community. Thank you. Blair Schaefer, Potter County Commissioner, Precinct 2.
Mrs. Schaefer, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Do I have anyone else here who would like to speak for or against this? Mr. Dawson, please come forward.
I want to apologize to begin with. My remarks are going to be a lot more boring than the last couple speakers. I'm here to speak in favor of this item. I was the member of the Planning and Zoning Board who made the motion to approve this with the noted change of the original draft that staff presented us was the 300 square feet. I was one who said 350 square feet in my motion, and to kind of walk through a little bit, and Mr. Balzan did an excellent job, but to kind of further walk through my thought process and kind of how we as board arrived at that. So it kind of comes down to two components. The 10 minimum number of spaces, the thinking behind getting rid of that, and this was directly from staff's original proposal, is typically whenever you have ones where there is staff, those 10 spaces that are minimum are basically the staff's parking spaces. In the kinds of uses as would be under this ordinance, there's no staff at these locations, so you don't need those 10 spaces for the staff. As far as the 350 square feet, as we got to the discussion on that on the board, there were several members of the board, including myself, who kind of in line with what this council passed several months ago in reducing parking requirements for redevelopment areas. We saw that this is an area where government sometimes does overregulate. Quite personally, I'm kind of more in line with a comment that Don Tipps made during those discussions, and it's like, why do we even have parking regulations? I think personally the free market should be doing that. But in that discussion, there was some talk of 400 square feet to reduce it to that. And there was one member of the board who expressed that we shouldn't do that. So I, hoping to make a compromise, made the motion with 350 square feet. Unfortunately, didn't get unanimous support, but I do think it is right balance there to have, considering there are people who are more in line with myself who think we overregulate, and some who feel that we don't regulate enough. So I want to give that context how we arrived at 350 number. And again, I'm sorry that this discussion is probably a lot less exciting than those previous couple speakers.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Do I have anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Seeing no one further, we will close the public hearing. Would request a motion from council.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on, I need to recluse myself. I've been working with Mr. Lee on this project.
Okay, so we will have you abstaining, or?
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance 8136 as presented.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes with a 4-0 vote. Okay, next item's 9C. I believe we have Ms. Barrera. Are you gonna present this one for the library board, or is it Mrs. Coggins? Okay, we'll start with City Secretary here, walking us down this one. See if we can find somebody to fill a vacancy.
Snuck up on me. Where did this
You're-
item? We're moving.
You're good.
Library Advisory Board, this is something y'all considered 2 weeks ago. We, at your recommendation, reopened applications. And on the screen before you, you have a list of 21 applicants for the Library Board. After reviewing these applications, staff still recommends Courtney White based on her history with the Library Board and knowledge of it. And I'll let Amanda share anything else that she may, or answer questions if you have. So this will be to fill a vacancy that will serve through December of 2025.
Any questions for Mrs. Coggins before?
The only question I have, Mayor, is how many new applications did we get after it was posted? Do you know?
We had, I believe, 9 before, so we would have received 11 new ones, 12 new ones. My math is bad.
That's all right. Mine too.
Okay.
That's all I've got.
Nothing further? Any other questions? Mrs. Barrera, if you have something to add, great. If not, we won't drag you all the way down here. Okay. Council, you have the option to make a nomination or to accept recommendation from staff.
I would nominate Robert Urban. Reading his application and his length of experience on there, I think he'd be a good fit.
Okay. So we have Robert Urban nominated by Councilman Kraft. Any others? Councilman Tips,
think-
anything? One sec. Councilman
I'd recommend Jamie Haynes.
Jamie Haynes? On all of these, Mrs. Coggins, everybody here all filled out the application, went through the process, all qualified for any criteria that they needed to have?
Yes, we had one that we removed because they were a city employee, and so
Okay.
there's a conflict of interest for city employees to serve on these boards.
Okay. Sorry, Councilman Sherlin, you're up.
I would recommend Courtney White.
Courtney White. Anything from you, Councilman Simpson?
I don't have anyone new to recommend.
Okay. I don't have a recommendation either. So we will see if anybody would like to make a motion. Now's your time.
I move to appoint Robert S. Urban to the library board.
Do we hear a second? Don't have any other motions.
You guys are bad.
I made a few motions in my day that didn't get a second. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I would move to nominate Courtney White to the position of Library Advisory Board.
I'll second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second for Ms. Courtney White. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes with a 5-0 vote nominating Ms. Courtney White.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. I do appreciate the additional nominations and discussion.
I would like to say I'm glad. I think we did a great job of getting the word out about this.
I would agree.
We more than doubled the number of people, and I think Dr. Urban is well qualified. I think there are a lot of people on here that I think were well qualified to serve on that, and hopefully we'll keep their names into it. But I'm glad we got the response on both of these from the community.
Absolutely. And Councilmember Simpson, we keep applications on file for a year from the time that they apply. So we'll definitely have them in the hopper in case we need another one.
Okay.
So.
I said I didn't have anything to
Yes,
say.
ma'am, please, take a minute.
I do appreciate the opportunity that y'all gave for additional citizens to apply, because I agree, it's a wonderful group of applicants that we got, and hopefully some of them will be considered for the next round when we have some positions come open again.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Coggins, are you hanging around for the next one?
I am for Animal Management and Welfare Advisory Board.
So we'll move on to item 9D. Go right ahead.
And on this one, we had 6 applicants originally, that up to 12, so we doubled the applicants we had here. After reviewing those applications, staff still recommends Sandra McCart. This one's filling a vacancy that will serve through December of 2026.
Questions for Mrs. Coggins on this one, guys?
Stephanie, when we get the new applicants, I'm guessing staff they relook at everybody. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So what we did when we sent a packet to council for each of these on Friday in the city manager's report, we sent that same packet to each of the board liaisons for them to review, and then they gave us their updated recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, if we don't have any discussion over any of these, would ask council if you have a nomination or if you'd like to move forward with recommendation.
I do have a nomination for Andrea Slater Gully.
Okay.
Would be someone I'd like to consider. She served on the board before, a local attorney, been very involved in animal support community. I think she would be a great addition to the board. I think Sandra McCart would be as well, but she's currently serving on the Charter Commission, although that's a temporary assignment. I'd like, maybe to consider somebody different for this at this point, and I think Andrea Gully would be someone that would be a good member of the board.
Any other nominations from council?
I'm still going to go with Sandra McCart on this one.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. We have 2 potential nominations. Would ask for a motion.
I'd make a motion that we appoint Andrea Slater Gully to the vacant position.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion and a second on Andrea Gully. Any further discussion on this one? Just going to let it go.
I'm going to vote no. So
Okay. All right, well, let's see if this one passes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, Ms. Andrea Gully is hereby appointed with a 4-1 vote.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to item 9E. So we have Mr. Brassfield coming up here to talk us through East Gateway.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I don't know whether to be upset because they stole my thunder or excited because it shortened my presentation, but I think for the sake of brevity, we can skip right to the meat and potatoes of everything. So the developer agreement with the East Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 2 developer agreement. The applicant is the Big Texan Steak Ranch and Galaxy Catering, Inc. Total project cost for this Bug Ranch relocation is $219,790. Their request to the Tiers Board was for a grant in the amount of $90,000, which would leave about $130,000 of equity coming from the owner. The proposed benefit or proposed public benefit to their application says that it would involve a parking lot, sidewalk, and general site beautification, preserves an iconic Route 66 art installation, opens opportunity for further development and enhances connectivity of the community at large, and may spur new investment, increase property values, and increase tourism. So staff analysis of this, the East Gateway Tiers Board did unanimously approve this at their May 16th, 2024 meeting. Also presented this project to the Potter County Commissioners last Friday at their meeting, and we had no negative comments received. The project does fit within the Tiers number 2's project and financing plan by creating aesthetic enhancements and landscaping to a primary gateway of the city. It becomes an additional demand driver for new developments such as hotels, retails, and other attractions. The project does fit, or the project request does fit within the already approved 23-24 fiscal year Tiers 2 budget as a community project. The community projects line item in the Tiers 2 budget is reserved for smaller one-time grants to assist with public improvements that enhance aesthetic appeal. And my last point on this is the project has no impact to the city's operating budget or capital outlay needs. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on this request.
Questions, council? When will this project be expected to be completed or start? What are we thinking?
I believe they are having a christening. Is that the right term on June 14th?
Grand opening and christening event June 14th at 6 p.m. at 1415 Sunrise Drive.
Okay. I don't know. I really don't even know you, but I think I should have your contact. I could use you in a few other areas.
Got a great spokesman.
When campaign season rolls around, I got dibs. Okay. Thank you, sir. Don't have much here on discussion on item 9E. I'm not hearing any questions, so would request a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I need to.
You going to recuse?
Recuse again.
Real good.
Mayor, I move we approve the East Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes with a 4-0 vote. Okay. We have now come to our second public comment. And so, Ms. City Secretary, would you like to go back through the list and kind of take it from the top again? Is that what you recommend?
Yes, Mayor. And if I
Okay.
could grab it real quick, I just wanted to.
Great. We're going to let her grab that, and then when she gets back in, we'll open up public comment. Once again, sincerely appreciate you guys staying. And the only thing that I would ask, just in the way in which this is 3 minutes, We have, I don't know how many, 37, so we probably have 32 or 33 people signed up here that want to speak. Plus, if you didn't sign up, we're still going to ask and give everybody an opportunity to speak. I need to make sure that you respect everybody else's time with your 3 minutes. You run the math on this, we're an hour and a half anyway, right? So let's just try to be efficient with our time, and then we can move forward to the working part of the agenda. Ms. City Secretary.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. As a reminder, when you come up, please state your name and if you live in the city limits or not. We will start with Isaiah Flores. Is Isaiah here? And on deck after Isaiah will be Bree Cagle.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaiah Flores, and I was born, raised, and have lived in Amarillo, Texas for all 19 years of my life, but I currently go to school in Massachusetts. Today I'm asking the City Council to, at best, entirely reject the Sanctuary City for the Unborn Ordinance, or, at most, put an amended version of the proposal on the ballot for voters later this year. Additionally, in the fortunate but likely event that the proposal reaches the ballot, I am requesting that the term Sanctuary City be removed from the ordinance, thus disassociating it with Mr. Dickinson. Today, my argument will not be hinged on the moral dilemma that abortion presents. Focusing on whether or not abortion is biblically, morally, or logically sound is irrelevant, as this question has already been answered by the state of Texas. However, I will focus on the practical implications this ordinance presents and why it not only lacks any form of merit, but is against the interest of Amarillo and its residents. Firstly, anyone with any form of common sense would realize that this ordinance is entirely for the political gain of one non-Amarillo resident, Mr. Dickinson. While there has been discussion about separating the merits of this ordinance from the creator, the reality is that the merits of this ordinance are that it is a political ploy for the notoriety of Mr. Dickinson. This is not a homegrown policy by residents with a stake in Amarillo society. This is an ordinance thrown upon our city by essentially someone who is the equivalent of a policy snake oil salesman, someone who takes advantage of the naivete and ignorance of conservative cities from across the state to build his own reputation. But now, because I actually look into things before supporting or opposing them, I will describe some of the portions of the ordinance which are legally and practically problematic. Firstly, Texas abortion laws such as SB 8 already are the most restrictive in the United States. Abortion is already illegal in the state of Texas, so what is this ordinance requesting? This ordinance attempts to supersede statutory and federal law by effectively implementing a restriction on interstate travel. Not only is this actually crazy, but it holds very important legal ramifications. Why do you think state law has no provisions for out-of-state elective abortions? Because the state had actual good lawyers in formulating their policy who understood that attempting to curtail interstate travel for any manner would be legally bankrupt. Even if the enforcement mechanism is through civil suits, and even if the mother is not held liable for her abortion, and even if the government has no direct involvement, this ordinance still presents the opportunity for legal challenges on the claim of restrictions to interstate travel, a constitutionally recognized right. The ACLU and other political PACs will be eager to jump on this case, just as they did with Mr. Kismerick's Smith-Perneston ruling, and our city will be forced to bear the burden of the legal and reputational cost associated with defending this policy. This by no means is in the function, scope, or realm of the city's responsibility, something which a town with 4 Republicans and a cow correctly understood. I'm referencing the Clarendon decision. Respectfully, I would have never seen a more legally poor attempt by any municipal government, and I would never expect my city, which I value so much for its practicality, to be the potential arbiter of such a horrendous, unproductive social policy. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Next is Bree Cagle, and after Bree will be Jeff McGonigal.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Cagle, and I've lived in Amarillo my whole entire life, 31 years. Is your intention to preserve the freedoms in our city or to make it a Christian one? Because it cannot be both. Thomas Jefferson once said, "It does me no injury for my neighbor to believe in 20 gods or no God. It neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg." The idea that life begins at conception is one of faith, not fact. Whether you think contraception, abortion, or any other medical intervention is moral or immoral, is one of personal belief, not fact. Supporting anti-abortion legislation backed by your faith is just as un-American as legislation requiring Catholic Mass or that all women wear hijab. An elected official, it is not your place to impose your personal beliefs onto others or to dictate their choices about their bodies and their lives. Bodily autonomy and individual liberty are a cornerstone of our democracy. The founding father, Benjamin Franklin, famously wrote an abortion recipe and added it to a textbook he widely distributed across our country. In fact, abortions occurred legally and were not uncommon when the Constitution was written. And though it isn't explicitly stated in the Constitution, neither are our rights to vote or to marry. Instead of pursuing punitive measures that only serve to further divide our community, let's talk about historically proven methods we already know reduce abortions. And that's to reduce unintended pregnancy, because about half of the pregnancies in the U.S. are unintended, and about half of those in an abortion, accounting for about 61% of our abortions in the U.S. Luckily, we already know how to do that. With comprehensive sex education that includes medically accurate information on contraception use, with insurance coverage of and public funding for family planning services, with greater access to emergency contraception, with programs that support victims of domestic abuse and sexual violence, with longer paid parental leave for both caregivers, only then will Amarillo truly be a sanctuary city. Your respect for life cannot end at birth.
Jeff McGonigal, and on deck will be Parker Kirshen.
Jeff McGonigal. I've been in Amarillo for about 4 years. I visited Canyon when I was 16, though. I've got a poem there, Mayor, today. Also, Mr. Tips pointed out that, and he confirmed that I am the non-mayor of Amarillo, the non-mayor. Maybe we can vote on that at the end. I think I am. But we're not who we think we are. This poem is titled, Take It to the Limit, Now's the Time. I had to kind of adjust this because the Eagles wouldn't mess with me. To the council, those in attendance first of all, to the council, those in attendance online, delayed, actually the all, I honor, respect, and have gratitude for your excellence. May we, the all, wake up to our full potential. The disempowerment of women and girls is at hand. The power over paternal order still rules the land. Abortion and women's health issues, the men determine its fate, goes back to the Stone Age, can't determine the date. To be corrected, the course of this ordinance straight from Footloose, but with the flavor of Jonestown, Spahn Ranch, Waco, a spiritual noose. Many say Nazi Germany, where neighbors made the call. How is this different? Must be the call to the all. It's crystal clear. It must go to the vote by the people in November, it appears. In May, the 144,000 voters show up through blood, sweat, fears, tears, and cheers. November 5th, 2024 may be the most significant vote this city has seen. It's a determination of being a lion or sheep, nothing in between. Sovereignty, autonomy, and empowerment of the feminine, well, actually the all, is at stake. May this be the issue that unites the whole city to be genuine, not fake. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jeff.
Parker Kirshen, and on deck will be John Barrett.
I have a handout this time. Yeah, come forward and give us.
Yes, sir, you bring them up.
Okay. Sure. It's a list of some of the things that I'm going to go over in my speaking portion tonight.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
And then I have one for the secretary as well to enter into.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, name is Parker Christian. I do not reside in Amarillo, but I do work here. I hope you all paid attention in history class. The purpose of it is to examine history as a whole, both the good and the bad, in order to learn from our mistakes and forge a brighter future for us all, rather than solely for straight, male, cisgender, white, Anglo-Saxon Christians. I am going to briefly list off several legalistic events from our nation's history that I feel are relevant to the ordinance on the agenda. And it is my most sincere wish that this is enlightening for you, that you listen well, especially you, Mayor Stanley, and you, Councilman Tips, and that you make the same connections that I make here. I encourage y'all to peruse these readings at your leisure and read up more on these items in future. So first up, I have the 3/5 compromise, which, for the purposes of voting, it said that enslaved blacks in the South were only counted as 3/5 of a person for census purposes in order to curb the voting influence of the Southern states in Congress. The next item is the Dred Scott decision, which ruled that enslaved blacks did not have legal standing to sue for their freedom. And the next is Plessy versus Ferguson, which established the separate but equal doctrine. Facilities and institutions separate for blacks and whites legalized racial segregation. It was struck down by the later Brown versus Board of Education decision. Next up in there is Jim Crow voter suppression, which includes strategies such as arbitrary poll taxes and citizenship exams, unfairly drawn congressional district maps, and voter intimidation, all of which were used to disenfranchise black voters during and after Reconstruction. Executive Order 9066, it was the involuntary relocation by President FDR and the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, simply for being Japanese, on the suspicion of them being potential spies for Imperial Japan. And then you have Operation Wetback. Yes, that is the actual name. Forced deportation of laborers of Mexican origin after the Second World War, some of whom were legal workers and even naturalized U.S. citizens. Then there's the Lavender Scare. Now, I did not find an Encyclopedia Britannica entry on this part of U.S. history, but I did print out the introduction of the Wikipedia article along with the sources that it cites. But in short, it was the dismissal of homosexuals from government employment due to perceived security risks, immorality, and being un-American. Then there's the 1973 anti-sodomy law here in the state of Texas. It banned same-sex acts and criminalized possession of sex toys. The actual law I had trouble finding, but I did find the Supreme Court ruling that struck it down. And then I also have the Dobbs v. Jackson, which was recent, said that women no longer have bodily autonomy. What I did not have in there is a Markley Dickinson ordinance. Now, what do all these have in common? They are examples of the unjust stripping of civil liberties from human beings, already born ones, I might add, right here in the United States. The things that I have cited or mentioned, they are all terrible decisions that have caused tangible harm to countless people over a great many years. And the only appropriate thing to do with such parts of our history, as well as the ordinance, is to toss them right here in the trash. Relegate it to the dustbin of history, never allowing ourselves to backslide democratically.
Thank you, sir.
The world is watching.
Appreciate you.
John Barrett, and after John will be Steve Austin.
My name is John Barrett. I'm a resident of Amarillo. I am for this ordinance. Tonight, the city of Amarillo will be given a lot to think about. Will the mayor and city council accept or reject the advice of many individuals from throughout the state of Texas? Attorney General Paxton's office has weighed in on Sanctuary City for the unborn ordinances being supported by state law. Funny how that fact finds its way out of the narrative. I think that addresses our legal concerns. Does the city of Amarillo accept or reject the opinion of the Attorney General Paxton's office on this issue? 20 Republican senators and representatives from across Texas have vocalized their support for cities and counties passing ordinances outlawing abortion trafficking, just like this. Does the city of Amarillo accept or reject the encouragement of these leading Republican senators and representatives from across the state of Texas? The mayor of conservative cities of Lubbock and Odessa have voiced support for the passage of this ordinance, which is similar to ordinances which have been passed in their cities. Will the city of Amarillo join the cities of Lubbock and Odessa and over 50 political subdivisions in Texas standing for life? Or will they reject the opportunity? If we take the advice of the liberal ACU, and I'm going to reiterate liberal ACU, they're a shadow of what they once were, it will speak volumes about where the city of Amarillo stands today. Tonight will reveal just how in sync Amarillo is with some of the most conservative leaders throughout the state of Texas, and I hope we stand with them and not against them. On the issue of life, I want Amarillo to be on the right side of history. I'm asking that you stand with our state's conservative leaders and pass this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Steve Austin, and after Steve will be Carmen Seberg.
Mayor, City Council, members, good evening. My name is Steve Austin, and I'm a 64-year resident of Amarillo, Texas. I'm not from out of town. This is my ordinance. I'm here, and I'll be here till the bitter end. I'm a member of the initiating committee for the Sanctuary City for the Unborn Ordinance that's before you today. I'm here in support of this ordinance. This ordinance saves unborn children's lives. Amarillo is a great place to live, and even our unborn children deserve the right to live here. Amarillo is a pro-life community. That's quite evident since over 10,300 signatures were gathered in favor of the ordinance. We as a community, believe that everyone here, even the unborn, have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The values of this community are strongly supportive of pro-life ideals. Pro-choice leaders have said this ordinance limits the travel and therefore is unconstitutional. This is not true. It does not limit the travel of a young mother to go to any other state to have an abortion in a state where abortion is legal. It does limit the facilitation of an abortion to another state by organizations, friends, family. The private enforcement mechanism has been proven through every level of the court system, including the Supreme Court. It is constitutional. Organizations have reported helping over 150 women obtain abortions over a short period of time. Some of these abortions were facilitated to help Amarillo residents obtain abortions in other states. These lives are lost. Thomas Glessner, the head of NIFLA, which is a support organization for over 1,800 pro-life pregnancy centers across the nation, has reported that in every city that is instituted as a sanctuary city for the unborn ordinance, the number of young women participating in the services of pro-life pregnancy centers has increased. That equals lives being saved. We have some amazing pro-life pregnancy centers here in Amarillo. I personally support Hope Choice, but there are several other pro-life pregnancy centers that would see an increase in participation of young mothers seeking alternatives to abortion, and lives will be saved when this ordinance is passed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Carmen Seberg, and after Carmen will be Mandy Moonland.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Carmen Seberg. I am a resident of Amarillo. I've lived here for 34 years and born and raised in the panhandle of Texas. I want to thank y'all all for hearing taking the time to hear us over our concerns of the Sanctuary City proposed ordinance, and I appreciate the time each of you've had in letting us speak. I've spoken with several of y'all on a one-to-one or a group basis, and what I want to address is Councilman Tips. I met with you and a group of other concerned citizens, there were 4 of us and yourself, in early February to discuss the ordinance. You mentioned something that has troubled me ever since. You voiced you had no knowledge of the proposed ordinance and had no idea where it came from until it was placed on the agenda last fall. And that was October 24th of 2023 when we had our first marathon night here. However, I must disagree with this statement. From my understanding, there was a meeting on or about December 21st, 2021. Then on May 24th, 2022, you spoke to the former council where you threatened lawsuits over the Civic Center, spoke of Project Destiny, and you did not understand why this sanctuary city for the unborn was not considered as something you called positive for our city. Several weeks after this meeting, you filed a run for the city council. So this information has led me to believe that you did indeed know of the proposed ordinance and were aware of its possibilities and intentions well before you decided to run for city council. Councilman Kraft, through the FOIA, we were able to obtain an email from MLD thanking you for your discussion on the SCOTUS, and this was back in July, and setting up a meeting with the Trinity Fellowship. So obviously you knew about SCOTUS, or the sanctuary cities as well. Both of you gentlemen are members from Trinity Fellowship. Trinity Fellowship is the church that started pushing this to begin with, and that bothers me. Your conduct and behaviors are consistent with biased individuals who are 100% conflicted and cannot separate themselves from their religion in this vote. Therefore, I have no other choice but to insist the 2 of you recuse yourselves from any vote involving MLD and Trinity Fellowship's push for this ordinance. I am 100% against this ordinance and what it represents. Thank you.
And thank you for meeting with me whenever we met with the group. I will clarify, when I did come up here and speak to the prior council, I'd never seen that petition. Or not the petition, I'd never seen the ordinance before. Still hadn't until it was put on agenda. Hadn't seen it. I knew it was an issue. So when I met with Mayor Nelson, she requested a meeting with me after I got up and spoke. I'd still never seen it. She didn't show it to me or anything like that. So I had never seen it. So just to speak to that, it made it sound like that I didn't tell you the truth. I never saw it, never until it hit agenda here. That's the first time I'd ever seen it. So, wanted to point that out to you.
Appreciate Councilman Tipp's statement of fact on that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Mandy Moonland. And next after Mandy will be Ryan Brooks.
Hello. Thank you for your service. And my name is Mandy. I've been born and raised here. I live in Potter County. I kind of wanted to...
Mandy, would you move that mic a little closer to you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just kind of wanted to bring up a statistic from letthemlive.org. It says that 73% of women that choose to have an abortion or that think that it's a good choice has a financial burden, whether it be from abandonment or whatever dire need she has. That being said, I think that an oppressive system gives women the option or the thrill of having that abortion as an option. That's an oppressive system. To say that 73% of the women are are choosing this in very difficult circumstances, and to have that choice thrown in their face is oppressive to me, and that's just a personal opinion. That being said, hunting them down and not letting them travel, and also not letting them have proper counsel is very draconian, and it's a dictatorship. So it just perpetuates the oppressive system that we already have when it comes to women and their choices. So that being said, I am here to ask that you follow the wise counsel of our neighbors in Clarington that voted down this sanctuary ordinance 3-0. And one of their comments was that the city council members said that they believe it is not a city issue and that state law already covers this issue. Another quote that was in the same article, it's from the Austin American-Statesman. Abortion has nothing to do with running the city of Clarington, also the city of Amarillo. We elect our mayor and our city council, and then they hire employees to do important things that affect our daily lives. These are the things that the city council should be focused on instead of wasting their time on an issue that the city literally has no control over. But instead of dealing with our real city issues, Dixon and his followers are hijacking the city agenda, forcing people to take sides and creating stress that is unwarranted. So I see this as none other than just an election year shenanigan that's going to divide our city and also take the rights away from many of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ryan Brooks, and after Ryan will be Harper Metcalf.
Hello, my name is Ryan Brooks, and I live in Canyon, Texas. Thank you to Mayor Stanley and the rest of the City Council for giving us the opportunity to speak today. We really appreciate that. I'm here to express my opposition to the ordinance declaring Amarillo a sanctuary city for the unborn. I want to begin by reading this comment from the well-known writer George Saunders, who was born in Amarillo and lived here on and off until the 1980s. When an interviewer asked him what he remembered best about his time in Amarillo, this is what he said. He said, kind of working class camaraderie and an aversion to being told what to do, but also an egalitarian feeling, an ethos that saw courtesy as a powerful thing. Courtesy to everyone, even someone with whom you disagreed, or with whose lifestyle you might not agree. A feeling of minding one's own business. A feeling that one would rather stay quiet than offend. That this was the correct thing to do. So now obviously no one here on either side of this issue believes in staying quiet. Nevertheless, I bet most of us who actually live here in the Panhandle truly treasure this idea of Amarillo, this idea of Amarillo as a place committed to courtesy for one's neighbors and respect for their right to live as they choose. The Sanctuary City Ordinance, to the degree that it doesn't simply reproduce already existing laws, flies directly in the face of this traditional idea. It would actually incentivize neighbors to turn against neighbors by encouraging the use of civil lawsuits to police the movements of women or their supporters trying to exercise their reproductive freedom in other states. If these obstacles on travel are actually enforceable, which I'm not sure they are, then its passage would make it that much more difficult for women and girls in the Panhandle and beyond to get the reproductive health care they need as determined by individual families and their doctors. In this way, the ordinance also flies in the face of another idea that I bet we all cherish. The idea that Amarillo is a place committed to the safety of families. This caring, respectful, traditional version of the city is what most citizens want, I believe, and what this region truly deserves. In the name of the city's past and present as a place committed to liberty, equality, respect for one's neighbors, and love of family, I urge the City Council to reject this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan.
Harper Metcalf, and after Harper will be Emily Nance.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for having us again. My name is Harper Metcalf, and I'm a resident of Amarillo. Tonight, I'll be reading a statement from a local doctor who isn't able to be here today. Dear Amarillo City Council, as a lifelong Texan and now an ER physician here in Amarillo, my support of abortion care stems from a fundamental belief in prioritizing the health, safety, and autonomy of individuals seeking reproductive care. In my experience, I've seen the complex and often critical situations that bring women into emergency rooms: rape, life-threatening ectopic pregnancies, extremes of age from 14 to 40 years old. I have delivered non-viable fetuses and carried dead full-term babies to first-time mothers. As seen by the current actions of the Texas Supreme Court, when these services are restricted or inaccessible, it can significantly endanger the lives and well-being of pregnant women. Medical decisions, especially those regarding reproductive health, should be made by individuals in consultation with their health care providers, free from undue interference or restrictive laws. When access to abortion care is impeded, individuals may resort to unsafe methods, endangering their health and lives. This poses a substantial risk that I, as an ER physician, cannot condone. As an advocate for patient-centered care, I firmly believe that everyone deserves access to comprehensive reproductive health care, including safe and legal abortion. The decision to terminate a pregnancy is deeply personal and should be respected, allowing individuals the agency to make decisions that align with their own unique circumstances, beliefs, and well-being. While we may not agree with that decision, our own beliefs should never be forced on another individual. Ultimately, it's crucial that we as healthcare professionals prioritize evidence-based, compassionate care for all patients, ensuring that they have access to the full spectrum of reproductive healthcare options, including safe and legal abortion services. This is not just a matter of medical practice, but a commitment to respecting individual autonomy and promoting well-being of those in our care. With respect, Dr. Frederick D. Pogue. Thank you.
Emily Nance, and after Emily will be Jack Thurmond.
Good evening. My name is Emily Nance, and I'm a citizen of and live in Amarillo. Mayor Stanley and Commissioners, I'm going to skip. Yesterday was Memorial Day, which you brought up. My family celebrates Memorial Day because my father's oldest brother is buried in a military cemetery in Belgium. My mother's oldest brother is buried in the Manila, Philippines. So freedoms that are guaranteed in this Constitution are important to me and my family. Today, you are considering limiting those precious freedoms that they fought for. The U.S. Constitution and Supreme Court recognize and protect the right to interstate travel. The travel right entails privacy and free domestic movement without government abridgment. When you ran for office, none of you were pro-Amarillo. Let's tout Amarillo. You support Amarillo. Never were you going to ban the citizens of this city from interstate travel. This ordinance is unnecessary, unenforceable, and bad for Amarillo. I encourage you to vote no on this unconstitutional travel ban. Thank you.
Jack Thurmond, and after Jack will be Jana May.
All right. My name is Jack Thurmond, and I've lived here my entire 28 years. Mark Lee Dixon told Texas Public Radio that, quote, women can still go to New Mexico for abortions. All we're saying in this ordinance is that anyone who would assist in that effort, we see that as aiding and abetting an abortion, and we're going to stand against it. I fail to see the sanctity in this ordinance that would encourage fellow citizens to tattletale on their friends and family about their whereabouts outside of Amarillo. For the city to enforce penalties for actions that are taken outside of the state of Texas for any reason is totalitarian. I thought we had pride in the freedom of Texas, where you can live a little outside the law down here, where you want government small and have less people to tell you what to do. Who are you to say what someone does in Albuquerque? I understand that the main issue lies in the fundamentals, that some folks believe an abortion is ending a life rather than saving one. This is an issue rooted in religion and science and healthcare and mostly in opinion and belief. It is not everyone's opinion or belief that abortion is unethical. It is not everyone's opinion or belief that a fetus is a child. It is not everyone's opinion or belief that you can control others and conform them to your opinions and beliefs. Proverbs 16:32 says, "It is better to be patient than to be a strong soldier. It is better to control your anger than to capture a city." Amarillo as a whole doesn't agree with what's going on here. We've got kids dying from overdoses in San Jacinto, and we've got kids in a food desert in North Heights. And with this ordinance in place, we are still going to have kids having kids who have no resources, no income, and no support system to raise them. With all of the concerns that we as a community can have, this seems like an issue that is going to cause more harm than reduce any. People are going to be more paranoid and scared of their neighbors than they already are, scared to talk to their own family members, and scared of facing criminal charges for what some consider a responsible choice. Your kids will not stop having unprotected sex. The only thing this ordinance will do is have more women going across state lines alone with no support system and punish the people who are trying to help those living, breathing, and scared women get a legal medical operation in New Mexico, which has nothing to do with Amarillo or Texas or anyone outside of that car, for that matter. I hope we can protect all of our citizens and build trust in our communities rather than pit us against each other. This is only making the women of our community isolated and alone. Thank you.
Jana May, and after Jana will be Kim Schrader.
I'm Jana May, and I'm a resident of Amarillo. And just like every time I've been to one of these meetings where this has been discussed, all I hear from the opposition is the fact it's about the women and the choice of my body. I never hear anything about the baby and the fact that the babies are being murdered. And that's in fact. That is why we're here. That is the whole point to the ordinance. This weekend in San Antonio was the Texas GOP convention. There were several Republican planks in that. I want to read a couple of them or three of them to you. Number one, pro-life. Until the abolition of abortion is achieved, we support the right of Texas municipalities to protect mothers and their preborn children in their communities by passing enforceable city ordinances that further ban abortions within their city limits, closing loopholes in state abortion laws. Pro-life. Until the abolition of abortion is achieved, we support extending the private cause of action used in the Texas Heartbeat Act to all pro-life laws and policies in Texas. We prohibit abortion transportation across state lines. We support legislation to prohibit the use of any government funds as well as the transportation of pregnant women across Texas state lines for the purpose of procuring an elective abortion and for the provision of a private right of action against all persons and organizations who aid and abet in the harming of the women and the killing of her preborn child. Now, Cole and Tom, you all were endorsed by the Texas Republican Party, so I know that you're Republican. Actually, I know y'all are, but I know you are because they endorsed you. Tom, you told me twice that if we got the number necessary of petitions, which we did, that you would support the ordinance because you would consider it a mandate of the people. I just want to say to you that I hope that you're a man of your word, because that is what you said. Thanks to the joint law enforcement, and this is from the Alliance for a Safe Texas. Thanks to the joint law enforcement efforts, including Amarillo Police Department, 47 people were arrested and charged with sex crimes against children. 13 children were rescued from sexual abuse earlier this month, and 13 arrests were made in connection with suspected trafficking and alleged prostitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jana. Councilman Sherlin, you have a statement of fact? Oh, okay. Okay.
Kim Schrader, and after Kim will be Claudia Stravato.
Good evening.
Afternoon.
My name is Kim Schrader. I've had the pleasure of getting to know some of you over the past few months. I have been a resident of Amarillo for 40 years. I am here, as you know, to be a voice for the unborn. Babies are not a waste of time. I'd like to say the Lord has called each and every one of you for this day and hour, and He has positioned you here for this very purpose. You are here by His design over this very subject. The Lord will never call you into a position to compromise your faith, but instead to give you the opportunity to solidify it. We all know the difference between right and wrong. We know as Christians we are living in the last days. We know this because evil is being called good and good is being called evil. We also know abortion is wrong, and to assist in it at any level is pure deception and goes against God's word. Women want their freedom to kill their children. Think about that. Freedom for women does not come on the backs of their dead unborn children. I'll say that again. Freedom for women does not come on the backs of their dead unborn children. I am here asking you today to support this ordinance, to be brave, strong, Christian warriors for the Lord that will stand and fight to save these children at all costs, that will shut the door to this evil that has been opened and do what is right in these last days. Be those who fear God and not man. It is my birthday today. My hope is that these precious babies will be able to see their birthdays too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schrader.
Claudia Stravato, and after Claudia will be Jennifer Roberts.
Before Ms. Stravato starts, I would ask just to remind everyone, we've done a great job so far. I want to make sure we continue with respect and honor as people are speaking, whether we agree or disagree with them. Ms. Stravato, how are you today? 2 thumbs up.
My name is Claudia Stravato. I've lived in Amarillo since 1971. I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization. Only, I think, am I speaking for women who lived before Roe v. Wade, as I did, and saw our mothers, our sisters, our aunts, and our best friends die because they did not have access to the medical procedure called abortion. They had to rely on illegal and unsafe practices. The result of those unsafe practices was that botched abortions, back alley abortions as you would, was one of the leading causes of the death of women prior to Roe v. Wade. I want to thank you first for paring down the petition ordinance to a restatement of state law. That's only logical in saying. And this entire issue has got nothing to do with the operation of city government. We should be talking about program management for bonds. This was done, paring it down, I believe. I'm not projecting anything on you, but I believe it was unnecessary. But it's to appease a group of religious extremists who I respect, but who have no other issue. Because they are committed to imposing their personal religious beliefs on everyone else. A few months ago, I provided each one of you with a list of all of the faiths, and that includes Judaism, Christianity, Muslim, Buddhism. There are other religions in the United States. I provided you with a list of those faiths that supported abortion, the use of abortion as a medical procedure. Our founding fathers came to this country to escape what we're experiencing here now. They came for to escape religious persecution. They wanted to practice their spiritual beliefs the way that they were raised, the way that they believed. Yet as a city, we are being accosted by those who would dictate their religious beliefs on all the rest of us. Using city government to achieve religious goals is a violation of the separation of church and state. There's no getting around it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jennifer Roberts. And after Jennifer will be Nathan Smith.
I've never done this before, so my name is Jennifer, and I'm a resident of Amarillo. And as Steve already stated, I'm for this ordinance, and this is my ordinance. It's not something that was forced upon us by Markley Dixon. So I've had a lot of different thoughts as I've been sitting here. I volunteered to speak, not really sure what exactly to say. I've got a couple different options to go, but earlier we were listening to someone that came up and talked about hope as a dog, and we all thought that treatment that she described was inhumane. Yeah. Within inhumane is the word human. We all felt compassion for a dog, and yet we're talking about a human when we're talking about babies. So I have pets, and they are pets. They are not humans. So I am just trying to put that in perspective. And then, so dog versus preborn baby, kind of covered that. I have circled this. I have something that I was going to read, and I've just so I'm sitting next to an Amarillo resident that her name is Robin Ross, and she joined a group that was meeting for a while and became a very active supporter within the group that was meeting. She, when she was a teenager, she learned that her mother, teenage mother, had attempted to abort her. The attempt did not. It failed. She is alive today and is a precious person that we would not know had that abortion gone through. You might want to just stop and think, how many other people do we not know because the abortion did go through? Abortion hurts women, not just the pregnant mother, but hurt kind of understates what it does to the unborn child. The unborn child is not hurt. The unborn child is dead, does not have a life after that. So really, I think that is all that I'm going to say for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nathan Smith, and after Nathan will be Jay Hobson.
Don't care. Good evening, Nathan Smith. I am a citizen of Amarillo, and as always, a Bible verse from Jesus. That's close. All right, that's a little better. Luke 40:40. Now, when the sun was setting, all they that had any sick with divers diseases brought them unto him, and he laid his hands on every one of them, and healed them. My purpose here is the same as last time, the time before that, the time before that. I'd very much like to see this go to public vote. It'd be more optional if it would just get rejected, but that's not a politically viable move for your bases now, is it? Such is America. Anyway, there's a lack of access in Texas for emergency health care for pregnant women or women with problems during pregnancies. They just can't get treated if they need an abortion. Well, the Supreme Court said they can go ahead and die. The Supreme Court of Texas, after given permission by the Supreme Court of the feds. Anyway, so the way I see it, women are basically reduced to incubators by state law already. I can't imagine any purpose of adding extra sanctuary nonsense unless you have a demented brain like mine. I don't know, I can kind of see if someone wanted to reproduce forcibly, it might behoove them to make sure their potential victims had no route of escape. What better way to prevent escape than turning civilian versus civilian? Hey, snitch on people over there so they don't pay attention for us over here. Granted, this wedge issue is a bunch of nonsense. We shouldn't be taking time on it. For sake, I at one point took an oath to protect our Constitution, and it's progressed numerous times since then, sometimes for more rights, sometimes for better. Gay people can get married now. Women are no longer people by law. Thanks, Supreme Court. That's a really weird thing. So, anyway, we're backsliding into a Christian nationalist state, which is always fun, but they kind of mixed up the order of operation when you're trying to institute a fascist theocracy. You're supposed to take away the right to vote first. You left half the population with the right to vote after telling them they're not human. That's a bad idea. And the good news is that, yes, we live in Texas, so after we celebrate and prostrate ourselves to that flag after we fillet the Christian God, you are in a stand-your-ground state, which is what I'm saying is you have the right to protect yourself, and getting raped will now irrevocably destroy your life, because if you get pregnant, well, the state owns your body. But what you can do is you can shoot the potential rapist and then claim self-defense because we're a stand-your-ground state, and we can let the forced birth lobby and NRA lobby just kind of hash it out in court, because that tends to be how those things go. We love guns in Texas. We love God in Texas. I mean, some of us love God, and we all have different interpretations of God. I don't really have any gods. I worship a dude called Bob. He's a crackhead behind the Tootin' Totem on the street. Good guy. Anyway, by all means, let this issue go to vote. I know you can't outright reject it. You wouldn't get reelected or vote from your regulars. But let it go to vote so the rest of us can tell incels to fuck off.
Thank you, Nathan.
Jay Hobson, and after Jay will be Robin Ross.
My name is Jay Hobson. I'm actually from Hereford. Grateful for the opportunity to speak today. I both honor and fully do not envy your position. It's tough what you guys are doing. I'm grateful for your courage to stand in that position. This morning, when I left Hereford, left the house, I realized I was wearing green. And I thought, man, maybe I better go back and change. But then I thought, no. I refuse to be divided from people because of the color of your shirts. But I'm still, I just want you all to know that I love you.
If you would direct your comments this way, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I love these people wearing green. I respect them. Our Father sent His Son to die for all of us, not just for me. And the fact is that in 1989, living on a ranch in northeastern New Mexico, a couple of hours from Amarillo, my wife got pregnant when we had already decided to have a divorce. We were certain it was divorce coming. So I took her to Albuquerque. She had an abortion. So I am guilty of the same thing that one of those paragraphs in that ordinance says. So I was debating about that. I was not sure about that. What should a father or a husband who takes their child, their daughter, their wife to an abortion be guilty? And the Lord put me on my knees and He said, I sent my Son to be a baby born in a manger, knowing full well that He was 33 years later going to be crucified on a cross by mankind because they didn't agree with all of his ways. And we do not have the right to question if a baby is as worthy of life as we are. And I have repented, and I hope you all will consider this. In Jesus' name.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Robin Ross, and after Robin will be John Roberts.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Robin Ross. I was born and currently live in Amarillo. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak here today in support of the sanctuary city for the unborn in Amarillo, and against the proposed alternative ordinance protecting human life and by adding state-adopted abortion-related restrictions and prohibitions to the Amarillo Municipal Code. I am the person that was in charge of tracking each petition. I counted the signatures and verified each petition. With the required number of 4,888 signatures, 5% of our city's registered voters, we more than doubled the amount with 10,322. 10,322. Some were from other cities. We know that. I know that. We not only met the requirement of 5%, but we exceeded 10%. Of the verified signatures, we surpassed that by 29%. Of the people that we received signatures from were also tracked by the person signing who was male or female, and we had approximately 60% women to 40% men. To all of those people that think that it's just the white man that wants to have us to stop abortions. It's the women as well. I am an abortion survivor, and I'm the one that Jennifer was speaking about. My mother tried to abort me, but by the grace of God, it failed. This shirt is a shirt from a United States ship. I served in the United States Navy for 21 years, and I made this ship. Every individual has the right to life. If my mother would have succeeded, I wouldn't be standing here today. If I wasn't standing here today, there would be one less person in the world. The Lord spared my life so I could be a voice for those whose lives are also in jeopardy. Every life matters. Thank you.
John Roberts, and after John will be Martha Sell.
My name is John Roberts. I do live in the city limits. Tonight I'll be speaking in regards to the same thing, and I am opposed to this ordinance for a number of reasons. And so I would like to urge Mayor and City Council to take extreme caution in your decision-making on this matter. First, I believe that the petition was circulated and obtained the required signatures using deceptive means. For example, the young lady that came to my door when I asked her, why do we need such an ordinance? What is this about? She stated it was to prevent the traffic of unwilling women to states to obtain an abortion against their will. When I further looked at the information that she gave me, I don't find that in the ordinance. Nor was I able to find any data that that's actually a thing happening. It is deceptively named Sanctuary City for the Unborn. It's used to generate and stir up an emotion that we see here tonight. And then thirdly, it has several unconstitutional provisions that could open the city up to potential issues down the road. The first of which is freedom of association, protected under the First Amendment through its proposed prevention of citizens supporting agencies, foundations, churches, etc., that provide assistance to women in need of reproductive services. The Supreme Court has long held that the First Amendment's protective of free speech, assembly, and petition logically extends to include freedom of association. Generally, this means we have the freedom to associate with others that have similar political, religious, or cultural beliefs. The exact same right that allows our petitioners to associate with their foundations and organizations to promote the right to life. Secondly, the prevention of free movement of persons from one state to another. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. The Supreme Court, again, has long recognized the right to travel from one state to another under a Privileges and Immunities Clause, as well as other constitutional provisions. For example, the court held that a state could not constitutionally limit access to medical care to its own residents and deny to non-residents without interfering with the right to travel. And lastly, it potentially violates Texas State Bill 2127. House Bill 2127 was passed during the 2023 Texas legislature. It prohibits local governments from adopting ordinances, orders, or rules that go beyond what is already expressly authorized under state law. Anyone who feels that they have been injured by one of these ordinances then is allowed to sue that local government for those issues.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Martha Sell, and after Martha will be Irene Hughes.
My name is Martha Sell. I live, own property, and vote in Amarillo. I'm a member of the initiating committee. And the best thing about what I'm going to say is that it's short. Sanctuary city ordinances are not new. Already 6 counties and 52 Texas cities, including Lubbock, Odessa and Gorman have passed them. Gorman is located about 70 miles southeast of Abilene and about 100 miles southwest of Fort Worth. In March 2021, Gorman's 4 city commissioners unanimously passed a sanctuary for the unborn ordinance. Gorman City Commissioner Vicki Brown explained, "This is a no-brainer. I think we don't have a choice. This is what we do. This is what we have to do for the good of the town, for the good of the students, for the good of this community and the people who are around us." This last March, I heard Javier Hoven, the mayor of Odessa, speak at a public meeting here in Amarillo. He told us how the sanctuary for the unborn ordinance had benefited his city. Commissioner Brown, Mayor Hoven, and the leaders of 50 other Texas cities have already gone through the process Amarillo is going through now. We must join these cities in protecting our most vulnerable citizens and pass the ordinance.
Thank you, Martha.
Irene Hughes, and after Irene will be Linda Gibson.
My name is Irene Hughes. I'm a resident of the city of Amarillo. Today we're in a battle between light and darkness, good and evil, righteousness and unrighteousness. This battle will determine what life looks like in Amarillo, Texas for generations to come. The opposition say they are pro-choice. I too am pro-choice. Every man and woman has the choice to plan ahead and act responsibly concerning sex. Every man and woman has a choice to not jeopardize the woman's life and both of their mental wellness. Every man and woman has a choice to protect life after it has been created in the womb. These choices are good choices that need to be made. Abortion does not need to be a form of birth control. You control birth before the baby is conceived if you're a responsible citizen. Let us help others make good choices, not to murder their seed or cut down their own family tree. God has a plan for each one of these children before they are born, according to Psalms 139. Who are we to change the destiny that He planned for them? Women's bodies and their lives pay a high price every time this violent act of abortion is performed. According to the Bible, the devil's plan is to steal, kill, and destroy. He wants to steal your peace, kill your inheritance, and destroy the future of a baby without a voice. The devil will forever torment both the man and the woman concerning the murder of their children. It is an atrocity that needs to be stopped. The good news is that the God of the universe can forgive and deliver those who repent of this murderous act. They don't have to live in regret forever because Jesus died so that we could all have life. He is the giver of life. Choose life. For those who say they are pro-life, it is time to stand for life and not death. There is a price to pay. Will you stand for what God stands for and what the Bible says about choosing life? Or will you compromise to appease those who are louder but have no signatures to present? The blood of the innocent will be on your hands. The blood cries out from the ground. This is not a political matter. It's a spiritual one. It's not a legal matter to use as an excuse for why you are not 100% pro-life. Today is the day to start saving lives.
Linda Gibson, and after Linda, Tiffany Martin.
Linda Gibson. I have been a resident of Amarillo for 40 years. My story is a little more personal. I was a victim of child sex abuse and long-term incest. I started being a victim at 9 years old, and the abuse continued until I was raped at 15 by my biological father. At the time, I was also being abused by my biological grandfather. Now, I can tell you as a 15-year-old, had I have been pregnant by my own father, I would have felt like I was carrying the devil's seed. I don't think I could have delivered the horns. So this is very personal to me. I was very blessed that my father had had a vasectomy before he raped me. Okay, I have since found out that I've raised my children. They have been sexually abused. I have grandchildren who have been sexually abused. So until you can stop rape and stop incest, leave women's bodies alone. We know what's best for us. You take victims. A rape kit in and of itself is a further assault to a woman's body, because then again, you have to assume the position and have other people look at you. So this is such an overreach. And in Lubbock, they are now stopping people heading towards the New Mexico border to see if there are any women of childbearing age in the car. That government overreach is already happening there. I have a daughter-in-law who miscarried. It was a wanted and loved pregnancy. She miscarried. Well, at first they thought it was twins, and they called it a disappearing twin. Okay, well then they didn't find any heartbeat. And so then she goes to her doctor. Nobody wanted to do anything because they wanted to make sure. She had 5 sonograms. And now she couldn't get the help. In her mind, she's thinking, oh my God, I'm going to die of sepsis. There's dead material rotting inside of my body. I'm going to die of sepsis. So now I will have no more grandchildren because she couldn't get the medical help under today's, the way things are, until they had to make sure before she could get anything that was medically necessary. And now, so instead of maybe having many grandchildren with that particular son, there's only one. Thank God for that one. Women don't wish to kill babies. They want autonomy with their own bodies.
Tiffany Martin, and after Tiffany will be Peggy Thomas.
Hello, Tiffany Martin, Amarillo resident. One of my biggest fears is public speaking. The irony is not lost on me that I feel compelled to face this fear at this moment out of fear of losing my overall right to have a voice. I've read this ordinance many times. It is insidious by nature. While not stated, clearly a key objective is to silence women. This ordinance does not stop a woman from traveling out of state alone and unaided to have a legal abortion. However, it would have her remain silent, asking for no help from her loved ones out of fear they could be sued for supporting her. The authors of this ordinance must know that many women's reasons for seeking an abortion are very compelling. This group surely understands the power of media, as they use it frequently. It can't be lost on them that seeing the pain on real women's faces as they speak about their own personal situations is powerful. I believe they fear that these stories could make people question their stance on abortion and sway public opinion further away from their cause. I think they may be particularly fearful of stories that show how medical exceptions for abortion bans don't work. As the medical exception parachute is unfolded in Texas, we see that doctors and patients aren't in charge of the ripcord. A well-known example is when Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton threatened to criminally prosecute any doctor who provided an abortion for Kate Cox, a Texas woman with a non-viable pregnancy and whose uterus was at a higher risk for rupturing. Mr. Paxton chose to override Ms. Cox's medical team's assessment and treatment plan and a lower court's ruling that deemed her abortion was medically necessary to help protect her fertility and health. Mrs. Cox left Texas for the care she needed. Her story made national news, from Time magazine to all the major networks. When I know of Mrs. Cox's story, if she had lived in a so-called sanctuary city, it is difficult to imagine anyone wanting to silence her with the threat that her husband could be dragged into a civil court for helping her leave the state to preserve her fertility. But that is exactly what this ordinance promotes. What about the voice of the rape victim? Will even more rapes go unreported if this ordinance is adopted? Rapists steal a person's sense of safety, autonomy, and trust in others. I ask that you offer no support to a group that is willing to steal a victim's voice as well. The systematic suppression of women's voices cannot be tolerated. We must not let this group use Amarillo's name in any capacity to continue to promote their views that attack this pillar of democracy and the very embodiment of freedom.
Thank you, ma'am.
Peggy Thomas, and after Peggy will be Lonnie Brooks.
I think most of you know who I am, Peggy Thomas from Amarillo. I want to get to something that's really the most important thing, and each of you have heard it individually with the exception of Tom. We weren't able to get together. I was privileged to get to go, and I'm on the initiating committee. I was privileged to get to go to Washington, D.C. as a delegation to support Judge Kaczmarek's ruling on mifepristone. I learned a lot more about it while I was there, and I'm even more against it now than I was before, especially it being sent in the mail, and it could be sent into Amarillo. These women don't always know how far along they are. It's often young girls, and they aren't sure how far along they are. They think they're under 10 weeks, but sometimes they're much farther along than that. Mifepristone and the second medication, misoprostol, as I say, misoprostol. I never can get that right. I'm glad I have help in my gallery. But a young woman can deliver a dead baby by herself without anyone else knowing about it. In her bathroom, in the toilet, in her bed. Can you imagine the trauma a young girl goes through when she hasn't even told mom and dad she's pregnant? And she's told that this is like taking a Tylenol and she'll be okay, but it's not. And so they asked me with NPR radio, why was I there? For two reasons. One was for the baby, but one was also for the women that suffer this trauma. Even a rape victim, why make her go through two traumas instead of one? When I came back, and I was burdened for the women, they were yelling and shouting and even F God through a bullhorn, and it broke my heart. Saying there is no God, saying all sorts of vile things as we were speaking and praying for them. What happened when I got home was I was feeling as close to what Jesus felt on the cross as I ever had. Father, forgive them. They just don't know what they're doing. They'll have to answer to you someday. God gave me a vision of gates opening and a flood of everything that I saw evil in Washington, D.C. flooding into Amarillo. And he helped me understand the gate. The gatekeepers, if you know in the Old Testament, the gatekeepers were the elders at the city gates. If you wanted a P31 woman, you had to be a P31 man, be respected at the city gates because that's where the elders sat. And the elders decided what was open to the city and what was closed. Today, you are the elders at the city gates. It's your responsibility to hold the things that are not beneficial to our city outside our city gates. If we go to vote, it's going to open this up, and evil's going to be pouring in, and it may not ever leave. We won't have the same city later that we have today, so please consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peggy.
Lonnie Brooks, and after Lonnie, Carol Ann Stewart.
Gentlemen, first off, I'd like to thank you for your service. I do not want to be in your position. And Cole, I'm not running for mayor like this other man over here was saying he was doing, or maybe this unelected mayor. But anyhow, my name is Lonnie Brooks, and I am a resident of the city. I'm also a commissioned apostle for the Panhandle of Texas with the Texas Apostolic Prayer Network. And I would like to undeniably say that Texas and the city of Amarillo is pro-life. In 2018 and in 2022, during the Republican primaries, there was questions put there that was asked. 18, I believe an abortion should be abolished in Texas. Yes or no vote. Potter and Randall County both voted overwhelmingly to vote against, or say I believe, that abortion should be abolished in the state of Texas, to the tune of 74% and 70%. In 2022, the question was brought forward again, but it was stated a little differently. This proposition gave us a chance to vote one more time for or against, and the statement was Texas should enact a constitutional amendment to defend the sanctity of innocent human life created in the image of God from fertilization until natural death. And once again, Potter and Randall County overwhelmingly voted for that proposition. This time it was much greater, 88% and 86%. So, I personally think there's no reason for a Republican lawmaker to stand in opposition to any effort that seeks to end the murder of unborn children. We call it abortion, but they're made in the image of God. And I'm going to leave you with couple more verses here. In Jeremiah 1:5, God told Jeremiah that before I knew you, before you was formed in your mother's womb, I knew you. And before you were born, I consecrated you. I have appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Later on, over in Psalms 105 and 15, do not touch my anointed ones, and do not harm my prophets. I don't know how many mayors we've killed. I don't know how many doctors we've killed. I do not know how many prophets we've killed. But it's time to turn that around, guys. Thank you.
Carol Ann Stewart, and after Carol, Kathy Grant.
Hello, I'm Carol Ann Stewart, and I'm a long-term resident of Amarillo, Texas. And even though abortion is outlawed in Texas, there are loopholes that need to be closed. This ordinance is an attempt to close those loopholes, to protect mothers and unborn from abortions. Proverbs 24:10 and 12. If you falter in a time of trouble, how small is your strength? Rescue those being led away to death. Hold back those staggering toward slaughter. If you say, but we knew nothing about this, does not he who guards your life know it? Will he not repay everyone according to what they have due? Mayor, City Council, please do your part to rescue those being led to slaughter, being forced and unjustly led to death, even those against the will of some of the mothers or fathers of the baby. Yes, the fathers of the babies who do not have a voice and should have a voice. You are good and admirable men, and you have a chance to stop this battle over Amarillo by agreeing with petitioners that voted for the sanctuary for unborn children and trafficking of minors, especially against their will to have abortions, and even abortion waste being brought into Texas. I respect your time. You have many to hear from. Just remember, you may be our elected officials, but you're citizens of Amarillo too. Let Amarillo decide, not voice brought in that are not our voters. And thank you. and it is great to be able to discuss this topic for or against with all the alive, non-aborted, valuable people here.
Kathy Grant, and after Kathy, Cassie Mendoza.
Hello, guys. Good to see you again. We've all met, except for you, Brian. I don't think we have, but can you hear me here?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. My name is Kathy Grant. I was born and raised in Amarillo, Texas. This has been my home for 71 years. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on this ordinance. It's time to drop the religious zealotry and the political grandstanding that's going on in my hometown. It's ugly, it's mean, and it's not necessary. Abortion is illegal in Texas. That you've already got that. I'm pro-choice, but I'm pro-life too. I love kids. I have 2 daughters. I have grandkids. I love them all. But a woman should have her choice. Okay, it's taken away from her. But this travel ban is just a slap in the face. So let's be better and let's get back to running this city, taking care of city business. I understand there are quite a few backups in the legal department because your legal people are so busy dealing with this. It's taken a year and a half out of my life, and I know it's done that to you too. And for what? For nothing. Abortion is illegal. Okay? Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please, no.
Cassie Mendoza, and after Cassie, Jesse Fremmer.
Thank you guys for allowing us to speak today on this matter. I definitely want you to know that I don't, as many of our pro-life people have said, we don't envy your position. It's a very hard decision that you have to make. And know that I appreciate that time, but I also pray for you on the daily. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and stay in my lane, and I am going to talk from a very biblical perspective because that is my lane. If you guys know me, you know that I represent unity in the community. And what that is a gathering of people that have opposite positions, opposite opinions, but still laying those positions aside so that you can gather under one single commonality. But we have always promoted unity in our community, but we never set aside our Christian values to do that. And that's what I'm asking you guys to do. Whatever you have to do to make your choices, never, I implore you, never set aside your values to do that. And I'm going to go ahead and read to you Philippians 2:2 as I stay in my lane and talk about the Bible. That scripture says, then, in talking in unity, then make my joy complete. This is the Lord, this is Paul speaking on behalf of Jesus. Make my joy complete by being like-minded, having the same love, being united in spirit and in purpose. And today, the purpose is life. The life that people choose, women choose to kill. And I ask you to unite under the cause of Christ for love, unity in spirit, and life. The purpose is life. So let's ask ourselves, how does God feel about this? If we want to unite ourselves with God, how does he feel about it? Proverbs 6:16 says, and I'm just hopefully have enough time, there are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are abomination to him: haughty eyes, lying tongue, and a hand that sheds innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, and feet that make haste to run to evil, a false witness who breathes out lies, and one who sows discord among the brethren. I tell you that if we are going to have like mind with Christ, then we should hate those who shed innocent blood. Now, it's not to hate the person, but to hate the sin. And the way you hate the sin is Romans 12:9. And that says, the Lord wants you to abhor evil, but cling to that which is good. And that's what I'm asking you, councilmen, to do today. Abhor evil and cling to what's good.
Jesse Fremer, and after Jesse, Brandon Martinez.
I'm Jesse Fremer. I'm at 5723 South Milam. I'm here to speak on this choice issue that we're talking about this ordinance. And my position is not with the Bible, it's with the biology of the reality of life, and that we know that the joining of those two cells in the womb occurs a new life called a DNA specimen with a new cell description. That cell description defines a new life, which in our jurisprudence is that life is something that can be murdered. That life, even though it's in the womb, it is a life with an identity that once it comes out of the womb, it has an identity in our criminal justice system. But prior to the abortion or just the murder of a pregnant woman, that life is defined as a life in the double homicide of victim. That life is a life in a pregnant woman's body in our jurisprudence. So it is a murder if you kill a woman and its baby is still in her womb. So we are murdering babies in women's wombs, and if we're murdering babies in the womb, then we're murdering babies when we abort the pregnancy. My sisters all got pregnant back in the 1950s in the backseat of a car. They married the men, the young boys of 19 years of age, and had their babies. One of my sisters, that was the only child she was able to have, which I now have a nephew. That was the only child she was able to have because of the ineptness of her partner. But they still are married and been married for 60 years together back in the 1950s. Back in the 1950s, abortion was part of the state law. It wasn't changed until 74 with the Roe v. Wade rulings. So we lived for many years that abortion was part of this state law. And then we changed the law and we turned into a society of promoting parenting through our Planned Parenting. Planned Parenthood does not provide for the woman's knowledge of how to deal with that pregnancy. It's a dealing with how to get rid of that pregnancy. That is the dishonesty of our society, and this organization of choice is just to be more obtuse in what we choose with regards to murdering a baby or protecting the stupidity of a female when she got pregnant, and then she decides she wants to get rid of that thing that was provided for her by God. So I'm in favor of the ordinance, but I'm in favor because it's DNA that's in that body's, in that womb. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fremer. Miss City Secretary, you got a few more names that have signed up?
You that signed up after 3
Okay.
o'clock.
I'm going to ask if we would hold on for just a second. We're going to take a 15-minute recess, let everybody use the restroom and stretch their legs. We'll come back in. We'll try to finish public comment and then move on. tonight. We didn't order.
It's overreach.
That is some government overreach right there. We didn't order pizza this time. If I have anybody that is feeling bad, I think we have some crackers back there. But outside of that, we don't have anything.
They're gone.
Here's my projection. Oh, we have fruit snacks. Thank you. We're going to allow everyone to continue speaking if you raise your hand so that we don't limit discussion. I don't know exactly how many more people we have. We had some people sign up late. And then we're going to jump into these discussion items. So as an expectation, maybe 10:30, somewhere in there. So feel free to get up, move around, step out if you need to. We're going to probably push pretty hard here the next couple hours. I'm going to go ahead and call us back into session just so we don't have to kind of stagnate here a little bit. I know our city secretary's not quite here yet. Let me ask you guys, if you did not sign up and you are wanting to speak, would you raise your hand? Oh, wow. Keep them up for a sec.
13.
15, I got.
Oh.
Okay. Got you. The way we're going to do this, we'll facilitate this. We're going to start on the front row. We're going to work our way back. And so it looked like we had around 15 more people that wanted to speak, and I don't know if that includes the ones that she's got signed up. To keep us from having to get stuck here, I'm going to go ahead and just start here on the front row. Did I have anybody on the right side that wanted to speak? No? Everyone here has spoken. Second row, yes, ma'am. If you want to go ahead and come on up, you're up first if you're ready. Ms. City Secretary, we're going to start with one that raised their hand, and then we'll jump back to your list right after she's done.
My name is Wendy Frick. My husband and I live in the city. We moved back here a year ago. Public speaking makes me ill, but I cannot sit silently. My late father used to always tell us that we're going to walk in the truth. No matter how unpleasant it was, if we told him the truth, it was better than any other trouble we could get into. And the truth is that rape, incest, and prostitution are all awful. And I'm really, really sorry to the lady with those stories. I'm horrified and I'm sorry. Those sins or crimes have got to be punished to the full extent of the law, and they have got to be prevented. But it is also true that abortion covers up the violence of rapists, pimps, and sex traffickers.
Amen. Mrs. Coggins, you've got a list of some people that emailed you later, I guess. Well, let's start with that list.
Brandon Martinez. And after Brandon will be John Early.
I have some handouts. They're as short as I had.
Please bring them forward. I'll hand them out. Do you have multiple copies?
10 of them.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Okay, so the handout that I did go ahead and show you guys, it's just from the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. They are scientists, as we all know. There are several websites and fact sheets and informations we can pull up about the issue. It is an issue that, and it's very true that all of us get sick. And unfortunately, I think that's where we've been divorced from the truth of the matter, is that women get sick, and unfortunately, so do their children and who they bear. I was premature by a good 3 months, 2 pounds and 13 ounces when I was born, and I would not blame my mother for seeking medical attention if she needed it. She had been suffering beforehand, and we know that my brother and I are both rainbow children, and every bit of instances we put ourselves in this world is not in vain. Though I will say that my mom did not have to do the same suffering that a lot of women have to go through on an everyday basis. I don't think it's fair to call women who decide to go and seek medical treatment for themselves as murderers, because it's not fair. A lot of men really don't understand it. I will never understand how it is to have a child, and I don't think any of you up there would as well, other than, the obviously women counterparts that we have who fill those roles, who are a part of our society too. They have a say and right to do what they think is right as well, and unfortunately things like Down syndrome and Jacobson's disease and Cru de Chat, all those things exist, and they're going to continue to exist despite what we do and what laws we put down, because people do get sick. It's very unfortunate that as a person in healthcare, there is a large presence of anti-science, and it is not okay, because we know what is working and we know what is not working. We know that by limiting healthcare options to women, we are unintentionally giving them avenues to which they can hurt themselves. This is why women went along and did things like coat hanger abortions and threw themselves down the stairs and make home concoctions of whatever they can find underneath the kitchen sink, because it does become dangerous after a certain amount of time. And we should not derive a woman her basis of a good health and quality of life just because we cannot see where the issue lies. Unfortunately, children do die, and unfortunately women do die. But it is up to us in society to see why it's happening, why we see that we no longer have a positive birth rate in the United States, and that's for a very good reason. People are too afraid to have kids in a proper and safe manner that will actually benefit us. We can't afford it. We cannot do any of these things that we were able to do 20 years ago. It's a lot harder than it was now. It's harder than it used. How can I say this? It's hard, but it's not. It's hard because we know that we have directly put our fingers into matters that should not be in.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
John Early. And John is our last speaker that is signed up.
I am John Early. I've been a resident of Amarillo almost all my life. And what if this ordinance is a distraction from following Christ's command to love? It focuses on something Jesus doesn't even deem worth mentioning anywhere in Scripture. In Matthew chapter 25, Jesus describes how he distinguishes between his sheep, his followers, and those who do not follow him. The people who don't follow him call him Lord, but withhold the love he commands. He says, I was hungry and you didn't feed me. I was naked and you didn't clothe me. All of his examples involve living, breathing people. When the Pharisee wanted him to clarify who was his neighbor that he was supposed to love, it was a living, breathing person who had been beaten and robbed. And he never mentions the unborn, and I'm not sure why he doesn't do that. But he defines life as eternal and spiritual, as I understand it, which to me is kind of the opposite of claiming life has a fleshly, carnal beginning. And I'm happy for everyone to believe what they want to believe, but for y'all to do the right thing, when y'all do the right thing, it will unite us. We should all be working together to reduce abortion. Let's get to the root of the problem. Make it a crime for a man to get a woman he is not married to pregnant. If we deal with predatory male behavior, we will reduce unwanted pregnancies, we will reduce abortion, rape, infant mortality, teen pregnancy, childhood poverty, childhood hunger, single-parent families, grandparents struggling financially to raise grandchildren, and failure of women to achieve education and career potential. Failing to hold irresponsible male behavior accountable is a scourge on manhood. It's a scourge on our city. leadership would show compassion that reduces the pain, misery, and burden of these 10 pathologies. The proposal doesn't do anything to solve a problem. It perpetuates and exacerbates placing the burden of the problem on women, their children, and our city. I encourage you to ask yourself a question. This may be the most important question you answer for yourself tonight. Does this ordinance express love and mercy and compassion? God is love. If the proposal shows no compassion,
Appreciate it, sir.
for the living, breathing women among us, it's not love.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes everyone that signed up. We did
Okay.
have 6 individuals that provided written comments. Those have been provided to council, and we will include them in the record.
Ms. City Secretary, thank you for that. So we stopped with Wendy. We're going to go ahead and come across the second aisle. Alex, you're next. If you wouldn't mind giving your name for the record and address or city limits.
Yes, it's my address is 4218 Aldrich. Hello and good evening. My name is Alexander Ray DeAnda, son of Joe and Lenora DeAnda. I have been married for over 21 years and have one amazing son and 3 beautiful daughters. I have been a native to Amarillo, Texas for over 45 years. On December 8, 2022, an opinion and order was filed in our United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas, Amarillo Division, whereas I was the plaintiff versus Xavier Becerra, our United States Secretary of Health and Human Services. Our Family Planning Services and Public Research Act of 1970, often called Title X Family Planning Program, is a U.S. federal law that provides federal funding for family planning services to low-income or uninsured families. This all sounds terrific, and for many, it may be considered an option that may appear to serve a vital need. However, there was a serious issue with the nature of these services being administered without parental consent, which led me to be the plaintiff to end this adjunct measure in taking us as fathers and mothers out of the role of 1, being parents, and 2, suggesting to our sons and daughters we are not equipped to discuss these types of matters with our very own children. This is a most egregious and heinous infringement of our role as parents. With this being said, I would like to cite an incident that occurred not so long ago, which will perhaps unhinge a few. A law enforcement officer had reached out to me a couple of years back asking as to whether or not these Title X facilities could provide birth control without their consent. And I will say they were very distraught and upset due to the fact this facility during this discovery would not allow her as a parent and a mother to be there for her daughter during this confusing incident. You see, her daughter had kept the fact that she had received birth control from her, and her body was rejecting the method they had used. The clinic would not allow her mother into the area they had taken her daughter. To add insult to injury, her daughter explained to her mother after leaving the clinic they had tried to talk her into trying a different method even after knowing her body had rejected the initially introduced method. This is not women's health care in the manner we have heard for so long. This is a child, a minor, who was terrified by what had occurred. This is child abuse, and this is just another reason I am elated to have fought as a plaintiff to ensure parents would need to be notified and be required to provide consent. It could very well save the life of a child. By the glory of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we were victorious in the case DeAnda versus Becerra, and in the same manner, I truly believe Amarillo will be a leader in defending all of us by being a city who stands for us all, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, in becoming a sanctuary city for the unborn, which does uphold the value of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, our 14th Amendment in our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeAnda. We're going to come across the aisle. Do I have anyone on the second row that would like to speak at public comment? Okay, I'm going to jump back to the third row on my right-hand side. Any of the ladies from ARFA that would like to speak during public comment? No? Okay. We're going to come across. Do I have anyone in the third aisle that hasn't? Pamela? Yes, ma'am, you're up.
Thank you all. I really wasn't prepared to speak today, but I just really wanted to address y'all. I know most of y'all voted for y'all. I worked hard for y'all, and I know how y'all's beliefs are, and this is a tough thing for y'all. I want to speak on Jane due process. There's a couple of things. I, too, when we first came across, I know y'all have had this for a long time, but when we first came across all this, we thought the same, well, why do we need something else? You know, but once we started realizing it, I showed up when I didn't think anybody else was, and yet everybody else showed up too, and we all wanted to know the same thing. And it all boiled down to, it's a Texas law, but there's about 6 loopholes, and to me there's mainly 3 loopholes. You know, it's the conception to 6 weeks. The birth control pill puts 1 in 25 women into the emergency room. It's not birth control, I'm sorry, it's the mifepristone. And then the third is the trafficking. But, you know, we traffic the babies back in, then we traffic the mothers and the babies out, then we traffic the pill in. So there's a lot more than just somebody getting a fine. You know, and I feel like the main thing with trafficking is people don't want to get a fine. Well, I don't want to get a fine when I get pulled over by a policeman. And that happens a lot, so anyway. But it's still the truth, okay? So anyway, my biggest passion that really got me is the Jane due process. And if y'all don't know what that is, and I know people in the back don't know what it is either, because some of my really dearest friends go like this, and they didn't know what it is. Jane due process is an organization, and they raise money. And their money that is raised is for minors to be taken across out of Texas for an abortion. That's all they're there for. They raise money to take your daughter, your grandchildren, sons, daughters, whatever. They get paid. That's why they raise the money. They do not even have. We've had people under. If y'all got to see everything, we have people that have gone undercover, and everything is free. Nobody has to have IDs, and it's just a shame that parents don't even know that their loved ones have been taken over, and then they come home and it destroys the family. This is not what I plan to say, but thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you state your name and if you're a resident?
Thank you.
We're going to come back to the fourth row. Do I have anyone here on the fourth row? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward. And as you guys can tell, if you would state your name before you speak, it'll help us get you on the record.
Hello, I'm Iris Lopez, and I've never, ever spoken in my life. I'm always in the back, quiet, and I never say anything. I was at home listening to this, and I was moved to come here and come talk to y'all because my son came into the room, the office that I was working in, and he said, was this the meeting that you were going to go to? And I said, yeah. I said, but I got tied up. And a lot of things have to do also with our medical facilities who try and tell people and encourage people to get abortions. I got pregnant when I was 39 years old. My daughter went off to college. Cole, you know my daughter, Devaney Sanchez. I got pregnant, and I was scared and I was terrified, and I was going to have to start over, all over again. When I went to the to get a sonogram. They told me that if anything was wrong with my child, Down syndrome, anything, that I could get an abortion and that I didn't have to have my baby. My son, when he walked into the room, I just burst into tears because I couldn't imagine not having my son. And I was just bawling, and he came and hugged me. And I told him what happened to me in my situation. I was scared. I was terrified. I'm single and no money. But somehow God has made it work out for me. And to this day, he's still working out for me. And my son is fixing to be 16 years old. So I have come from a family that had incest. I had family that had been raped. And my heart goes out to everyone that goes through this situation. But instead of us finding money for abortions, let's find money to help these individuals. Yes. That's what I have to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Lopez, are you resident?
Yes, I'm a resident.
Thank you. Perfect.
We're on the fourth row here. We're going to come across anybody else that would like to speak here today. Mr. Hughes.
My name is Fred Hughes. I've been a resident here for a little while, and I love Amarillo. I'm gonna stay on the spiritual side because I was a preacher guy one time, and so I'm going to stay right there. And that is that the Bible kind of leads us at the end. It demonstrates what it is that God does or allows or whatever whenever there's innocent blood on the land. And that is, it issues in spiritual deadness. It issues in drought. This part of the country needs anything but a drought. So if you're economically involved in this community, the last thing you want to do is pass the situation on to where innocent blood is continued to be poured out on our land, put under our land. Every pastor in the city should be jumping on this thing. Every believer, every businessman, everybody that has an economic investment in this area need to read your Bible and find out what happens when innocent blood hits your land. It defiles it, gentlemen. And you guys know that. You all are born again. You're all aware of this. And so I would commend you to reconsider from an economic standpoint what you're fixing to vote on in that regard. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Fred. We'll jump across the aisle here. Do I have anyone in the fourth row? Okay, we're going to go back to the fifth row. Mrs. Massey.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for being here so late, and thank you for your time. As I said, I'm Catherine Massey. I'm from Amarillo, born and raised here in the Texas Panhandle. I'm a child of God. I went to labor in the chair that Andrew Freeman is sitting in 3 years ago. So I'm someone who's fought hard to have children. So for people to say that we think babies are a waste of time floors me. Have you all had an IUI? I've had 3. I've sold a car and a house to pay to have a child. But by the grace, I was able to have my own. It really bothers me that there are people in my city judging me and judging other people for how we feel, just because their feelings are different. We all feel different. All 205,000 Amarilloans and 30 million Texans feel different. If we shouldn't feel the same way. That's our right. We're the land of the free. We can have our own religious beliefs and our own everything. I learned about this ordinance in 2021 when I worked in the mayor's office. I was the one who called Don to schedule the meeting on behalf of Mayor Nelson, and I was in that meeting with him and the mayor. I also scheduled and was in the meeting with MLD and the other people discussing this ordinance in 2022. I have an email through an ORR from August of 2023 to a citizen of Amarillo that states, Courtney, thank you for reaching out regarding this issue. You may or may not know this was one of my platform's issues when campaigning. It's time for us to put a flag in the ground for Amarillo and say, not on our watch, and that we stand against murder of the unborn. I and at least 2 other members of council are for this. You will see it put on an agenda in the coming months. I have a copy of the ordinance written for Amarillo. We will make a stand for our babies. Blessings, Don Tips. This was on August 23rd of 2023. While I cannot confirm anything about the said church involved, I do want to clarify that Councilmember Tips was aware of the ordinance when he met with the group in February of 2024, and that he was aware of it during his campaign. The lines are very, very skewed here. Thank you all for your attention and time you've put into this and our city. I know from experience that not much that is said today will change your mind, and so I wish you all would have let us have a PDP committee so we as citizens could have a moderated conversation and that we would develop an understanding and a resolution. I encourage no action on any type of ordinance on this subject. This is not something that should be discussed on the dais. If we are to answer to God, let us do that. We do not need to answer for an ordinance or to our neighbors.
I will make another statement. Kat, I appreciate you owning up the fact that you called me for that meeting. So that is accurate. When I made the email, absolutely, I sure did. When I made reference to other 2 council members, that was from a forum that we did during the campaign. So that was before voting, before any of that. So just to clarify, it made it sound like that we had talked about it. Yeah, but you can see the date. You can see that that was during a campaign. And I clarified that as well. So just want to make a statement of fact.
Thank you. So coming across, do we have anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. Sherry Ferguson. I've lived in this city. Fun fact, I was raised in Garden City, Kansas.
There you go. You got half of it right there. So
yes. Gosh, y'all, this is hard. But I've been a Christian my whole life, depending on who you ask. Raised a Catholic, became a Southern Baptist. They don't quite jive. None of our denominations quite jive. So we all think differently as Christians. My Bible still says life begins at breath. My Bible still says love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and love your neighbor, because God doesn't deal directly with us anymore. We now live in Jesus. So we don't all think alike. So you have to decide where you're at in that. But we also have separation of church and state. And that is a very defined line. You are welcome to have your faith, and you are welcome to practice that all you want. You just cannot do it from that dais. And you cannot make the rest of us be the same kind of Christians you are. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferguson. Anyone else there? Okay, we're going to come across. What are we on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th row. Anyone in the 5th row? Yes, ma'am. If you'd come forward.
My name is Serena Hamilton Heath. I was born in Northwest Texas Hospital when it was on 7th Street. I'm a Valley girl. I went to Palo Duro High School, and I graduated from WT with a bachelor's degree in agriculture. I wasn't planning on speaking, so I'm going to be a little nervous. But I just wanted to address a couple of things that I've been hearing, not to persuade you. Y'all are grown men. Y'all knew what y'all were getting into when y'all ran for office. Y'all know the platforms that y'all ran on. I don't need to remind you of those. But I've heard Nazi Germany. I've heard slavery brought up. I've heard atrocities against women. From a young gentleman who actually spurred me on tonight to go ahead and come up here because he says he was tired of staying quiet. I thought, me too. And he said, ideology, you know that word, ideology is being forced on another person's individuality. I want to thank you for bringing up the fact that we celebrated Memorial Day yesterday. My uncles, Jimmy and Kenneth Hamilton, gave their life for me to be here right now to talk to y'all. I would be remiss if I sat silent. We've talked about women's health. We've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about God. Both sides have used Scripture for their stand, for their points of view. But I'm here to talk on behalf of the ones that have no voice. In Auschwitz, Dachau, there are glasses and there are shoes that I've seen pictures of, but I never heard the screams of those that were murdered. Over 60 million children have died because of abortions. And for the next 30 seconds, I'm just going to be silent, and I hope their screams are being heard. They have no voice. Thank you. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Please come forward and state your name, please.
My name is Ed Heath, and I am not a resident of Amarillo today. I came here in about 1980, so I've been a resident, not a resident, and so forth. I live out in the country just north of town right now. And most of you probably remember when I was up here the last time and told you my story. So I am a victim of abortion, okay? My wife decided to have an abortion, and I couldn't stop it. That's not what I'm here to talk about, though. I've listened to a lot of the things that have been said, not only in this area here, but on social media and on the news, and I keep hearing a lot of, I'm going to call them, what would I term that? Back alley lawyers, okay? Everybody is coming up with legal opinions, but yet I have not heard one person introduce themselves as an attorney, or an attorney that has any background in this type of law. So, you kind of got to discount it. Everybody does research, I get it, but they're not attorneys. You need to get your legal opinions together, and I know you are, but take that advice before you take the advice of somebody who's probably only been in traffic court, okay? It really, a lot of the things that I've heard today, I am a Christian, it is a spiritual matter for me, but across the board, this is the fundamental issues that I'm seeing are life begins at fertilization. okay? Abortion is murder. It's not reproductive health care. And if you look at it, murder is not acceptable in the vast majority of religions in this world, okay? So there's a very small minority of people who think it's okay to murder. Otherwise, no. Those of us that I'm here with tonight, are Christians. It's murder. It's sin, okay? It may not be to other people. But I think that it boils down to those simple fundamentals that need to be looked at. And of course, then you have to make your own decisions based upon your experience. But thank you for your time. And like someone else said, I wouldn't want your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. We're going to jump behind Ed on the 6th row and come all the way down. Yes, ma'am. If you'd come forward.
My name is Shirley Wood, and I was born and raised here in Amarillo. Some of y'all know me because I did run for council, and of course the best man won. But I'm here to, first of all, thank you for having me, Secretary Stephanie, Mayor Stanley, and Councilman. We are here to discuss an important and compassionate movement, the establishment of Sanctuary City for the Unborn. This initiative aims to protect the most vulnerable among us, unborn children, by creating safe havens where their right to life is upheld and defended. The foundation of our society is built on the principle that all human life is valuable and deserves protection. Unborn children, as the most defenseless members of our communities, should be granted the same rights and protections as any other person. By supporting Sanctuary City for the Unborn, we affirm our commitment to the intrinsic value of every human life, regardless of its stage of development. Sanctuary cities for the unborn are a reflection of our community's values and beliefs. Many of us hold deep convictions about the sanctity of life, and these ordinances give us a means to express and uphold those convictions through local governance. They are a powerful statement that our community stands for life and will take action to protect it. Local governments have the authority to enact ordinances that reflect the values and priorities of their citizens. By establishing Sanctuary City for the Unborn, we exercise our right to local self-governance. These ordinances can coexist with state and federal laws, serving as a clear expression of our community's stance on the issue of abortion. Sanctuary City for the Unborn fosters a culture that values supports life. They can encourage initiatives that provide support to pregnant women, promote adoption, and offer resources for families in need. By creating an environment where life is cherished, we can make a tangible difference in the lives of women and children. The unborn cannot speak for themselves. It is our responsibility to be their voice and advocate for their rights. Sanctuary Cities for the Unborn gives us a platform to raise awareness about the dignity and rights of the unborn, ensuring that their lives are not dismissed or disregarded. We understand that not everyone may agree with this initiative. However, it is important to engage in respectful dialogue and find common ground. Our goal is not to polarize, but to come together as a community to protect and support the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. We're going to come across the aisle here. Yes, ma'am, if you don't mind coming forward.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Madrigal, and I am a resident of Amarillo. So I'm here again to ask you guys to remember neutrality and separation of state once again. So I'm kind of really sad to see the city like this. I've stood before you and asked you to show leadership, and I know that you guys are here to make the best decision for Amarillo, and that's why I want to bring this up. I don't know that the question at this point should be, is abortion good or bad? Like, you guys have already made your stances very clear before us and before God. There's no doubt what you guys stand for. But I'm also here to reiterate that at the end of the day, what matters in this position of your action is Amarillo and what is best for it, which is what you're elected to do. I heard the counterpoint today. What about the baby? The sanctuary city ordinance in question is not about the baby, unless you plan on asking and involving it somehow in the process. I ask you to be objective because this argument does not relate to what is at hand, what you are questioning right before us. It's difficult, and I really appreciate your tactfulness in this because I know that both sides believe with all of their hearts that they are right. And it might feel like you're in a position to decide what is right. But we are here to talk about people helping a woman who is likely already in turmoil and in need of support. I implore you to strike down this ordinance and any ordinances like it. In the least, I would ask you to consider changing the name to something that doesn't appeal so strongly to pathos. Again, asking that we can seek and extend neutrality and bring our community together in this and not divide them further apart. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to move to the back row. Anyone on the back row? Yes, ma'am, you're up. If you'd give us your name, please.
Hi, my name is Ashley Alcorn, and I'm an Amarillo resident. I'm speaking to you as a mental health provider deeply committed to advocating for reproductive rights in our community. I believe that access to reproductive rights is not just a matter of legal or medical necessity. It is a fundamental right. Denying women access to reproductive care infringes upon their autonomy and denies them the agency to make decisions about their own bodies and futures. Moreover, from a mental health perspective, denying women access to reproductive care can have a profound effect on their emotional and physical well-being. Studies have shown that unwanted pregnancies and forced childbirth can lead to increased rates of depression, anxiety, and postpartum mental health issues. Additionally, denying reproductive care can perpetuate cycles of poverty and inequality, as women are unable to control their reproductive futures and may be forced to remain in situations that are detrimental to their well-being and the well-being of their families. If we care about children and families, we should be putting our resources into providing support to our community, not wasting our resources on implementing this ordinance. Access to reproductive rights is not just a matter of individual choice. It is a matter of human dignity, autonomy, and well-being. By denying women access to these essential healthcare services, we perpetuate systems of oppression and inequality and undermine the principles of justice and equally upon which our society is built. Therefore, I urge you to join me in advocating for policies and initiatives that uphold and protect women's access to choice-based reproductive care as a fundamental right. Together, we can work towards creating a community where every individual has the autonomy and agency to make informed decisions about their own bodies and futures. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the back row? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
My name is Ariel Benner. I have been a Texas resident all my life. I am 24 years old, and I mention that because I notice many of my neighbors here who are for this ordinance are of neither child-producing nor childbearing age. I am very invested in this. And
Please continue.
now, I take birth control for many of the same reasons most women do. Don't like dealing with my period. It helps to clear up my skin. But I'm also paranoid that every time I step out the doors, I am going to be raped. And this is not unfounded. I have received multiple messages from anonymous accounts online of men admitting that they have sexual fantasies about raping me, sometimes even kidnapping and then raping me. This is a concern for me. I am afraid to walk around town sometimes, especially without my partner. Now, because of this, I am on birth control, and we all know that's not 100% effective. I could still become pregnant even though I'm trying to not become pregnant. And my partner lost his job. We cannot afford a child. We couldn't even afford an abortion if we wanted one. I would have to rely on my father to help me. Now, Cole, I believe you know my father, at least somewhat personally. His name is John Bennert. He is a local business owner. It's a small business called Air Oasis. What would happen if he said to hell with the ordinance and decided to help me anyway, because I know him to be a loving father? What happens to a small business if he cannot afford to keep it afloat because he's being civilly sued by his neighbors for caring about his daughter and the fact that she's in school and trying to build a life for herself and cannot support a child at this time that she did not even ask for? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we're going to jump across to the back row. Mr. Dixon, I believe it's you.
My name is Mark Lee Dixon, and I'm not a Amarillo resident, but I've been here since October, hanging out quite a bit, so definitely getting used to the restaurants. Unborn children, we all know, are human beings made in the image of God. And those unborn human beings deserve equal protection under our laws. They're not less human than you, Mayor Stanley. They're not more human than you, Don Tips. They're equally human. And today, we need to remember just who we're talking about. Is it okay for unborn children made in the image of God to be killed across state lines? Is it okay for those babies to be killed in New Mexico, in Colorado, in Kansas, but not okay for those babies to be killed here? What's the difference? Do we view those unborn human beings as they ought to be viewed? There's a great social, moral, and political evil of our day, and it is called abortion. It is the murder of innocent children made in the image of God. And there are people across this state who have stood up. Mayor Javier Hoven in Odessa, Texas, their council passed an ordinance very similar to y'all's, and they stopped abortion trafficking. Y'all have that ability as well. There are many letters that you guys have received. Texas Right to Life, which is the largest and oldest pro-life organization in the state, has sent a very strong letter in support of this ordinance. Abby Johnson, who is one of the leading pro-life voices in America, who formerly ran a Planned Parenthood, has fully supported this ordinance. NIFLA, which is legal consulting for over about 1,800 pregnancy centers, even Hope Choice here locally, fully supports this ordinance and is willing to represent Hope Choice if anything were to come up. Guys, I know that you guys know that unborn children are human beings. My encouragement today is for you to act like it and establish justice. Hate evil, love good. Establish justice for those little ones. Thank you so much.
Sure. Anyone else on? Oh, yes, sir. Come on forward, doctor.
Hi, my name is Doug Albrock. I'm a longtime resident here in Amarillo. I stand in support of this ordinance. As citizens, we have the sacred honor to stand in the public square and speak courageously, speak truth. And the truth is that this ordinance is about saving babies. The truth is that abortion is truly murder of an unborn child. Abortion is the act of taking the life of an unborn child by either chemical or surgical means. This is the taking of the life at the hands of another person. It's not an act of God. It is by the hands of another person. 100% of the time, when abortion is completed and quote-unquote successful, the result is a dead child. You have to ask yourself the question, when is it ever right to kill an innocent human being? When is it ever right to kill an innocent human being? You all know the truth that life begins at conception. You know that each one of you have been given the charge to protect Amarillo citizens, including the citizens within their mother's womb. The womb was designed by God to be the safest place on earth. We have been uniquely woven within our mother's womb. Woven. Think about that word. The DNA helix is woven. Psalm 139 says that we were woven in our mother's womb. At the moment of conception, each person has a unique, completely unique DNA sequence. The child in the womb is a unique life. Each one of us has experienced the miracle of life without our lives being cut short by others. You have heard a multitude of voices tonight and over the last year concerning this ordinance. I ask each one of you to listen to the still small voices of the babies being murdered. This is happening right now here in Amarillo through chemical abortions. Each one of you knows the difference between right and wrong. I urge you to pass this ordinance to protect those who are the most innocent among us. Please listen to the still small voice of God to guide your decision. I urge you to courageously stand up and stand firm to do the right thing. Thank you for your prayerful consideration.
Sir, would you like to speak in the back? Oh, did we have somebody else on this last row? I believe both spoke. Yes, sir.
So I was born here in Amarillo. And
Give us your name, please.
Oh, it's Luke Mark. I've
Okay.
lived here for 20 years, and I was born here. I'd like to remind you all that the Constitution has just separation of church and state for a reason, and that in a city of 200,000 with a metropolitan area greater than 300,000, 10,000 signatures is simply not a lot. And many of these people that show today are showing on their own accord, and most of these people here are not from in town. Many are, well, a lot are, but many of them are older citizens, and I think it's time to look towards Amarillo's future, not our past. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are really close to wrapping up our public comments, so just bear with us a little bit longer. Everybody's been respectful. Let's let everybody have their full time uninterrupted. Yes, sir.
All right, so last time I was here, I was the histrionics person, right? I want to start off by saying, have you ever heard the term, you wasn't with me when I was shooting in the gym? Okay. So, except for Mr. Allen and Miss Graves, who've been in here, it's hard for me to find people who've been putting in the work like me for as long as I have in the 79107. And so, to hear some of the things that have been said when it comes to trafficking and saving lives and medical whatnots, that's crazy talk to me, because y'all aren't in the room for these conversations. If you're worried about lives, you'd also be worried about the high mortality rates of black women and their children. But I'm in the room for those conversations. I know that y'all aren't there when Amarillo has trafficking task force meetings, because I'm in those rooms. And I've been in those rooms for years. And so what you're saying isn't real. It's something that you're drumming up because you feel a certain way. And that's not fair. That's not fair by anybody's standard. Now, to get back to the histrionics of everything, I get it. Like, you feel a certain kind of way, and you would hope this goes a certain kind of way, but may I remind everybody to be good stewards of history once again. Because once you come for these people, right, and we thought it was crazy that Roe versus Wade could be rolled back, but it did, right? And the joke came, well, what happens if they come for interracial marriage, right? That was kind of just like a what-ifism, right? But now, Justice Thomas is now currently looking back at Brown versus Board of Education, right? So as these things start to pile up and momentum comes from stuff like this, and it emboldens people to be able to take rights. And this story only ends in, and they came for me, and nobody was there to help me. That's how this ends. Last time I said, the means that you use to silence people today is the same ones they use to silence you tomorrow. And when nobody else is here to defend you, you're all alone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I believe that concludes public comment. So thank everyone for participating here today. I'm sincerely grateful for the professionalism, respect, and honor that's been showed here. It's 8:48, so I think we're right on time, if that makes you feel better. Item 9G is Ms. City Secretary presenting the petition to the council. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I know.
Literally.
Mayor and council. This is the first time I've actually presented a petition to our elected officials. What I have for you today is a memo with the statements from the committee. So if you'll recall, on December 29th, 2023, they brought in an initiating statement that provided their intent to go collect signatures. And on April 25th, they brought back the full petition. So the city secretary's office spent almost all of our 21 days we had to verify 10,383 signatures that were provided with that petition. Once we finished our verification, we found that approximately 6,400 of those signatures were valid and approximately 4,000 were invalid for various reasons. The number that they needed to acquire to be a valid petition was 4,888, which is 5% of registered voters in the city. And therefore, today I am submitting to you a valid petition for an ordinance outlawing abortion that's entitled Ordinance Outlawing Abortion, Declaring Amarillo a Sanctuary City for the Unborn, making various provisions and findings, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Do you have any questions for me that I can help answer on this?
Questions for Mrs. Coggins?
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Then I would turn it over to Mayor Stanley to take the item from here. Thank you.
Thank you for walking us into this one. Appreciate you. We do have our petition committee here, several members. I know I spoke to you earlier about the willingness to have a few individuals that could represent your committee with the interest of engaging in a discussion with council. I know that what you would like. I know that you would like for council to call a public hearing right now, vote this thing through, and put it in as an ordinance, not take it to the ballot. I believe that that is what I've heard. So I don't believe that I have the ability to do that here, but I'm coming to this conversation very sincerely with an open mind and interested in engaging in a discussion. And if you guys are willing to have a discussion with us, I believe I have 4 other individuals that are willing to listen and speak and look at all options here and what we would like to do for our community. We've had testimony from multiple residents and interested individuals talking about how we're all different and we're all people. I know that the accusation that's been leveled against me is, well, you're not Christian enough, you're not pro-life enough, you're not standing strong enough, right? And so what I would ask you in engaging in this conversation is, with a willingness to let everybody stand where they are, can we truly have a conversation and come together for something that's good? Or does it have to be 100% just the way it's written? So what I'm referring to is a potential amendment, and I'd start the conversation with you guys asking who you may have a representative here that would address us, and if you're willing to amend your petition. Mr. Austin.
From what I have seen and read, and I may have misunderstood this, I understood that this amendment would replace the petition that we have, or is it just added to it?
Okay, so let me make sure that we're walking this out and speaking very clearly, defining our terms. I believe what we're asking for is if you guys would be willing to engage in a discussion with this council, if this council put forth an amendment. The amendment could be, I would like this language added to clause so-and-so, or I would like this clause removed, this title, this heading, whatever it may be. So that would be what we would work towards here tonight. If we are going to amend this, I don't believe that it would be anything we would call a public hearing on, because we wouldn't have the actual document amended in our presence.
I think I would be remiss if I said no, we're not going to have any discussion. I think we should talk about it.
Okay.
I would also be remiss to tell you that things could be removed that are the meat of the petition, of the ordinance. There are things that we have discussed as a committee that would be fine if we added, but we have not agreed on anything that could be taken away from it.
Okay.
So certainly we can talk about adding an amendment to it.
We have a starting point.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Jana May. You'll have to come to the microphone so they can hear you online. Yes, ma'am.
Are you requesting that we meet with you in a closed meeting,
No, ma'am, I'm requesting that we do this in the public.
in public?
Yeah. With this open discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, and I appreciate, right now, we have Mr. Austin and Mrs. May here as our 2 designees, appointees. Do we have anyone else that would like to represent this petition committee? Okay, Mr. Hughes. So I would like to take you 3 and allow you guys to engage in the dialogue with us so that we're not constantly going back and forth to other members of your committee. Does anybody have an issue with that? Okay. Is Mr. Albrecht on your, is Dr. Albrecht on the committee? Not on the initiating committee? Okay. Council, do you have any issues with the committee appointing Dr. Albrecht as a speaker? Okay. I am going to engage with legal real quick and ask our city attorney, is there any issue if you had somebody who wasn't on the initiating committee that helped to work towards a potential amendment, that then the amendment would be what's put on the ballot and he wasn't on the committee? I want to make sure that if Dr. Albrecht brings forth something that council accepts and we put it on the ballot or we put it forward as an ordinance, that the rest of the petitioners, those who signed that, were okay with the authority that he exercised on behalf of the initiating committee, because he's not on the initiating committee.
Our charter provision only talks about the initiating. I have to excuse myself. I'm not on that committee. I thought you were calling for.
So, Mr. Hughes, thank you. So let me just continue in the dialogue here. I don't know that we have a hard and fast answer. I'm great. Council's great. We would be fine with Dr. Albrecht speaking on behalf of your initiating committee. However, it could leave a little vulnerability if we amend this. Do you have any issues with the petitioners? Because right now you have that authority as the committee.
What did you ask? Hey, let's not create a loophole here.
Okay. I think it's the safer position to not.
Yeah. Mr. Austin.
Here we are.
Okay.
We're all on the initiative.
Right. So what I would like to do is I would like to establish the individuals that we're going to speak with here for this brief discussion. We have Mr. Austin, Mrs. May. Do we have a third, or are we good with, okay, and Mr. Barrett? So these three. Okay. Council, at this time, we have an open discussion with the initiating committee. I would ask if any council would like to go first in starting this discussion, if you have anything that you would like to propose as a potential amendment to this petition.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. Can y'all come to, one of you or all three of you come to the podium, so that way when we dialogue you can speak.
I think that's good.
So given this is an Amarillo ordinance, I would like to see that, one of our pregnancy centers is listed in there. As it is right now, the resource does not include an Amarillo pregnancy center. So I would like to see Hope Choice listed in there. Is that doable?
That is totally doable.
That is very fine. Yes.
That's doable.
Okay. I know there's been some discussion regarding this. The next request, and I mean, I'm just going to give you all an opportunity to answer this. Is it possible to make an exclusion of parents and grandparents in the trafficking?
No.
We have discussed that, and that is not something that we would agree to.
You'd have state crawling all over
Okay.
this.
And I don't have to know the why. I mean, I don't have to know why. It's just a question.
Just a note.
Okay. Okay. Those are my two questions.
Okay. Any other council that would put forth an amendment?
My question is not for the committee, but probably for Brian. At what point does legal review this, through this process? Because my understanding is that it has to be completely vetted and legal before we act on any ordinance.
So, Brian, before you answer, let me just ask. I understand that, we're working towards an amendment with you guys. I would propose that amendment would then go through legal to be redrafted, and we'd have to bring it up for the first public hearing in the next session. So if for some reason, which we had Mr. Ford here earlier stating that we didn't follow the letter that we have dictated on legal's official review or a written response, we wouldn't necessarily have to hold up the entire discussion here tonight because we wouldn't be voting here tonight. Now, if we're going to vote here tonight, I think that that's something I'd like to address for you, Councilman.
Okay.
Are you okay with leaving that answer for later if it applies to this, if we get to an amendment?
That's fine.
Okay. Anything else you could offer?
Well, okay, so let me, you asked Brian if he's reviewed this. Was that the question? Now, before any amendments, I'm just going to clarify,
Okay.
before any amendments are made or whatever, was that the question?
Well, my understanding, I'm just jumping back to the very beginning of the meeting when a citizen brought up, it's legal's responsibility to vet this thing before we act on any ordinance. So I'm just trying to understand, after this thing becomes drafted, whatever happens with it, is it going to hit your desk for review and then it's back to us?
Or have you already reviewed it since it's been on agenda and we've had a copy of it?
Yes, I've already reviewed this and given you my recommendations. I did it in executive session several months ago.
Anything further?
No.
Okay. Would ask Council Member Sherlin or Simpson, do you have anything you would like to offer?
Just, I guess, a question, not if that's okay, not
Yes,
an
sir.
offer. I received an email on April 21st that said that when the signatures would be turned in, that the initiating committee will also be providing a list of things that would be open to negotiate on.
No. No.
I'm not sure.
There's nothing to my recollection that was ever brought up,
I
discussed,
received
or otherwise
April
provided.
21st, and I'm just asking the question because I got
Okay.
the email.
Yeah.
It was from Mark Lee Dixon, and Mr. Austin, you were copied on it. So I
Yes.
just didn't know if I missed something or if there was something that was sent that I did not receive.
I honestly forgot that we offered that.
Steve, are we talking about that, the fact that it was Hope Choice and that other exception then? Is that it?
I know quite a while back, we had visited with each other and said, Hope Choice needed to be in there. So we totally agree
Yeah.
that their information needed to be in there as a resource. They were not mentioned in the original. So that's probably what that was referencing.
Probably.
I didn't get any other detail.
Because I don't know of any other amendments that we've even discussed
Other than-
that we would have sent you.
Other than these right here. These were the only ones, to my knowledge and recollection, was Hope Choice and the exception. Those were the only two that were brought up.
That we would accept.
That we would, that we looked at. The addition of Hope Choice is acceptable as a resource, but the exception is not.
Right.
And there you go.
So if we were going to give you a list of those that were acceptable amendments, the only one that it would have been was to add Hope Choice into the.
Correct.
Into the.
Well, I just didn't know. I just
Okay.
received an email that said
Okay.
I would be receiving it, but never got anything.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. So is there anything in there and currently that you would consider an area that is negotiable?
No.
Not that changes
The crux.
the crux of it or the meat of the ordinance.
Is there something in there that you're wanting to negotiate on?
Well, what I'm thinking is there a path to, and I don't know what your opinion would be on this, and I would be interested in hearing this, is I'm just really concerned about this going to the ballot and what it would do to the community. Because we're now here, we're amongst ourselves for the most part, trying to solve a problem. I think we both know what's going to happen if it does go to the ballot,
Yep.
and which would be outside forces from all over coming in.
Yeah.
I
I would
mean,
much prefer it not go to the ballot.
and I guess my question is, is there a path to be able to do that includes anything other than, is there a path to be able to do that if it involves taking part of it out, reducing some of it? Is there a path that we could reach to do that?
What I'm scratching my noggin on is the state's Attorney General, Paxton, has already endorsed these ordinances. You've got representatives.
Could you identify which one, sir?
Pardon?
Could you identify which ordinance Ken Paxton has endorsed? Which city or which county?
I cannot at this time. I'll
Okay.
be happy to get
Maybe,
back with you
maybe if
later on
Mr.
that,
Dixon could.
if needs be.
It'd be helpful for the discussion.
Yeah, and that's fine. But I know that given the fact that we have a legal brain trust in Jonathan Mitchell, who drafted this, who's offered his legal expertise on this, should the city be attacked in any way in terms of a lawsuit, pro bono, you know, the liability to the city on this in terms of any legal action is zero. There's no liability there. Jonathan Mitchell would offer up that representation. Now,
That
what
wasn't
I'm
my
getting
question.
at is
I mean,
the ordinance specifically
heard that.
covers 6 items that are not addressed in the state law, okay? And the state law specifically calls out the allowance for cities to create ordinances just like this that are at least as strict as state law, which this is. We've covered our bases. We have completely covered our bases on this ordinance. And I've listened here tonight to all the arguments on both sides. And I'm kind of shocked that we can't at least acknowledge that the individuals that have had a hand in the preparation of this ordinance are experienced, qualified attorneys who know their trade. That's what I'm scratching my noggin on. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't. Everything that we need is right here. And all we're simply doing at the core of this is trying to prevent the murder of a legitimate, bona fide human life that is being trafficked across the borders to all the states, the remains of which are being brought back here to be disposed of on our land.
Councilman Simpson.
I go back to my question. There's really no path for us to get there.
Well,
What would that path look like?
what
I'm
is
trying
it
to
that,
figure out the path.
what path is it that you're
Well, I
wanting?
thought I would get one tonight. That was why I was asking about it, because I thought there were some things that were.
But I'm asking you if there is a specific amendment that you want. What is that?
He was told that he was going to get a list of things. He got an email. I don't know if we all got it or I didn't see it, but he's saying that he got a list or an email that said he'd get a list, and he never received a list. So the path that you're asking for, he's asking for those. That's the path.
Okay.
And that's the only one
And they weren't
that I'm
pres-
aware of.
they weren't
The only
presented.
ones that we were aware of as a committee, correct me if I'm wrong, Jana, the only amendments that we were made aware of in the process of this that were proposed or otherwise submitted to the committee, Councilman Simpson, is the addition of Hope Choice and the exception. Those were the only 2. There's your list.
Okay.
Okay. Very good.
There's your answer.
Okay. Still progress, even though it's bouncing around the room. Anything else, Councilman Simpson?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Sherlin?
I'm good.
Okay. Here's what I would ask for, and I'm going to restate what Councilman Simpson said. You're asking for this council to vote on and move this into law as an ordinance, not to put it to the ballot. It's not on us to put it to the ballot. It's on you to put it to the ballot.
Right.
You went and you drew up 10,000 signatures telling people you were willing to do the work. And you may walk away from this meeting and have to do what you promised to those people, which is you do the work. What I'd like to do right now is I'd like to see if there's a willingness to test that to a certain degree and let us work with you, not against you. And here's what I'd propose, Mr. Austin. Councilman Tips made a great amendment with Hope Choice being listed. You've agreed to that.
Yes.
So I would just look at 171.208. civil liability for violation of aiding or abetting, okay, as Texas state law has drafted. Any person other than an officer or employee of a state or local governmental entity in this state may bring civil action against any person who, and it lists, performs or induces, knowingly engage in the conduct that aids or abets performance or inducement. I won't read it to you because I know you know it. But if you were willing to take 171.208 and put it in place of A and B on 8-6-4. So if you go to Section 8-6-4, prohibited abortion trafficking on an unborn child, the state has spoken, aiding and abetting. What we would be doing, the only change we would be making, we'd be removing the roadway issue. We'd be removing the issue of you driving down I-40. We would be relying on the enforcement mechanism of civil liability, which, if you've listened to discussion after discussion, is not something that 8-6-4 allows you subpoena power over that person that you're suing to ever interrogate or investigate. So it's not something enforceable in my opinion. It's the weakest part of this ordinance, and it's the hanging point that all of this hangs on. If you would be willing to put in 171.208 in lieu of A and B and adding tips, Hope Choice list, I think we would be willing to move this forward as a council. Otherwise, I think what we're saying is you need to take it to the ballot.
Well, and I will say that if you do, correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, if you do amend this already with the Hope Choice, you've got to come back anyway, correct?
Right.
Because it's not, this isn't going to be the correct ordinance. So you're going to have to come back anyway.
Right.
So giving what Mayor has just proposed, that gives you an opportunity to maybe research or go through, because
We need that.
And I don't know that
We need
council.
that opportunity.
I don't know that council would pass it. We'd have to hear from council. May still be individualized in the vote. But this is the only path forward that I see outside of council looking at the alternative for what council's willing to do and you guys moving forward to the ballot in November.
Okay.
So, and so you know, we discussed procedurally what can be done tonight. And there's not much. I mean, it's, this is new, like City Secretary said, this is the first time she's presented a petition or whatever. There's not much we can do tonight anyway, as a council, to vote or do those things, especially if there's been an amendment to this, because it's going to have to be presented, rewritten, presented. We're going to have to take another look.
Yeah.
We'll.
Yes,
I don't
we
feel
will
like I have
research
the-
it and go with our.
Whatever our council and the director of the Right to Life
And
recommend.
I want to write down exactly what you're talking about replacing and with what. And the numbers.
171.208 would replace.
So I would ask specifically that Section 8-6-4, prohibited abortion trafficking on an unborn child, would be retitled aiding and abetting. And then you would strike A and B. You can keep some additional language that you have in there. I'm not trying to rewrite Jonathan Mitchell's ordinance from here on, but state law, you would cite 171.208, and you would use the state language for this section.
We'll take it under advisement
Okay.
of our council, and at such a time when this council reconvenes, we'll bring you back our response.
Okay?
Fair enough?
Is there any others?
Yeah, there may be. Let me ask council.
I was just checking, we talked earlier about procedure. It's 20 days, correct?
30.
30.
Council
30 days.
has 30 days to act.
Okay, so let's clarify procedure. Council has 30 days to act. Upon that action, you have 20 days to accept or to move forward.
We have 20 days?
You have 20
After
from our 30.
So council has 30 days to take action.
Right.
When they take action, it starts a 20-day shot clock for the committee. And if council does not approve the ordinance as it was originally proposed, and a majority of committee members vote to take that to an election, you'd have to provide a statement to the city secretary within that 20 days.
Okay, so
saying
we're
that you
in the
want
20
it
days.
to go to
All
election.
right, tomorrow is day one.
So let me clarify.
'Cause
Council has just received this.
No,
We're engaging in a
we have
discussion.
20 days after their 30.
We haven't called anything yet. So when we take action, we will within 30 days.
Okay.
You'll have 20 days. Now, in the meantime, our next meeting is June 11th. I know everyone in this room and people that are still at home watching for whatever reason would like to see this in the rearview mirror. I don't want to belabor this any longer. So this is the most that I feel like we would be willing to do. And I'm going to ask council if I have anybody here that would like to discuss, not take a vote, but would like to discuss on if this is something that you find to be reasonable. These amendments that we're discussing.
You're asking council or are you asking the committee?
I'm asking my council,
Okay.
yes. Thank you.
He's saying that is replaced with that. And A and B are starting.
Mayor, give me a little bit color on this.
Okay.
So I get a good understanding. I mean, not that we haven't been sitting up here for 6 hours listening, but just help me kind of give me a lay of the
Okay.
land of kind
So
of the change in what you're talking about.
The next item on the agenda here is an alternate of what I think council may be willing to do, and we had our city attorney draw it up. And it states your whereases, which are our findings, and what we're trying to do. And then it has one section. This is a page and a half, and it says, municipal code is hereby amended, and that we cite 170, 170A, 171, 697. We also define in this fertilization of the point of conception, all embryonic stages of gestation. These are the loopholes that you guys are telling us we're not paying attention to. So what it does is it doesn't address anything other than 171.208, which says aiding and abetting. So you already have the law enacted within the state of Texas, correct? So hang on, John. This here has a gross overreach in some people's opinion. And we've listened to everybody's testimony. We don't have to go back down that road. But this opinion of some, that this is a gross overreach of government, has to do with the fact that it's an unenforceable, uninvestigatable item that you're never going to use this in a court of law. Why is it in this ordinance? And it's going to get us sued, in my opinion. So I'll let you rebut this. This is the one point.
I respectfully disagree, Mayor Stanley. I just wanted to know, did the council receive the letter from our attorney?
Individually, I know I
Jared.
did today.
And did the council have an opportunity to read his position statement on your proposed ordinance? The committee is in agreement with our council's statement.
So, John, for the first time in a while, I'm going to tell you I agree with you. And I think that this is much in the way of this alternate, is much in the way of repeating state law that already exists, identifying state law. Now, it does more clearly state and more clearly define some things that you guys are saying are unclear. You know, you're saying SB 8 still looks at 6 weeks and heartbeat, and you'd like to see fertilization. That's covered in here. So I'm not going to tell you that it's impotent and that it doesn't do anything and it's symbolic. It does some things. Now, your ordinance is written much more so by a very skilled attorney, and it's 18 pages long. So I'm not putting this alternate up against your ordinance as the best path forward. But if you reject the willingness to amend anything in here that truly doesn't have the teeth or the crux of what you're trying to do, which is to further protect life, then what you're saying is council's got to adopt something that restricts the right to travel potentially on the road that would be decided by some judge, and we don't have any way. And so let me restate that. Let me restate that. The fact that a claimant could claim that it restricts it is all they have to have.
What I would like is to get a copy of your page and a half amendment to
Okay.
look at and to compare it with this, and then we would like to meet, like we talked earlier, we
with
would
our
like to meet and get together and discuss what we could possibly do here.
Okay. Well, then, thank you for your discussion. Let me go back to my council and see is that enough color, Councilman Simpson, or would you?
I'm good.
Anything else, Councilman Sherlin? Okay, this side.
Good.
Okay. What I would like to do then is to, we probably don't even need to table it. We've had our discussion. We could move forward, and I'd like to bring a little bit more color to this alternate. Well, actually, you know what? In case, because we've brought everybody here, we've gone through this whole meeting. If we had to have another discussion, we would do public comment again. So let me ask for a motion to table item 9G.
Okay.
That way, in case we get into H, we could take that back from the table if you needed to have further discussion after H.
Even tonight.
Even tonight.
Even
Yes, sir.
tonight. It's not.
Before you ask for a motion to table, just ask a question. And I haven't talked to the committee about this, but is it possible to put that with the other one intact as an amendment?
No, they're
It doesn't.
they're
I know
too-
it's redundant.
You would not want to
They're
do
too
that.
dissimilar.
Yeah.
In the way in which I would think that yours has been brought through the petition process. We have an opportunity to amend it a little, but not to make drastic changes and then call it an amendment.
You wouldn't want to
Okay.
put this as an amendment.
I need to look at it. I just,
We haven't seen it. But the one thing I want to be perfectly clear on is we are consulting with our council on your proposed amendments.
Right.
We will return to this forum when we have a response from the committee via our council, and we will so advise at that time. Fair
Well,
enough?
understand, there's no action being taken tonight.
There we go.
So there's no clock being started, no 30,
okay.
no 20, no nothing.
Okay.
So there is no clock.
Let me clarify.
Today-
Can
We are
make
on
a
the 30
motion?
days.
Can we make a motion that we table?
No, you cannot, but thank you.
That's city, that's them.
Is that incorrect? That's incorrect?
So
Today starts the 30 clock.
It does.
It's
So
from
even though no action's
when
taken.
it's submitted to council.
we are on the clock, but Mr. Barrett, you are not. Your 20 days has
No,
not.
they're consecutive, I
So
understand.
we very
it's not
specifically.
midnight, so it's today.
There you go. Very specifically listed 2 amendment potential changes. And if you have questions, you could reach out to myself or anybody else here, and we could further discuss this with you with the hopes that we could bring it back.
Okay,
Um,
fair enough.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for a motion to table this. Before I ask for that,
Can we get legal?
Mr. City Attorney, can you give me a brief legal opinion if everything we're doing is in order?
Everything you're doing is in order.
Well, I want to ask that if I'm asking for a motion to table, does this cause me any concerns if I'm going to take it off the table here today?
Table, which item are you going to table?
Item 9G.
You can do that if you wish.
Okay.
Okay.
We can do that if we wish, but we can bring it back tonight if we wanted to. We bring it
could.
back anytime in meeting.
Can.
Okay.
All I'm doing is I just don't want to conclude the discussion since the other item relates to it so closely. I want to be able to bring the discussion back up potentially to more clarify it. Should we end the discussion on that one knowing that 9H is similar? Or are you
Mayor?
good to table?
I would recommend you table it because if we don't have a public hearing tonight, y'all will need to set a public hearing
Okay.
for a
We
future
still need
date.
to take action
Yes.
then
So
on the public hearing.
that would be your action.
Thank you, Ms. City Secretary.
I would agree.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a motion to table.
I make a motion we table 9, is it G?
G.
9G.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Okay, so motions tabled, we're going to, or items tabled. We're going to move forward to item 9H.
Can I ask one question?
Yes,
if you don't
sir.
mind, before we go. So the public hearing, help me map out the timetable on that. I mean, I see our options here is we could have called a public hearing tonight. We decided not to. We are required to do so before we do that. So is that a public hearing that has to come up at the next meeting, or but it's got to come up within 30 days, correct?
Glad to let City Attorney weigh in on this. However, the reason that we wanted this option of a public hearing was if we knew there would be no amendment, then we could go ahead and do what we needed to do to move that forward. So if we're going to make an amendment, I don't see how we would do that and call a public hearing tonight without the legal documents being reviewed or revised.
That makes sense.
Mr. McWilliams.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so because we're going to have to amend the document, we're not going to have a public hearing, but I don't want to kill the discussion. And since we tabled this, we could schedule the public hearing here. That way we don't have to call it later and save a little bit more time.
Then, Mayor, we could call a special meeting, correct?
We could, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a few options to do to move forward and to take action and have a public hearing.
Okay, I'm going to move us forward here real quick. Item 9H. So this is a discussion and possible consideration on what I've labeled an alternative proposed ordinance protecting human life. So let me start this just by stating I have a copy of it here. We have a copy. It's in the agenda, correct? So everybody that had read the agenda has it. Do we have any other way of printing these, handing them out, anything else that do we need to do anything? It's pretty short.
You can go on the phone, on the website.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the agenda.
Okay, so it's just online. Probably the best thing I could do, if I can keep us heading in a good direction here, I have some representatives here from ARFA. I have a representative here from Hope Choice, whom you know. And I still have you guys that can engage in this conversation. I would like to have a conversation about what I think is still a good path forward if we can't come to terms on this. This may be an exercise that doesn't go anywhere. I still feel like it's important, since we're here at this late hour, that we exercise all of the communication that we can moving forward. So I would start the discussion with this. Not to ever separate or divide, but this side of the room. I know you're disappointed, but we've told you the entire time who we were. We told you from the beginning we were pro-life and that we would take an action if we felt like it was in our jurisdiction to further protect life. We've also told you that we wouldn't move, and I shouldn't say we. I've told you that I wouldn't move on this as written, and I'm going to hold firm to that. But in my due diligence, we did work this in with our legal counsel here. So I'm just going to read it since you don't have it. An ordinance protecting human, it's only a page and a half, so don't worry. An ordinance protecting human life by amending the Amarillo Municipal Code to add the state-adopted abortion-relating restrictions, prohibitions found in chapters 170A, 171, and 697. Disposition of embryonic and fetal tissue remains of the Texas Health and Safety Code, providing for severability, providing for a repealer, providing for the publication date and effective date. Those may be the only things we don't read. Whereas the state of Texas has adopted chapters 170A, 171, and 697 of the Health and Safety Code to protect the lives of the unborn and assure the proper disposition of fetal and embryonic tissue remains. And whereas Section 17A.001 of the Texas Health and Safety Code defines unborn child as an individual living member of the Homo sapiens species from fertilization until birth, including the entire embryonic and fetal stages of development. Whereas Section 17A.002 prohibits a person from knowingly performing, inducing, or attempting an abortion, except when medically necessary to save the mother. And whereas human life, beginning at conception and continuing until natural death, is worthy of being protected from abortion-inducing drugs, which ends the life of innocent unborn human beings. Hang in there with me. Whereas human life, beginning at conception and continuing until death, should never be treated as waste, and bodies of unborn children killed by elective abortions deserve to be treated with the same dignity and respect as the bodies of born children who lose their lives or whose lives are lost due to other causes. And whereas to protect the health and welfare of all residents within the city of Amarillo, including the unborn, the City Council finds it necessary to amend the Amarillo Municipal Code to add state-adopted abortion-related restrictions and prohibitions within the city of Amarillo. Now, therefore, be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Amarillo, Texas, and this is it right here, Section 1, that the Amarillo Municipal Code is hereby amended by fully adopting Chapters 170A, providing for criminal liability for the inducement or performance of an abortion. 171, providing for restrictions on the use of abortion-inducing drugs, informed consent, and private civil liability for engaging in conduct that aids or abets the performance or inducement of an abortion. And 697 of the Texas Health and Safety Code, providing for the proper disposition of fetal and embryonic tissue as amended. The City of Amarillo hereby fully adopts all chapters of the state law cited here within. Ms. City Secretary, if you'll scroll that up and let them read severability and the last repealer. So, the repealer clause, if council were to put this on the books, we adopt this, and it says what it says. State law is already acted. State of Texas is a sanctuary state. We don't have the authority or the jurisdiction to legislate laws in New Mexico or any other state. We're not going to get there on restricting your travel down the road, but if we put this on and you choose not to amend, and you put yours on the ballot and it fails, you still have an ordinance here that does everything that we can do to protect life to the utmost of our responsibility. This has a repealer, and so does yours, which means we could pass this today, we could amend yours and pass it tomorrow, and this goes away. This in no way harms you unless you go to the ballot. In my opinion, if you go to the ballot, it's going to be more difficult for you to explain to voters why you would need to pass another ordinance when the City Council spent a 9-hour marathon here passing this one. So with great consideration, I would like to speak towards the different groups and have each one here that represents what their position could be on this, and then I'd like to hear from council. Who do I have representing ARFA here today? Okay, if you guys would come forward. Evening.
Hi. So I'm going to start with a statement, if that's okay.
Give us your name for the record, please.
My name is Courtney Brown. I do live in Amarillo, Texas. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We proudly represent ARFA, the Amarillo Reproductive Freedom Alliance, a collection of individuals, community organizations, and business owners. As a collective, we stand firmly opposed to any municipal ordinance that seeks to duplicate or overreach state law within the Texas Panhandle. We ask you to vote with the understanding that abortion is a complex and private issue. Vote with the understanding that you represent all of Amarillo, not just a certain groups who seek to control others with their religion. Do not attempt to restrict our freedoms, violate our privacy, and make the Panhandle a hostile place for its citizens and visitors. And if it must, allow this issue to go to the voters so that the true diversity of Amarillo can have a voice in the matter. We ask that you stay committed to your concepts of small government and the right to personal privacy and freedom. And no matter what happens, know that ARFA will continue to build a community that uplifts the rights of all people to determine their reproductive futures. After months of this issue polarizing our community, it's crucial to remember that this ordinance was drafted by two men who have a strategic political agenda. They and their supporters seek to weaponize Amarillo roads with no regard for the impact and harm it will bring our community. Amarillo is not a pawn, and Amarillo deserves better.
Thank you, ma'am. Please go ahead. Would either of you other ladies like to speak?
We did have a guest that was going to join us today. Unfortunately, air travel was thwarted out of Dallas, so if possible, I'd like to read her statement.
For sure, go ahead.
It is my deepest honor to be able to read this statement on behalf of Amanda Zarowski, who she and her husband had a deeply impactful experience of the cruelty that comes from travel bans and why, as an organization, we stand opposed to them completely. Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Zarowski. I am a Texas resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I urge the council to reject new harsh abortion restrictions for the city of Amarillo. I am here to share my experience as someone who has had to navigate the already difficult landscape of abortion restrictions in the state of Texas. And I hope that by sharing my story, you will be able to better understand what is truly at risk with the ordinance in front of you. In the spring of 2022, my husband Josh and I learned I was pregnant with our first baby, a girl. We were over the moon. In hopes of starting a family, I had undergone grueling fertility treatments for a year and a half, so we were beyond thrilled at this news. As difficult as it was for us to get pregnant, my first trimester was all smooth sailing. But then suddenly, at 18 weeks, I suffered catastrophic complications. My cervix dilated prematurely and my membranes ruptured, a heartbreaking condition known as PPROM. There was no question about the outcome. This diagnosis made it 100% inevitable that we were going to lose our pregnancy and our dream of bringing our baby girl home. We were devastated. But on top of the grief was a new layer of fear and confusion. A near total abortion ban in our state had already been in effect for over a year, and an additional ban went into effect just 2 days after my water broke. Under these harsh laws, inducing labor is considered an illegal abortion because my daughter's heart was still beating. Texas medical providers could not give me the treatment I needed. My medical team also told me that once your water breaks, the odds of developing a life-threatening infection are so high that it was too dangerous for me to travel out of state for the essential medical care I so desperately needed. They said my best option under Texas law was to wait until I got sick enough that my life would be considered in danger. Only then could my doctor provide the health care that I needed in Texas. There was nowhere I could go, nowhere I could turn. I want to emphasize that the standard of care for PPROM is an abortion. I knew that my daughter would not survive. I needed an abortion to save my life and protect my future fertility, but I never got that chance. Instead, 3 days later, my husband Josh and I were driving home from one of many appointments to monitor my vitals as well as our babies. During that short 15-minute drive home, I went from being physically fine to crashing into septic shock and being unable to communicate. I could not speak through my chattering teeth, my body convulsed violently, and I was freezing cold during a 110-degree heat wave. After helping me to our bed, Josh rushed to call my doctor to ask whether I was sick enough now to get care. He decided he could not wait for the answer and somehow got me back in the car and rushed me to the ER. He was so terrified that I would die that evening he called both sets of our parents in the Midwest, told them to fly in as soon as possible in case they needed to say their goodbyes in case I didn't survive. I'm going to pause here for a moment and ask you to consider what it would be like if you, like my husband, had to figure out this cruel maze of denial of care and punitive laws during a medical emergency for someone you love and don't want to lose, all while grieving the loss of a pregnancy. My scenario was horrific, but is definitely not unique. Partners like mine and other family and friends should not be punished for helping their loved ones access health care. Pregnancy is complicated, and in Texas it has become dangerous. Please do not make it worse with more burdens that impact the communities that you serve. Pregnant Amarilloans and women and families across the state need you to look out for them and protect them. Texas abortion bans caused an infection so severe that the permanent scars mean I may never be able to get pregnant again. Pregnancy impacts everyone differently, and the harsh reality is that someone you love could face a medical complication like the one I experienced. I urge council members to reject additional barriers to medical care in Amarillo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Harper, did you have something you'd like to say? Okay. And we're not trying to reopen public comment. I appreciate you reading that, and I know it was something you wanted to do. If I can just speak to you. So, you know, in the most judgmental of ways, right? You knew exactly who we were when you walked in. When you came in my office the first time, you knew, you know, that I was going to be disrespectful or already had my mind made up. You feel differently today, as I felt like I knew you, that you were going to be loud, disruptive, maybe even like just dishonorable, disrespectful. You guys have shown that ultimately, you know, you have an opinion that's totally different than mine. And we're not going to come to a place where we both agree on this issue. But we have come to a place of mutual respect. And so I respect the way that you guys have walked this out, and we'll continue over this. And I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to show you that I think these four men and myself are trying to do what we feel will most adequately represent this city for what we feel our responsibilities are. So that being said, I would just ask if you have anything else for us here, and we'll move on with our next individual.
I think one curiosity about the alternate ordinance is why? What purpose does it serve when state law is already in place? You all know how we feel about Mark's ordinance, the petition ordinance. What purpose does duplicating state law at the municipal level serve?
So I will tell you that it serves two things. This alternate, not the petition. Petition's a whole nother animal.
Right.
This ordinance does more clearly define some things that they have cited, and I believe we agree with. Fertilization is one. It also allows for something to be local on the ordinance, that if we have a city marshal's office that needs to investigate public health, that needs to do something, they have something they could reference and something we could give direction to council for, to staff from council. The other thing that I would tell you is remaining silent says more than speaking. And so we are not in a position where we can remain silent. I would tell you that I don't feel that we would be doing our jobs to have just said, you know, the state said enough. And I feel like you guys respect that because y'all haven't remained silent either. And we've listened to you, and you've listened to us. So I think it more clearly defines what is in the state law, and I think it allows for possible direction if needed to protect on something that we agree on. You guys wouldn't want to see the human remains not treated appropriately, to not honor those. Even if you disagree whether it's a human remain or not, there needs to be a disposal of anything of that magnitude with honor and respect.
Is that not covered in state law already?
I think it more clearly defines and gives us an opportunity to protect.
Because I know local business owners passed a law with the state to make sure that he was able to bring his baby's remains home with dignity and respect. So I feel like it's already covered by the state.
I don't necessarily disagree with you.
And in addition, there aren't any elective abortions that are happening in Amarillo, so...
Why?
Correct.
Yeah.
Why?
So...
because there hasn't been an abortion services in Amarillo for as long as I'm alive, and I'm 42 years old.
Let me keep us on point here. RU 486 is still something that I believe every city is contending with. And so, I mean, our next speaker is going to be able to tell you what she's seeing. And so I believe that because of that, we're not dealing with just the abortion provider that we were several years ago.
Decades ago, actually. There's no services
We'll
anymore.
go with decades. So,
Okay.
Council, do y'all have anything for the ladies from ARFA? Okay.
No.
We appreciate your
Hey,
time.
thank you.
Oh, yep.
We appreciate you guys. Thank you. I would ask, before we get to Ms. Candy Gibbs, Mr. Austin, I'm not saying that we need to go around the mountain any longer than we need to. Do you have anything you would want to add to this in regards to this item 9H?
You know, as I'm reading through there, I have some questions. Would it still be legal? And I have several questions, but would it still be legal for an organization to fund a young lady from Amarillo to go to across state lines to get an abortion?
Right. So let me cite 171.208, and it'll take me a minute.
I know it says facilitation in there, and I know the state law pertains to within the state boundaries, and it does not pertain to New Mexico or Colorado.
Let me ask you how you hear this. So 171.208A2 knowingly engages in conduct that aids or abets the performance or inducement of an abortion, including paying for or reimbursing the cost of an abortion through insurance or otherwise, if the abortion is performed or induced in violation of this subchapter, regardless of whether the person knew or should have known that the abortion would be performed or induced in violation of this subchapter. So my answer to that is aiding and abetting is aiding and abetting. I don't see how, if you cite a roadway that you can't drive down, in any greater magnitude identifies anything that you have identified here in 171.208. And that's just my opinion, and I'm not even a back alley lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer, don't claim to be a lawyer. I'm not going to give you a bunch of legal, but me as a person, I'm saying we get over state line, that doesn't apply to me. I'm thinking if I can get you across state line, I'll meet you in Clovis, and we can go from there, and we're good. Because it doesn't say that I can't do that. And I'm not that, I am educated. I was a teacher. I've got I've got a master's degree in education administration. So what I'm saying is if I can find a way around it, many other people can too. And well, I had another question. I should have wrote it down. But do you see my concern?
I see your concern because I share it. You want to do everything you can to protect life.
Right.
And then you're like me. You don't want to violate one's civil liberty. You don't want to grow government. You don't want to hand somebody a weapon that they're going to use against you next, like the gentleman in the back, Mr. Gray, so eloquently said. Right? So this is a little bit above my pay grade. But I can tell you that putting that other chapter in, 8-6-4, there's no greater enforcement mechanism than that than there is in 171.208.
That was my other question. So the enforcement mechanism in your,
yes, sir,
for lack of a better word, for your ordinance is civil.
Yes, it provides for a civil and a criminal.
And criminal.
Yes, under state law.
And criminal. Okay.
Correct. So the Attorney General would enforce the criminal aspect along with law enforcement. The civil aspect would still be brought under the same lawsuit with the same criteria that you would have under the other ordinance.
Okay, I didn't hear this with my ears, but I've heard it that said that this council stands with, we're not going to put a task force together, we're not going to enforce this. So I think that's one of the reasons that the committee suggested that we go civil. If you didn't want to enforce it for whatever reason, and you probably may have good reason, then why would we put something into law that everybody knows we're not going to enforce it?
Right.
And so the civil means of enforcement was put in there.
So,
just like the state law.
So if I could, let me say that in the petition ordinance, the reason that it's civil is to prevent a municipality from being sued. And so the civil remedy is the reason that it's drafted like that, right? So the state remedy doesn't go away. You still have the state remedy, but then you have the civil remedy on top of that via SB 8, right? So in what we were producing here as a potential alternative, just cites current state law that is enforced under the Texas Penal Code and criminally. But then it also further clarifies the things that if you were to wage a lawsuit under 171.208, you would have the local ordinance in place. Now, interestingly enough, I believe Mr. Mitchell has 3 lawsuits filed, and they're all filed under SB 8. I don't think we have anything filed under a local ordinance that we would be looking at passing. If we do, I'd greatly appreciate that additional knowledge.
Okay. Any other questions for me?
Anything else, council? Okay, I'm going to ask this group to hang in there with me just a little bit longer. We're about to wrap this guy up. Ms. Candy Gibbs, you have sat quietly, and so if I could ask you to come forward. Ms. Candy Gibbs works at Hope Choice, is the executive director there, and we have spoken before this, and I told her she's more than welcome to speak here, and so I'll hand the microphone over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and I just want to say thanks for your time. I'm not going to spend a lot of time repeating anything that anyone has said, and I'm going to try to just stick to what I have planned to say. I would also like to say very much how much I respect and appreciate the work that you all have put in on the ordinance and your commitment to value and protect the worth of all lives. Your efforts to protect the unborn are not unnoticed. Many of you I have met with. I love Steve Austin. I've known him all my life, it feels like, and Wendy Frick and Miss Jana. I appreciate all that you do for our community. Alex has been my buddy for a long time. I value and respect them very much. Hope Choice and I, as an individual, made the decision many months ago at the beginning of this not to make any kind of public statement. It was our belief that our role was to continue to serve real women in Amarillo as they make decisions about life and death. We have worked very hard to maintain this posture. It has not been easy to do, and at this point it is impossible. I would like to point out how much respect and admiration I have for each and every councilman and our mayor. I have had private conversations with each of them. And every man before you is a man of faith and integrity and is pro-life. Mr. Mayor, in particular, thank you for your time, and your concern has been amazing and inspiring. I place much trust in all of them and their leadership because they have taken the valuable time and care to search out this issue. And as much time as we've spent here tonight, it has been overwhelming to me. But when I am watching you, I know that you have been through this for months. And it is exhausting, and you've done it tirelessly, and I just want to thank you for the time that you've given to me. I have met personally with anyone in our community who has asked to meet with me about this issue. There are many people involved with the petition who I do not know and have not met with. One of them is Mr. Dixon. I do not know him. I have not been asked to meet with him. I have never had a conversation with him. I was at one event with him on November the 9th, and we were introduced at that point. That's the only conversation I've been asked to have with him. I'm not sure what he said about Hope Choice when he was up here, but he does not speak for us. He knows nothing about Hope Choice. Again, I have not turned down anyone asking for a meeting or a phone call with me to gain understanding of Hope Choice's thoughts regarding the petition or my own personal opinions. I look forward to meeting and working with all of those who are committed to serving others and standing for life in this community in the coming days. I've been in many meetings with pro-life leaders and people of faith, some supportive of the petition and the corresponding ordinance, and some not supportive of it. Personally, I take issue with portions of the ordinance, and I do not support the petition. It has been a very interesting experience. I have 3 issues with the ordinance, and I've shared that in every meeting with every one of you, and every time I visited with anyone, those same 3. All along the way, it has been said that things could be adjusted and changed. However, to this juncture, they have not been. For the record, many pro-life, godly, faith-filled leaders in this community who have fought for life and served ministries like Hope Choice for decades have been misrepresented. Their words have been twisted and misstated, and not by those on the opposite side of the issue, not by those who are pro-choice, but by fellow pro-life believers who have somehow come to the conclusion that those of us who are not in step with this petition, lock, stock, and barrel, that somehow we are less pro-life than they are and less willing to take a stand. And that's one of the things that's been said tonight is, are you willing to take a stand? But my question is, does taking a stand mean that I have to agree with 18 pages of that document in order to be someone that represents life? And I don't believe so. I have also been misstated and misrepresented. I've had people come to meet with me, and I appreciate everyone who has, say things like, the assumption is that the reason you, Candy, are not in favor of the petition is that you're afraid of being sued. Or, it's just heartbreaking, Candy, that you and Hope Choice are not in favor of protecting the unborn. I've been in several situations where I was actually defending the fact that I'm pro-life. I may not be the most qualified person to speak on this issue, but I guarantee you I have skin in the game. I am a post-abortive woman. I aborted my first child. My daughter was aborted in April of 1992. I was a senior in high school, and when I learned that I was pregnant, my dad, who was a youth pastor, and I decided that what I needed to do was to have an abortion so that the people in our church wouldn't know. And so we drove to Lubbock. My dad drove the car. We knew that it was not the Lord's will, but we did it anyway. I know what it's like to be in a difficult and overwhelming situation and to be desperate for a way out. Something that I wonder if we notice tonight, we can care about the baby and we can care about women at the same time. And if we're going to claim to serve the Lord Jesus Christ, that's exactly what we have to do. The truth is that abortion is not an eraser. It doesn't wipe the slate clean and give you a fresh start. It literally sacrifices the life of an innocent child, and it wounds and damages the woman emotionally, spiritually, and often physically. It certainly did me. And I came to the pregnancy center, now Hope Choice, for post-abortion support 2 years after I aborted, and it saved my life. And I have been a volunteer or staff member at Hope Choice since I was 21 because of the love, care, and support that I've received there. This is my 29th year serving Amarillo and standing for the lives of the unborn. I am not afraid to be sued. Very far from it. I'm pretty sure that most of you don't know that when Roe was overturned, we locally at Hope Choice were contacted by the FBI and Homeland Security due to threats being made against our facilities. We all saw the violence on TV that took place across the country against pregnancy centers. You want to know how many phone calls I got from any pro-life advocate in this town asking how they could help us? 0. I am certainly one for putting a stake in the ground in Amarillo and declaring that all lives are valuable, precious, and worth protecting. If I may be so bold to say, I have shown up every morning for almost 30 years now to stake that claim. The staff and the board and the volunteers of Hope Choice and many ministries like it give their time, talent, and treasure to provide help for scared and overwhelmed women to allow them the opportunity to deal with and navigate their situation, making it possible for them to choose life for their babies. Do we expect a pat on the back? Absolutely not. But we certainly shouldn't have to convince our fellow pro-life Christ followers that we are on the right side of life. Hope Choice opened in 1988, and we have been serving our community for 36 years. We've now grown to a multi-location ministry, offering many different kinds of services to the clients that we have the honor to serve. Over the past 36 years, Hope Choice has ministered to over 250,000 clients through pregnancy center services alone. Last year, we interacted with clients more than 10,000 times through classes, programs, and services. Those on the pro-abortion side of the issue often claim that we only care about the baby and until it's born, and our help and commitment ends. Not so as it relates to Hope Choice. We provide pregnancy tests, ultrasounds, abortion pill reversal protocols, parenting classes, childbirth classes, baby safety, classes for dads, benevolence items, mentoring programs, retreats, summer camps, college ministry, Bible studies. All of our pregnancy services are free of charge and confidential. We don't receive any state or federal funding, and all of our support comes from churches, private grants, and individuals in Amarillo, not from the women who are in these dire situations. We do not benefit from her situation or her struggle in any way, much less financially. One of my biggest problems with the pro-abortion side of the issue is that Planned Parenthood, Haven Health Clinics, abortion clinics across the country, doctors and pharmacists providing the abortion pill, all of these players benefit financially from a woman feeling as though abortion is her only way out. Every story that you heard up here today about a woman in a difficult situation where she doesn't know which way to turn, the abortion side of this debate benefits off of her struggle and her difficulty. That is why, by the way, they made $2 billion in taxpayer dollars between 2019 and 2021. One of my biggest concerns with this petition from Jump was that the only resource you list is a website that sends people to government-funded agencies. These agencies claim to be pro-life, but they receive payment from the government for every diaper they give out, when they give out formula, classes, every interaction that they have with a girl. And because they receive government dollars, they cannot share faith. They cannot share hope. They cannot share the truth about the plans and purposes that Jesus might have for her life. But they also are benefiting from the dire situation that this woman faces, and that's who we put on the petition. So praise God that we're considering adding Hope Choice or places like it to this petition. My second and third issues with this ordinance are related. I am not in line with telling people where they can and cannot drive their cars. And I am certainly not in line with encouraging people to bring private right of action against parents and grandparents. Someone bringing a private right of action against a parent or a grandparent of a young woman who has already experienced the devastation of abortion does not save a life. The life has already been lost. But you will simply be compounding the trauma. If we enact an ordinance that makes women feel even more isolated and alone, thinking, I can't tell my parents, I can't tell my grandparents, I don't know who I can talk to for hope, that is, first of all, not Christ-like. The word says, come to me, all who are weary and burdened. Secondly, women need to feel safe to receive counsel, prayer, and practical support and help so that they can choose life. I'm thrilled that Roe was overturned, which simply allows states to decide on abortion, and Texas has decided. I applaud the Heartbeat Bill. Senate Bill 8, also known as the Heartbeat Act, prohibits a physician from performing or inducing an abortion after fetal heartbeat has been detected. The law does make exceptions for medical emergencies in women. No matter what you do with this ordinance, this is state law. That will not change. You do not have the power to change that. And one thing I would also say, it offends me the way that I've listened to you guys be portrayed. I know that you are pro-life. I know that you know the God that you serve. And I know you know what is on the line here. And I apologize that we have felt compelled to try to convince you what it means to be pro-life. Women do not have abortions because they are legal. They choose to have an abortion because they are overwhelmed. They feel dangerous situations all around them. They have difficulty and they're scared. As I've said before, the arguments that we hear out of the thousands of girls that we see every year, it doesn't sound anything like we've heard here tonight. I've never had a woman sit down with me pregnant and say, I'm concerned about my reproductive freedoms. I need autonomy in my reproductive decisions. No, they do not say that. There is a woman named Frederica Matthews Green, and she says, no one wants an abortion like they want an ice cream cone or a new car, but like an animal caught in a trap, willing to gnaw off its own leg to escape. Platitudes and propaganda in no way aid a frightened and overwhelmed young woman facing a life and death decision. Women need support, prayer, counsel, and help to push back the darkness and silence the chaos that would allow her the opportunity to choose life. In 2023, 923 pregnant women came to Hope Choice considering an abortion. These are real people. This isn't documents. 919 chose life. That's 99.99%. Mayor Stanley's ordinance contains 3 things that I fully support, in addition to affirming state law. No abortions in the city limits of Amarillo. No disposal of fetal remains being transported here from other states. No abortion pill in the city limits. And declaring Amarillo to be a sanctuary city for the unborn. I stand behind our mayor and this proposed ordinance and its wording wholeheartedly. I want to remind all of us that Amarillo is and has been a city that values life and seeks to protect the unborn. We would be remiss not to applaud and recognize that in 1988, led by Pastor Jimmy Evans, a group of many people met together to start the Amarillo Area Crisis Pregnancy Center. For 36 years, that center has served our community well and is completely funded and supported by our pro-life community. The council preceding this council made a declaration affirming and supporting the Heartbeat Bill. The Hope Choice Banquet is one of the largest nonprofit events in Amarillo each year. At one time, there were 19 Planned Parenthood facilities in the Panhandle. We are now down to only 1 remaining, Haven Health Clinics, who do not provide abortions in the city limits. We stand on the shoulders of giants, people who for decades have declared through their actions and efforts that Amarillo is a sanctuary city for the unborn. It would be arrogant and wrong for us to act as though we are somehow the first in this community to put a stake in the ground to make a stand for life and the unborn. I've been a part of this community all my life. Many strong, faithful, committed pro-life believers have gone before us. Hope Choice and many other ministries across the Panhandle spend our lives protecting the unborn, loving women, helping them to choose life, educating teens on how to live a healthy life, providing healing and support for women who have chosen abortion, and helping to equip parents on how to be strong, healthy parents. The way I see it, there are 2 ditches on each side of this argument. Pro-abortion advocates have expressed concern that this ordinance could put the lives of women at risk. And if those stories that were shared tonight are true, and I believe that they are, there should be action taken against those physicians that did not save women's lives. But it is false to believe that the state law in Texas prevents medical emergencies being tended to, such as ectopic pregnancies. Women are not denied life-saving medical care. Pro-life advocates will also say that women use abortion as birth control. This is also false. I'm sure there are women who view abortion as birth control, but this is not the norm or the vast majority of women choosing abortion. In all my years working in pro-life ministry, I haven't met that woman. We have to stay out of the ditches. The statistics show that the vast majority of women, some studies show more than 98%, are choosing to have elective abortions due to life circumstances. Amarillo women who find themselves facing a pregnancy and considering abortion as their only way out of trouble and a difficult situation, those are the women that we must consider when we look at ordinances for our city. These women are often alone, afraid, and dealing with abuse and abandonment, addiction, and fear. My own terrible decision to abort was clouded with thoughts that my dad could lose his position in our church or that I might not be able to attend college. Just this week at Hope Choice, we had a client considering abortion because her abusive boyfriend had set her on fire. Her neck and arms so severely burned that she was so traumatized she could not even respond. She would not speak. Do you think, with all of the things that she is considering as she makes her choice, that an ordinance that tells her where she can drive her car or who can drive it will be the deciding factor? Of course it won't be. On the flip side, if she goes tomorrow and aborts that baby, will her life suddenly somehow be in order and better? Absolutely not. Both ditches, if you will, are equally absurd and offensive. There is no simple answer. The best hope we have is to encourage women in these situations to visit a ministry like Hope Choice, where she will be met with care and concern. We will not benefit financially from her decision or her circumstances, but we will take time to hear her and her situation, to walk with her as she navigates the struggles, obstacles, and difficulties that she faces. By offering the hope found only in Christ, we'll be able to help her deal with the factors making her feel like abortion is her only escape. It is that hope that allows her the opportunity to choose life. And on the other side, having chosen life for herself and her child, she and her baby will find a new beginning and a new footing, happier and healthier. We, you council, Hope Choice, and I, have been charged with serving and leading in Amarillo. Please consider Amarillo women and babies as you make your decisions about this ordinance. Please do not set up roadblocks for women and in so doing make them feel unsafe or unsupported by our community. If we truly care about the lives of babies, and we do, then we must love, support, and help the women who are making the life and death decisions. Mayor and council, whatever you decide, please decide. For this to continue on for months until November will be bad for our community. It is causing confusion and division even among pro-life believers. I would like to be allowed to get back to work without having regular meetings with my pro-life friends to remind them and convince them of where I stand. I am pro-life. Hope Choice is pro-life, and we've proven it. I'm thankful to know that there are so many more pro-life people who are willing to support the petition, and I would love to have you join the efforts at Hope Choice. I hope to see you at our offices tomorrow morning. We open at 10. There's a lot of work to be done. If you know a person facing these decisions, please send them our way. We would love to serve them. Thank you again for the opportunity to share. And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mrs. Gibbs. So we're about ready to wrap this up. We need to take action on one thing. But I really appreciate Candy for coming in here and being willing to speak. It's difficult to speak, but it's probably more difficult to sit quiet for the length of time that she has. And so, man, Mrs. Gibbs, we appreciate you for doing the work. So, there's not a right answer here, guys. Like, at whatever point where we land, some of it's going to be wrong. And I guarantee you I've said way too much tonight for somebody to not write an article tomorrow and take something and spin it around and make it sound like whatever. I hope MLD is as professional with his pen tomorrow as he has been in our meeting. And so I appreciate you guys more than you know. We're just trying to do the best we can with what we have. It's never going to be good enough. The work's never going to finish because we live in a world that's been subjected to futility. You realize that no matter what we do, we're not saving this world. We can save each other, and we can treat each other the way we'd like to be treated. And outside of that, the rest of us just have to acknowledge the fact that it matters how we treat each other and it matters how you live in this life. And that's all it comes down to. This is an exercise that illustrates Romans 8:28. I know y'all didn't get up here with all that scripture and think I wasn't going to have my own. So all things work together for the good of those that love the Lord. And He is in all things working together. So even 9-hour meetings, which this one hadn't quite got there yet, but if I keep talking, maybe we can get there. The willingness to come together, to work together, and to push forward this. I know this doesn't look as professional as some would like. I know this hadn't been as smooth. But I take what Mrs. Gibbs said to heart. What's best for our community is not to walk around this mountain where there's no better answer than the one you've found, over the next 5 months. And so I would encourage the petition committee to look for common ground here. And then I would encourage those that want to criticize what we put forward to know we had to find common ground. There's not somewhere less than compromise. So you don't have to compromise your character. You don't have to compromise your values to compromise some of these issues that may or may not be decided in a courtroom of law one day. So let's stand with each other and not on top of one another at the bottom of this ditch. I'm going to ask that we take no action on 9H. I think it was a facilitated discussion that needed to happen. I don't necessarily need to put something out there that we have. If we're going to come back to the table with a potential amendment, I'm encouraged by everyone's behavior and by the discussion. And so I know my city manager's telling me here probably we need to schedule the public hearing.
Yes, Mayor. Just to read it to you, since the city secretary presented it to you, it says to conduct a public hearing today or set a date for a public hearing that allows for the final decision on the petition within 30 days. We read that to include an amended version. So my recommendation is that you go ahead and target a date for a public hearing, such as your regular scheduled meeting June 11th.
Correct.
It takes 2 readings. So if you wanted to go all the way to June 25th, then you would have to have within 2 days a special meeting for a second reading.
Right. We understand
So just so you know what.
No, I appreciate that. We understand the clock's ticking. And so, council, do I have any reason that anyone would cite that we wouldn't put this on for June 11th as a scheduled public hearing?
I'm fine with that.
Any other feedback? Okay. I would need a motion to take this from the table. Do we do a motion and a second on taking it from the table? Yes, sir. So motion and a second to take it from the table, and then we could conclude our business.
Take it to the table?
Take it from the table, sorry. Did I say to the table?
No, you said from the table. We're taking what, G from the table?
Well, we placed it on the table.
Correct.
When
We're going to
tabled
take
it.
G off the table.
We need to take it from the table.
Okay, I'll make a motion to take G off the table.
From the table.
From the table.
Yeah. I have a motion to take it from the table.
Second.
Oh, and I have a second. Okay, we have now taken it from the table. I would ask if anyone would like to propose anything different than June 11th. Ms. City Secretary and Mr. Hartman, do you need anything further from us as direction to schedule that public hearing formally?
That's sufficient, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have a public hearing on June 11th. We're going to have a second reading on June 25th. And on June 26th, I believe we'll have this in our rearview mirror, if we can continue to move forward the way that we've intended. Do I have anything else from council here that you need to add? Yes, sir.
So before we have a public hearing, there will be a draft of the ordinance that we will.
So to recap, we have very specifically given 2 things to the petition committee. You're going to go back and you have a very good attorney working with you that could tell you what could or could not change as requested by the council. And if you can bring us something back to any of us, then we can put it on for the public hearing on June 11th. You can speak to each one of us individually. Yes, sir.
We would need that for the 72-hour notice on Friday before June 11th.
Right.
That would need to be finalized for the notice of meeting notice.
You're on it. Councilman Simpson, anything further from, okay. Do I have any other questions here from council on this guy? I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. Second.
Motion and a second, you're adjourned. Thank you.
Oh,
Tiny little tap.